really impressive to have this much of an uptake.
And two very different methods, right? We see Gaius that has been pulling out new compositions, but very strong
come on.
fundamentals. Week
Don't
after
stagger.
week, changing things up. On
Don't buffer.
integrating an entire new system, grabbing very, very young players and putting them on top of the world.
Oi, oi, oi.
Maybe two of the best coaches in the world.
I need some breakfast as well. Two of the best coaches in the world? I don't really think I have that level of respect for Gaius. I feel like his teams are powered mostly by...
Is Team Heretics versus Foot.
They do have some interesting ways of looking at the game. But I feel like his team's mostly powered by the duels that they take, rather than the interesting ideas. But they definitely play a unique style of Valorant. Maybe I need to put more respect on guys. Yo, what's up? What's up, people? What's up? McGrib in the crib, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the resub for 28 months.
28 million months.
28 million months? Yo, I'm rich. Another stream this month? Yeah, I'm going to be co-streaming quite a bit of the EMEA games while I've got some free time. Biggest Heretics fan just woke up. Yeah, I've been watching a bit of the Euros, but I haven't been watching much. I only watched England, Serbia, and England, Slovenia. They're both kind of dull games from England's perspective, actually. Did you see the Boostio clip? Which one? Man's a clip machine. I think I'm going to lower the volume a little bit. Alright, what are we going for? Foot, don't get rid of Sunset? Why don't Foot get rid of Sunset?
We heard it from Heretics, we heard it from Benji, we
Okay.
heard it from Neil, we heard it from every single one of those players. Why are
Dude,
teams
this looks rough for Foot, to be honest. You've allowed Heretics to have Sunset and Split in the map pool. Honestly, Heretics could also win on Split, but Sunset and Bind. Sorry, I think I misspoke there. I meant Sunset and Bind. Sunset and Bind in the map pool is very difficult for Foot to win. Foot are not bad on Bind, but I don't see them winning on those maps. I think they could lose on Split as well. Rackstar, thank you for the 5 months. Heretics and Foot just made a collab vid before this. It's kind of sick that the Turkish players are having so much success. I haven't set up multi-streaming yet, Skunk Thomas. No. I should, but I haven't. Dude, Miniboo, new neon, show me the fucking money. Show me the money.
Honestly, if Cracks plays the ISO, it would be amazing, but 2-core and Miniboo.
Show me the money.
Teams think they know what we do. Teams think they have the counter strat, but they don't. Because the results speak for themselves.
They absolutely do, and there's enough.
I'm hoping we see, Miniboo able to demonstrate some flair with the new neon and not strictly just sticking to the strats that the team has. I want to see individualism and flair and flashy play from Miniboo, as well as the really refined good comms. I think it's a good composition for Foot. I think it's good, but I think Heretics are just best in world on Sunset.
But apparently they just want to stay with what has already worked on the side of Heretics. Why would they change anything? Doesn't matter if it's Miniboo, if it's Wood.
Am I planning to do any VOD reviews? Yeah, I did actually a bunch of them before Plat Chat, but I think I'll stick mostly to just doing co-streaming for now. Do you expect any form of pro scene around the console version? I mean, I'm sure that like smaller events will run, like your local LAN center might run a Valorant on PlayStation night to see who the best, the best team is in New York or something. But do I think it's going to be large? No.
That's very true. I mean, both of the matches today.
Oh, Pablos and Ash. Okay.
A little bit more interesting about this one, right? Because both these teams.
Is Heretics my favorite team in VCT right now? Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And regionally as well,
they were my favorite before Shanghai. So definitely after Shanghai. Yes.
Warming back up into the server and onto the stage after his break that he took to just take care of himself after those exams and everything and whatnot. So we really have to keep our eyes on him.
They're not new talent, Pablos and Ash, but they don't do very many games, so it's cool to hear them.
And that's exactly what we're looking
I think they're both pretty good as well.
For the ISO, yeah, we've been hoping for many different things, but we at least getting the Neon in this one, which is a small change from the Rays that they had.
All right, let's have a look then. So it's a weak A site on the pistol for Heretics, and they can't really make it look like the strong site either because it's only Boo home. Boo normally likes to take a fight there, but missed his timing.
Knowing that there's many more on his tail, looking to play more of that.
And the knife got info on, I think, 3 of them, but I might be miscounting. But it got info on the Rays as well, so I think you've got a good idea that this was a serious A map control play at the very least.
Well, Heretics have been mighty strong on this. Not many have been able to beat them in that instance, but Heretics...
I mean, look, Heretics are just set up here ready to either flood or set, but I think by the look of it, flood.
Good considering that foot have stacked up all together in this direction.
Little Cypher v Cypher battle.
One-way triggered, but just doing some poke and prod.
Does Benji confidently re-clear this, or does he get worried?
This is something that we see often from them. They like
he knows that Yedajay hasn't crossed. Benji versus Yedajay. Benji versus Yedajay. Show me the ciphers. Okay, Benji took contact and then backed off. Dear God, look at the flood. Look at how good the flood is. It's like they don't even, they just wait for Foot to use their utility, and then they use their utility on them. You have to, as soon as the attackers give that indication that they're committing to the site, you're triggering the flood defend. You have to be so smart against Heretics and try to bait that out. God damn, what a way to open. What a way to open.
This is exactly what we expect to see coming out from Heretics. Again,
what percentage chance does Foot have at winning this series? I think it's low. I think it's probably about 30. Sunset and Bind in the map pool with how good Heretics have been so far. Yeah, I think I would put it at like a 30% chance of winning. Maybe like a 1 in 3. Something like that.
Congrats. One of many.
But it's not that Foot have a great shot at winning, it's that Foot should be able to push Heretics. And it should be good Valorant.
So definitely a lot on the line here against what would be the most dangerous team, at least on paper.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the first and second seed right now within those standings that we have to keep an eye out for. Benji, a little bit of damage done. Can't quite get away yet.
The mid-crunch does come through. Heretics
so this is interesting. No, this is their classic way of pressuring mid is to send Paranoia through like this, stun goes down mid, and then the market players can fight at the same time. Miniboo didn't commit the stun, so maybe the fact that the stun has gone from 2 down to 1 means that Miniboo is going to be using those a lot less. Normally I would be expecting him to stun there as part of that crunch into mid.
See the approach heading into this round, because again they want to be able to play those trades.
The betting odds were 1.2 to 2.3. 1.2 to 3.4. Yeah, I think that's about where I said it was, right? Like a 1/3 chance.
Already coming out from Benji's setup. I do have my eyes on both those sides.
Oh no, I guess I said it was like 1 to 2 odds.
Pulling them back, throwing them back out.
That's giving even less chance to Foot. That's like 1 in 4. Which I don't think is unreasonable either, to be honest.
So much more difficult to pivot.
Alright, Miniboo's in with one of the slides.
They go for the orb here for Miniboo, so Neon buff incoming. I mean,
and now they swap positions, and now Boo can hold the one-way, and the Neon rotates off, the KO rotates off. You have to try to get this guy off the angle, but what are you going to do? I mean, you have like Fault Line, you have Paranoia to try to do that, but...
risk-free, rather. But Foot have transitioned now to this B side.
Yeah, Heretics winning the map control battle right now.
Won't make things easier. A few pings
trip for them to run into.
So it sort of indicates
Alright, they get past the trip, in on B. Players rotate over, and let's see what this retake looks like. That's not good for Foot. That's really not good.
Spike planted. We've got a shock dart to go out, do a little bit of damage.
There's the stun. Slide in. God, Yeta J caught in mid as well. If this was a 5v5 post plant, Foot would have some good chances and we would see something really interesting. But they lost a player through a smoke and then their mid lurker died, and now it should be toasted. Look at how many of these Heretics players can commit forwards. That's a nasty shot from CNED. I think he's just won them the round. No. Perfectly played by Fallen. Perfectly played by Fallen. CNED just won them the round with those 2 kills. Holy shit. That punish onto Miniboo was excellent. It didn't look perfectly coordinated though. Like, ideally it feels like Miniboo should be sliding in first for the second player to trade. That didn't look perfect from Heretics.
Was absolutely massive, but that was expensive there.
Oh, but that kill on Miniboo is ridiculous. Again, Miniboo, I think, should be saving a slide for that. But the shot is still just ridiculous from CNED.
And yeah, I mean, Wu did set up the pace quite a lot the previous week against
Miniboo slides into the stun,
but his teammate is trying to take
but they trade it.
It's a buy for Foot. It seems like they do have something in store for us. The Hunter's Fury does shot from Marines, and I believe only good for a single tag, as we seem to have stabilized.
Yeah, the Outlaw is just crazy good here. You know, when your bonus round is that good, Woot can just pick up the Outlaw and farm.
Ooh, that's deep push here from Brew. A mistake that is costly.
It's risky to do that kind of angle on this side because you get spammed through this box. Oh, the re-push though. CNED's still in mid. It's really bizarre this round.
They don't expect the wrap here, though.
There's no way they expect Woot, but CNED might find a timing on Woot. No, CNED's going the other way. That's a nice flash for CNED. Woot, though, coming around behind. Yeah, and they know where the final player is. Damn, really well played by the 2 Turkish players there for Heretics. Rien's just trading people out over towards A-Link, and Woot found the god timing. Lovely stuff. Chief Hawk Talon, thank you for the prime. But from Foot's perspective, they took really early Tiles control and did a like sideways stun from Mr. Fallen to try to punish Miniboo at the beginning. So Miniboo might not be able to fight that aggro over A main. If they had won the duel against Boo, that round would have gone to Foot, like guaranteed almost. So they stunned like this, they caught Miniboo, and then Boo was forced to duel, and they had a decent chance of being able to catch him. Look, there's that same stun again. Miniboo's got to stop doing that. Yeah, this is the exact thing that I'm just saying, man. This could have happened on the previous round, and now they've opted into it again on the anti-eco. They did not realize how bad that was for them. Because they won the round, they didn't think about how bad the early round was. This is a nice adjustment from Foot to be sending through that stun and kind of bait both Miniboo and Boo into fighting. Gotta see an adjustment from Heretics about that. But you got to think to yourself, like, what does Heretics do if they can't have access to A main at the start of rounds? If they get conditioned not to fight over this, they're going to lose so much information on A. So I think Heretics will be very reluctant to not fight A. I think they'll end up refighting A, they'll wait for the stun, and then they'll throw like Paranoia. Which is still a win for Foot because it bleeds the defending team out of Paranoia early on in the round, but at least Heretics then stay in control of info.
From the shadows also available here for Ada Captain. If he does choose to go for the back line, gain some extra info, but they're going to play this safe. A couple on the rotate. Oh, this could be interesting from Yedajay and Ada Captain. Aftershock will be shown in to delay at least any sort of push for Foot, aggressively moving on to this B main side.
Oh, that's brutal that caught onto Root. Half already gained, but there's 2 players on site here. How has Rien's just killed both of the players in main? No way! That's thievery! That's fucking thievery! Riens is just having a god game.
The initial smoke go down, and he just had to
that is 911. I'd like to report a robbery. What's the emergency number in Germany? Show me the replay of that from Rien's point of view. How's he killed them both? Show me Rien's.
But the plays
Crazy.
the retakes are so
Crazy.
good, despite the fact that Krax had an insane dizzy to slow down Foot on that push.
The players in B main don't need to peek that, but they just assume the round's already won. That's just like, you know, when you don't make exactly the optimal play because you assume your opponents are not gods. Cena gets caught by the trip, but Benji does get traded by the aftershock, so Foot's utility is still good in these kind of spots. To, you know, like in theory, Benji shouldn't have been able to stay there and get the kill because he's gonna die if he does. What is that kill from Woot? God, the Heretics players are simply too good. Do you really think Heretics are going to win champs? Yes.
They look so good.
Yes, I do.
This is why we expect teams to be banning out Sunset up against Team Heretics. Again, we have to remember Foot have yet to take a map
Holy
off of this
fuck.
team throughout this entire season. They've played 3 times previously, 2-0s.
Foot's ideas are still really good. I mean, that's the mid crunch I was talking about before, where Miniboo uses the stun and then follows up. So the stun there and like the reclear through mid is beautiful from Heretics. But the amount of like kills they're getting, I mean, look, Riens is 15 and fucking 0. The next person with least deaths is 4. They're doing a tech pause now to check Rien's PC. This is like when Scream accidentally had immortality on in a script. They need to check and make sure that cheats have not been enabled in the lobby.
There's a lot to be said about Boo, really. I mean, okay, Woot's
It's
performance
bonkers.
this week overshadowed Boo, but he was alongside
Rien's died to bomb, he doesn't have 0 deaths. Yeah, he does, he has 0 deaths to opponents on the scoreboard. He's 15 and 0. Don't try to cheat him. What are they pointing at there?
Good spirits around the Heretics side, and with no doubt.
Yeah, Boo is IGLing for Heretics. But when you have a team that's this good, a lot of the like on the fly calls of like, let's reclear through mid, or like, flash for me, I'm gonna stun this, are gonna come from different players as well. The weird thing about Valorant is, the better your team gets, the more other people help your IGL. And so for some teams, the less impact the IGL has at like the top level. They still make really critical calls, they still direct a lot of the attack side, that kind of thing. But when you get better and better and better, like if you play in Premier, your IGL is going to basically be calling literally everything for you, because they're trying to coordinate headless chicken. And then when you get to like even bottom tier 1 level, some of the IGLs are very heavy micro callers. I suppose actually, even at the top level, we do have some people who heavily micro call, like Valin, or I think Def used to do that as well. But most teams, once you get to a really good level, there's a lot of other voices that chime in about small things and taking timings and going for certain set plays.
Woot has come in and taken everyone by storm, but Yedajay was the star of the show at the beginning of this year, right? He together with Cena.
Am I going to co-stream the Fnatic game? Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody thought, look, for esports, they look like an upgraded roster, but Heretics are looking
so
to take that.
Remember that
specifically Woot, right?
We still need to see Heretics make an adjustment to the way that they're playing A main. It just hasn't mattered. They still win all of the rounds that they won the 3v5. When they lost Miniboo and Boo at the very beginning of the round.
Under that title, he needs to take down the best Turkish team.
Hello, Gizzard.
That he does. But now we're actually going to head straight into a timeout off the bat.
Am I co-streaming EMEA tomorrow? Let me have a look. I wrote it all down in my schedule.
We saw the idea in them speeding up.
No, I'm not going to be co-streaming tomorrow because I have a meeting, but I'm going to be co-streaming the day after for Fnatic Calming Call. You think I would miss Fnatic Calming Call?
Because
No
right now,
fucking
both of them
way.
have kind of gone through the ability to, the chance to play their technically hardest opponents.
Wasn't the Vitality
within
Fnatic game
their
supposed to be the
group,
first
and
one?
only is technically on paper getting easier for both.
Yeah, I think it was actually. Or at least it said that on VLR a while back. I don't know why though.
Can win against anyone, and you've got to be at the top of your game because obviously you're being prepared against, and you're being anti-stratted in every single instance. And I think it's
Nick on Nix, thank you for the 48 months.
People are still trying to figure out what
They changed it because of Euros.
Think, sure, Sunset is a map where many have thought they figured them out, but no one has yet. And with this time out, has got to show us that they've got a read and can get right back in the action.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy with all the patches coming in.
Source?
Coming in this, or sorry, not 9.0, 8.0.
Can I get a source?
Well.
There are a lot of patches.
Mate, even if Turkey does play today, what is fucking Yetajay playing centre back for them?
But slowing things back down, but again, with their
You just mean because the viewers won't watch Valorant?
Mid-control this time around, but look at the camera that we've actually seen spotted out this time from the side of Heretics.
Million Ants, thank you for the 25 months. That's funny as fuck if that's the reason though. Alright, Aftershock being thrown into market, putting a bit of pressure on Benjifishy's position, potentially breaking traps. Not going for the stun over towards A at the start of the round. I didn't actually watch to see what Heretics did at the beginning, even though I said that was important. Good work from Boo getting out of there. But now that the Paranoia's been used... Oh, he's been flash dizzied as well. Man, he is just a utility sponge. He's done a good job there, though. They can retake with Hunter's Fury if they want.
We have to keep in mind, this is an eco round here on the side of Foot with that spike initiated. Just waiting for the rest of the team.
They've been good at picking up Yetajay on the flank too. So Foot are going to try to challenge aggressively here as they go for the util. That's nice. Beautiful timing from Foot. They might still lose it, but that was a good idea. Yeah, they're still going to lose, but it was a nice try. Wait. Holy shit! He just killed all three of them at the end, and he even had time to reload. Oh my god. This game is an ultra banger already. They're just trying to put pressure on the guy with the sheriff because he can't trade, like he can't spray people down very well. So I don't mind it from Heretics, like running at the guy.
But then you look over towards the side of
I can't believe they didn't push him while he was reloading.
I'm glad we're getting to see this again because I was stuck on Woot's POV for a while. He got 3 kills.
Why was Woot not able to full swing it? Oh my god, we missed the beginning of the round. But they're going for the aggressive play here with the paranoia and the slides.
Doesn't find anyone, at least clears out A main for a bit.
Deeper aggression than we have seen before from Heretics. They're just waiting on the side of Foot, seeing if...
Yeah, they should have rescheduled the Euros. You're right, Super Polar Bear. Move the fucking Euros.
But that also says how close
people should be watching Heretics Foot instead. It'll be better than the Turkey game.
4-1 initially, 5-1 even. But every round has come straight down.
So they didn't really find anything off the back of that eco round play.
They're pushed onto this half buy.
So also, the reason that I really liked what Foot did there, where they fought aggressively in the post-plant, they waited until the first piece of util was used by the Heretics retake, and then they attacked. So they're not just randomly picking a timing or immediately going into post-plant aggression. They're waiting until the Heretics players have utility in their hands, and they don't have it to use as counter to the post-plant aggression. It's really nicely done. Oh no, I can't handle another Thrifty. Oh my god, Fallen got him. Benji, dealt with. Nice. Oi, oi, oi.
They're swinging the momentum back into their side on the side of Foot. For Heretics, I like the idea.
I don't follow football. Are the Euros teams the same as the World Cup teams? I mean, they don't have to be. You could make like substitutions compared to what you run a couple years later, but yeah, generally it's going to be the same like national squads. It's just that it only uses teams from Europe.
Pistol it is. And we see him yelling. He's yelling now. So that means
but it's not like there's a roster lock between Euros and the World Cup.
His team really feeds off of that.
But they tend to be very similar, yeah.
It's amazing how
just depending on whether some people retire or are injured or whatever.
Pay into the pacing that they can create in a match. how many rounds they can chain together.
I think the US should be allowed to play in the Euros. I agree, put them in our group.
Catching teams off the storm.
I'm happy to have them.
Take it a mile, and that's what makes them so damn difficult to play.
Yes.
3 wins in the Euros? Yes, please.
One of the highlight players of this roster.
Felix, thank you for the 10 months.
Used to call him the goat of Turkey. The reason why Turkish Jet got its name hasn't been as prevalent, but recently he's been brought back to life. And it's that energy within this FUT roster that you sort of feel the need to thank, you know, for seeing it coming alive.
It's been so cool, calm and collected as well. Just start for information over on this A site. FUT have done well to kind of counter the positioning that Heretics tried to play.
50 seconds. You've just spotted the majority of them over towards A. Boo's holding the crack angle of crack angles. He's out. And now, same question again here. If FUT use all of their utility getting into sight, Team Heretics are just going to flood defend against them. So, you've used Paranoia, you've used all of your breach utility. They have nothing left, man. They've got nothing left. They're just going to get retaken on. I don't understand why they had a better game plan on the eco round than they did on this rifle round. They just have such a disadvantage. Look, Woot still has both flashes and a fragment grenade. You don't need to use Woot's ult. FUT have already used all their utility. Oh, that's a nice swing, though. Maybe they can win this just by their rifling. Yet a J, another 1v3.
I can't believe that the world is going to be.
We've seen this one before, but it was Yedajay to come out on top.
Heretics.
And it seems that Rian's got the read. He's got the recon as well to tell the story.
Oh, Yedajay with another one! God, man, he's the only reason FUT are winning. He's the only reason.
With Heretics. And we saw the idea there from the Heretics side. They pulled back.
I don't
to go through. They were like, okay, let's sync back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bizarre clutch. Rians was so confident that Yedajay was going to swing him or jiggle him that he didn't want to res Woot. And he also didn't want to get half. It's very tough to play that from Rian's point of view.
So clean. So freaking clean.
Oh, God.
He's yelling now.
It's the energy we were talking about, right? And it forces a timeout here from Heretics.
Why Dart? He didn't know he was on. Because at that point, Rians needs to get half. The time is starting to tick.
Yeah, and they used 2 big ultimates in
and
the last round as well.
He's trying to just dart that area so that he can either get the information that he's playing there or be able to feel confident enough to get the half and then look over towards A lane. Josh, what if we completely bleach your mustache? I think it would just blend into my face. I tried doing it before, it doesn't look good.
But again, FUT have so many tools to work with going forward for the remainder of this half. Meanwhile, for Heretics, it's unlikely unless we see a really big pop-off round.
Yeah, and it's been so long there that in theory Rians could have stuck the defuse. And so Yedajay doesn't even need to peek until the recon dart comes out or there's another tap. So look at how Minibu's playing this now. He's fake running forwards and then he runs back, trying to bait out the breach stun and dodge it. So this is the adjustment that Heretics are making here over towards A. They're like non-committal, not fully taking the fight, but trying to bait out FUT's util. Do they get any free kills from the trips here? Oh yeah, on the wingman. Goomba stomped. CNED looks good. And the round's over. And suddenly, Yedajay wins 2 clutches and FUT are right back in this game. FUT have actually played...
Cracks will hope he gets this kill, as he will be finding himself the ult as well.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the better game, but I don't think that's actually true, because I think FUT is still struggling with dealing with the retakes over on A as well. It's just Yedajay bailing them out. But also Rians was bailing out Heretics at the beginning of the match as well, so that's the great thing about a game like this. There's plenty of good strategic stuff, but there's also plenty of ridiculous individual stuff as well.
You saw Heretics trying to flood back on, help out their teammates. Again, sure, it was just an eco round, but that's not what we're even used to seeing from a team like Heretics on their ecos.
Rians went 15-0 and now he's 0-4.
Yeah, but for Foot
They're
here.
walking into mid,
Beautiful
getting
chaos.
thrashed.
Coordinated.
Thrash gets broken. Foot have got to realize there's many players in mid there.
Boo couldn't stand the
That's kind of weird from Boo.
as well. The pivot seems quick. Miniboo looks at
No smoke down there to like make the angles easier for him to fight on. That's nice from Miniboo. Getting to see new neon value. Ooh. I mean, it's not. He's not looking like Jorgamo. He's not even looking like Mon yet. But that was like first flash of him getting, you know, really aggressive and confident. Yerejay in another 1v3. Don't say it, chat. Don't say it. It's not gonna happen.
But this round seems a little bit far-fetched.
I mean, this should be nearly impossible.
Yeah.
It would take a miracle or a big mistake from Heretics to actually have this 1v3.
I'm not saying that Miniboo is worse than Jorgamo, though. We've only seen him for 11 rounds. He might pull out some insane shit later.
I don't think they will. Miniboo is patient.
Vandal on LAN on the Neon seems stupid.
Great reaction time from them to change their play.
6-5. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree that, like, in theory, it seems like we should be going towards more of a Phantom meta, like with and against the Neon. But people just really like the Vandal, man.
That's where we're going to look into the second half to see a bit more of an appearance from Miniboo. It's not like he's playing badly by any means. But you're thinking about the Neon buffs coming through, you're like, okay, when's it going to start turning up? When's it going to start heating up for him?
Jorgamo has negative KD on Raze over his last 10 games.
Again, a lot expended in that last round. They're not going to have anything to work with. 4 of those big ultimates had been used up.
Did I say anything about his Raze?
Different approach towards that A main control on the side of Heretics. Cycle up those one-ways. Look at how much space they're giving. Mid left, completely empty aside from that camera.
Foot testing the waters. See if the temperature is to their liking.
What headphones are these? These are the, what are they called? The XM5s? MX5s? I can't remember. They're the...
Just watch the best PC build series on YouTube.
Chat, what are these called again?
XM5s,
yeah. Sony XM5. Thank you for the... Was that a dono or a bit? I missed what that was. Oh, it was Jorsner. Thank you for the 5 months. Had to resub for this experience. Yeah, my PC building skills, not good. So this is an unusual round by Foot. They've gotten themselves into a really deep position, but without most of the team. That's a crazy kill from Cracks. And Boo ulted into B main and died.
Gorgeous combination of utility there coming out from Foot and Heretics, but now in a 1v4. Spike planted. It's looking dire here for Foot.
Unless Woot can do something about it. Like we said,
I mean, a 1v4 here would be electric.
That Turkish GOAT title under his name. If he finds a 1v3 clutch here, he might get a little bit closer to it. But no, not this time. We're even Steven.
Oh yeah, sorry. I haven't co-streamed in forever. I forgot that I need to not run ads during the game.
The trip is just on the left, but there's a little bit of space to actually get that peek down, and Benji was just unfortunately caught unawares on the angle. See it in the replay here as well. Just the explosive.
I think Foot are doing a great job of adjusting to this, though.
Pressure was put over towards that A site, and a quick pivot to open things up.
Back to even ground.
Crayon, thank you for the 2 months. All right, welcome back everybody for the pistol. Rackstar, thank you for the gifted sub to Zakaruni as well. Alright, what's up? How's Miniboo's Neon looking? Pretty similar to how it did before, to be honest with you. Miniboo's trying to bait out some kind of play. 3 players stacked up. Not expecting them to be in that corner. Flash Dizzy to try to push them back. And Foot are completely in control of this angle.
No, but look
but Footer, you don't need to push. You're in a 5v4, you don't need to push this Foot. Please don't lose this round by over pushing A. Bruh. Just post 1 player up on the angle and rotate off. What the fuck are you doing?
Then you've got a camera for top mid. Market door closed here for Foot as well. I like this contact play.
Good positioning here from CNED to read the play.
Oh, good headshot through a wall.
do show their ground, but don't commit to the play. Instead, works over to this B side. There's a Cypher setup they need to be careful of.
Benji might be able to get like one shot off before... Oh no, he's not even holding it.
Teammates, their opponents to the chase here.
Paranoid to try to keep them back.
It's route to start move forwards.
The captain does not have... Sorry, I wasn't meaning Benji there. I was meaning Yedajay.
So he can keep on pushing his bullets through. Still a 2v3. Benji Fishy in trouble. And it seems that Foot are finding themselves the numbers and the distance. 20 seconds, Boo. The captain, all by himself, needs to find madness here. Cannot connect the headshot onto
Good pistol round from Foot. Apart from that over push over towards A.
A valiant effort, but Foot looking good on this defense. I love the walk up towards A. Unexpected.
Any maps you would still run Raze over Neon with the new patch? Yeah, if my Neon wasn't very good.
Miniboo didn't even check the left side when he got shot out. He was just
I
like,
think,
okay,
I think this meta might end up being that if you have a god tier Neon, you play Neon. But if your duelist player isn't that comfortable on it, it's still super viable to just play Raze. Pavlos and Ash are the casters.
Going into this season of VCT, where you kind of guarantee some of that economy.
Ash is pretty often on the analyst desk, and Pavlos has been casting for many years, but not many matches.
Sort of an A take here, which sort of is illustrated by Cracks making his move towards B. They will be backing out for now. And the thing is, they haven't
this meta seems really good right now.
A pistol win. Yeah, right. Foot has been the team to do that.
What makes you believe Heretics are winning champs? I think they have a very skilled roster with an extremely deep strat book. I think they've got experience now in losing in groups, making it to a grand finals, you know, like getting their feet under them. They have extremely good structure and ability to lean on individual skill when it matters. And I think that they also just have a good read on the meta currently. I mean, maybe not currently, because who knows how the meta is going to adjust. But this year, the meta has been much more about being very active on the defense side, and that really has been defined by teams like Heretics. Oh, that stun. Wait, that stun is nasty. That stun is gorgeous. That feels like another situation where maybe Miniboo could have worked a slide in there, but not needed. Actually, maybe he only got the slide back after he killed one of them. I'm not 100%.
One, considering weapons have already been collected by Heretics. I feel like this round is already over, but at least they're going to give it an good old college try. Oh, Miniboo rates the turn. 9-degree comeback for him. And this puts Ada Captain on the hot seat, and my oh my, is it burning his back. Tries to read a flank as well. Realizes that Benji Fisher could be nearby, but this wastes more time of his clock,
what an eco round for them to get. That stun was beautiful from Miniboo. Absolutely beautiful.
Talking about a sheriff round for them, and they just succeeded in getting it.
What a way to pivot that round, though, into the favor of Heretics.
There's plenty of teams that could win champs, though. It's just my hot take is it's going to be Heretics.
Able to get so up close and personal and follow up on his own Neon utility there as well.
I mean, it definitely made people identify with teams that otherwise they wouldn't have identified with. So it was good in a marketing sense, but it also was just fucking useless. Like, it felt so fake because the teams never were actually from those cities or had anything to do with those cities, really.
So what we're trying to see here from Heretics only allows for short land grabs, but nothing more than that.
If you had a system where, I don't know, where it actually made sense to run people out of certain cities, then yeah, I think it would hook some casual fans in, but why would you? It doesn't really work in an esports context.
Opting for this push and pull over towards this A site consistently. Benji's just around the corner.
Do they get the spot on this? Whoa, good info from Benji. Didn't tap the cam though to clear that.
Miniboo tries to go after him, but he knows he can't go too deep, else he'll be unassisted. It could risk dying alone.
Waiting for the flash to come through as well. Backs off based on the breach stun and the paranoia. So now Heretics still have quite a bit of utility to get in. No, they don't actually. Sorry, I thought they still had. I thought they still had a flash to work with. They're gonna recon, slide, and then the others are supposed to trade out. You know, I don't think that would have worked if Foot had rifles. Oh my God, Cena just caught that in his mouth. That was like the fucking snitch.
Yedij is so behind right now, though. They have to sync up here on short.
And that's exactly what they've done. Hand in hand for this.
No real weapons, but no real health for Heretics. Definitely winnable. Good swing from Benji off Rian's contact.
Without Cena there to assist. And this round can be called over at this point. This is Heretics looking at gaining their advantage yet again, getting the lead.
See, your references are super horny. I'm trying to keep it PG-13 out here.
Yeah, that's a bunch of hopium right there.
Well, I mean, he's really just trying to do as much damage. He's keeping them around here as well.
Yeah, potentially all three of them will die to the explosion.
Good morning, Charles Serial.
That's not too shabby.
This doesn't really make a difference for the... Oh, they survive.
To the tally, and that's 8-7. Heretics find the lead.
Heretics? Has Pavlos been pronouncing it like that the whole time? Heretics?
But we see the ideas. Again, I feel like the utility coming out from Foot has still been superb. They delayed for so long with Heretics trying to push in. But the plan from Heretics, once they saw that 3 players had walked down, I love that pivot.
I mean, that's how you would pronounce the word heretical.
And run them down on that A site when they knew
it's not super crazy.
They had the advantage in those weapons, and that they could win it out purely because of that economic difference.
Alright, looking to try to break the OP shock. Trip, sorry. Oh, Miniboo can hear the trip, but he doesn't really know where it is. Alright, they've broken them both. So no free kills off the back of this. And Miniboo's going to try to get a little aggressive to get in front of the retake utility. Gets caught. I mean, had no safe space to play there, Miniboo, once he's pushed up that deep. No free kill off the trip, and the showstopper's so good here at pushing them back and getting a free half. They're just going to get a free stick off it. That's a lovely retake. That is a lovely retake. Good smoke on top of the box. Good mosh on the left-hand side. Great showstopper. Good usage of getting straight onto that diffuse. Great stuff from Foot. Lovely.
Makes it that much more difficult to fight for that control. And that's also why you see it's so important on those B plants to often have that late lurker towards mid to try and find those backstabs, maintain a lot of that space, and pressure that retake.
Yeah. Both of these teams are looking good.
Back and forth. None of these teams are actually finding any comfort, and it's making this to be quite the exciting game. Let's see if Heretics change their approach a little bit. So far, same old, but maybe they can make it work this time around. They've done the exact same thing twice, but this time Mr. Fallen finds an early kill. Not having Benji Fisher
Miniboo trying to do the same thing again.
Miniboo needs to check his left-hand side corner. He doesn't stun out.
What are you doing?
Mr. Fallen, and Yedij seizes the opportunity
What
to
was
come out
that?
from the shadows. He's done great with this, but Yedij somehow still alive. Very
It looked like he beefed the movement and he was trying to tuck into where Woot is playing.
Mr. Fallen making it look as simple as ever.
I'm so confused. I think Heretics are really struggling in these post plants. They obviously want to disrupt the retakes from Foot, but I don't know what Miniboo's doing on the site.
Just disrespecting a lot of positions.
He looks a bit lost.
Expecting them to actually be peeking from.
There's multiple things that they could try to do, right? They could try to flash into Boba. That's pretty risky. They could try to take market control. That's a little easier. They could try to take market control as Benji Fishy late lurks up mid. That's a lot easier.
And you really can't ask for much more.
You know,
all you need is to see that reaction.
When CNED is yelling, you know.
Yeah, Foot looks really prepped. Foot looking good.
We have to remember, Pavlos, this team started out this map 5-1 into the lead. They end the half 6-6. So that means Foot, they've garnered so much of this momentum. It's been a bit more back and forth though.
Why do all these players just yell every round? Because their adrenaline's pumped up. Because they're week of practice and all of their preparation is building to have their max performance in this one moment.
About Heretics in their timeouts as well is that it's not always that Heretics will go
if they didn't care, that would be bad.
They're not necessarily going to always just completely pivot their plan. You also see them taking it as an advantage of, okay, they're going to expect us to change something, but let's go back to maybe what we've been doing before, slowing things down, and the recipe that had been working earlier on.
Miniboo looks like Sadak's Neon.
A little bit, but
yeah, a little. I mean, it looks like old Miniboo's Neon. It doesn't look really that different. I wouldn't say it looks like Sadak's, because the big difference to me is Miniboo's got, the team has got a lot more set utility to set up Miniboo, and he's very good at timing it perfectly. But I don't see that same individual flair that the best Neons have at the moment. But to be honest, we haven't seen all of... We haven't seen everyone that could be good on Neon play Neon yet. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Alright, what's the plan here? So they recon in, Boo dies. But you know now that both initiators are on the flank. That's actually really good information because it means you're not about to be retaken. Right? They're going to put pressure on you in B main though here. I think B main's a horrible position to hold because you're going to run into the breach stuns, breach flashes, dizzies. Like B main here looks horrible. And they have 3 players. Miniboo gets cleared on site as well. This is horrible. It is a nice idea from Foot this round of sending initiators put pressure at B main. That's another really great retake idea. But the way that Heretics are adjusting to what Foot are throwing at them is very poor. Putting 3 players B main after Boo's already told you that both initiators are on the flank is just straight up wrong. They abandoned Miniboo on site. They need to be... When you know that both initiators are on the flank, you have a massive utility advantage if you fight forwards. So taking a fight into market, into Boba, and pushing with almost all of your team, maybe just leaving 1 player behind, is a way better game plan. They're really struggling right now. I don't know who's... I mean, I guess the blame would have to be on Boo. Oh my god, they're sending it down mid. But yeah, this is very poor from Heretics in post. Good kill from Rians.
And even though losing quite a few rounds in a row here won't stop him any further, they're going in.
Grenji, thanks for the 28 months. Bit of a team flash there, actually. But yeah, Foot crunching him. Spike is committed. Oh, nice ult. How did that hit? CNED runs forwards thinking that they'll be distracted, but he gets caught. Foot maybe themselves getting dragged into a bad fight there. The flash play ended up being pretty good, even though that seems overcommittal. But then certainly CNED fighting again at the end. At some point, you've probably just got to let them get the spike because the map geometry is just so much more difficult to push through there.
They might have just gone a little bit too far forwards there. Yeah, you've committed the Rolling Thunder, and they thought they should go in further.
Jorgamo clears your Neon Wonderboy Heretics fanboy. Yeah, he does at the moment.
I like the play. It was just that.
I'm hoping we see more from Miniboo, but at the moment, I would agree.
Flash coming out from Mr. Fallen as well. Maybe you didn't expect all those players to be playing so far.
Cracks missed his dizzy flash over mid in the beginning.
By Foot. They know it's going to be a plant towards this A site.
I missed that.
And again, there is going to be the trip watching the flank, so they have to go towards top mid.
I mean, in situations like this, maybe you see a save, but no. Cracks and Kaplan, no, they've got money for days.
The whole team has money for days. This is a much more important round here for Heretics.
It is indeed, and they can't lose any guns. If they can make this clean, survive with all 3, it would be
this would have to be Foot pulling off individual brilliance to win this round. Certainly possible. Maybe not without Yeta J.
It's Rians and Boo grouped up together here. Can they make it work? A crossfire maybe coming out from Boo. Hasn't shown his ground just yet onto the spike. The spray down from Reens is good enough. Cracks has got to deal the killing blow onto 3 and end up with a spike diffusal.
Honestly, getting weapons out of them here is a win from Foot's perspective. Oh! Wow, he had the tiniest little corner to hide in.
gun in play.
All right, well, that helps their economy a bit, but very, very
Having
expensive.
that plan to whittle them down economically. Then you look towards what we have to work with. Of course, again, we're going to see the replay of this mid-aggression. It was a great Rolling Thunder. I mean, so much utility was just dumped from both sides. It was really scrappy, a big firefight at the end of the day.
One tap, headshot, guys, headshot.
Yeah, Valorant doesn't have very many rounded corners. It has some. Like, it has, like, circular pillars in spots, but most things are pretty squared off.
Thing about Neon
Or diagonal.
As quickly as it goes in, he can just drop back.
Love the one way though, just again to deny that shot.
As for why, don't know.
All that utility was expended. You had the paranoia.
Map design is not my speciality.
Here from Foot. But look at the rotation already.
Ooh. Good drone. I wonder if we'll get to see the overdrive for Mini here. Because Heretics might want to.
What? CNED lined them both up. That's so ridiculous.
CNED. He's got the assistance of the flashes, which deters
Now,
Heretics
intelligent there from Foot, though, they realized that they were screwed if they just stayed in that position. They had to force a fight there, because otherwise they're going to get caught by flash, stun, slide. But Foot are pretty consistently finding quicker timings than Heretics to do things. Oh, the gap.
The trigger could have been his kill. Boo. Gets him Moss fall in sightline. One flash remaining for them. They've got to make it work out to the open, but Heretics is still alive with all three. The rotation.
Oh, what?
But it doesn't even matter.
Okay. CNED might be able to win this with his ult. He could ult over the top. I think if you ult over the top of default here, it splashes and kills the player. All good. Just aim it at the ground, I guess. Riens versus Yerejay. Sorry, Riens versus Yerejay. The two people who have been most, you know, like clutch, winning rounds based off individualism, and Riens gets this one. He lost a very important 1v1 to Yerejay earlier on.
He has been so
Gets one back.
cold in these 1vx situations. The difference maker here for Heretics over and over again. Up to 27 and 9 in that scoreline.
The perfect player.
But
Made in a fucking lab.
The way he's just able to micro in these cases, like knowing that Yerejay was going to go and trek towards Jenny, the awareness to know that that flank was incoming.
Beautiful crosshair placement.
Finally, Riens is able to win a clutch against Yerejay. And it might have been the most important moment to do it as well, right? He keeps their hopes alive and doesn't allow Foot to run
Same
away
B
with
exec?
this ever close.
Shock to break the trip. No, they're just making sound in B main.
Rifles everywhere and double digits for
Okay.
each of the teams.
Stalemate 10 to 10. Smoke towards top mid to deny the angle right now. Foot though. They've got a great setup here. Add a captain on top of the box over towards market.
Heretics haven't really done anything through here on their attack side. But I don't think now would be the round for it. The round seems like
Hello, Mr. Ball Eggman.
send it
Hope
with
you are well.
obviously anti-KO setup being played here in this round.
Eluding them for being tremendous with the retakes there.
If they see the Cypher, they might just send it into the Cypher though.
Do what works best. Pressure from Mini.
I'm not sure what Heretics' game plan is in this round. They're just defaulting and taking map control, but they haven't actually taken elbow. Look at this. This is really good from Yerejay. Reclearing this instantly is going to allow people to stack B. They've got the read here. Perfect play from Yerejay. Don't break that. Don't break that. Don't let them know. Oh, he ran into it. It's fine. They're execing already. Oh, broke the trip. Oh, and Wu just entries. Damn. Damn, it looked kind of nice from Foot, but one player gets caught by the Sova ult, and then one player loses the fight on site, and it's over.
A 1v4 here, Yerejay knows that he has to save. You look at the money situation on the side of Foot. Keeping this rifle would be the difference maker between Ada Captain having and not having a weapon into the next round.
Cousin It, thank you for the 18 months.
Back into the hands of
I avoided the British heat
push.
wave.
Things
Is it?
were a little bit scary.
Is it actually hot in Britain?
Starting to stack over towards that B site. But again, so much of that utility from Heretics was saved up into this round. Foot had to expend a little bit more as they went searching for
Retro
that
Shinks, thank you for the
early
prime.
on. And they're just able to dump it.
It's like 28, 26 degrees. Christy Adu, thank you for the 17 months. To be honest, it does feel a lot worse in the UK because no houses are built with AC. When you don't have air conditioning, it doesn't have to get that warm for it to feel horrible. And why would you build anything with AC in the UK? Because it never gets that hot.
And the timeout to be called here for Foot.
Yeah, the humidity is pretty high as well.
A big part of that round win was the zoning that Reans was able to provide with the Hunter's Fury there as well to kind of funnel them into the crosshairs of the remaining of the Heretics players. But it's always very
humid in the UK anyway, but it's normally cold, so you can't really tell because cold air holds less water.
The grand finals of playoffs. The top 2 teams right now within our region at VCT EMEA.
All right, so Heretics have just won a few really big rounds, even though Foot are getting a good idea of what to do. The refight through elbow on round 20 was really good. Yedaj's push out in round 21 was good as well. Gaius is fucking either destroying them or building them up with an impassioned speech. I have no idea which.
Gaius looks frustrated right now. We know that he has a lot of energy that he likes to throw in there when he's making
in terms of tactical adjustments, or rather strategic adjustments that Foot could make, I think the previous round they had people in hard anchoring positions. What they could do is just try to run retake setups, like just flood retake against them. The B retakes were working really, really well. So anchoring B, I don't think is going to be that good. Even if you have the read, like Yedaj tells you, they're going B, you kind of don't want to stack it. You want to stack people in like Boba and Market and get ready to immediately flood retake. Because it's just better for your comp, and Heretics are struggling to play post plants properly.
That's the only trip Yedaj had to play with there as well.
But that's the only strategic adjustment I can think of making, because apart from that, it feels like Foot are getting really good advantages.
Foot have transitioned mostly onto that B site, but the silence caused caution.
It's me, Sassy.
Keeping their defenses wide.
I mean,
it's me, Sassy, Tombiz, Durka. Safe when he had a haircut.
We saw a lot of those rounds, a couple of them at the very least, where that tiles control was garnered there by CNED. They have more.
They're leaving A for full retake in this round as well. Just relying on the Thrash, Breach Util, Paranoia.
Can it be used to perfection here? Shocked
Where is
up.
that going?
That's cool.
Okay.
Looking to break the trip.
Second trip used.
Will it deter Foot from
or the pullback trip? I'm not sure actually. He might have just pulled that one back.
Mini Boo looking to take this fight. Paranoia, this actually is huge. I think it catches all 3 of the attackers from that area. Delays them a little bit.
Yeah, and why is Ada Captain in an anchor position again? I think Foot are misplaying this. It really, really looked good when Foot were instant flood defending. Or not flood defending, but like doing a set retake as soon as Heretics got onto site and planted. But now they keep, like, Ada Captain was just fucked here on site, and then the others are attempting to throw utility, but as soon as Ada Captain dies that early, your attempt to flood is not going to work. Am I the Johnny Sins of Valorant? I'm not even gonna use that setup for a punchline, because it would just be egregious as a clip on Twitch. Not wrong though. Listen, Jaws knows. He couldn't walk straight for a week.
At that point in time. Yeah, sure, you can argue something about exit frags, but it doesn't matter when Foot are dwindling.
This is exactly like the time they played during kickoff.
Something together and scrap it together for this round. But it's tight. It has to
I can't remember what their
one
match was like during
for
kickoff
Foot
on
if
Sunset.
They want the best chance of taking this to overtime.
At least they've got guns going for them. At least that's something.
They are in. The EMEA replay team doing the same shit that we get, where they miss the first 5 seconds of the round.
Forces Mini Boo out out into the open, but doesn't matter because he's
Miniboo is farming on the entry, but he's not really using new Neon. He's just entering as if he's playing old Neon.
With 2 foot players remaining, Yedajay and Mr. Fallen, the protege and the captain. Can they make it work?
I like that angle. That angle that Woot is holding on, I think, baits people into wide swinging Miniboo and dying. Yeah, look. You're so thinking about elbow and that back box, you don't think about Miniboo's spot. Yedajay with another 1v3 though? Or 1v4?
Is really putting the pressure on. Can he reach them? Heretics aren't giving him an inch. Not budging out of their corners, hiding for as long as possible. Heretics looking to make Sunset their own. Yedajay on the spike, a desperate effort, a Hail Mary boost wings out, and that's
wow. I think I'd be very disappointed as Foot there, because they looked like they could have really won this game. I think they were up 10-9 and lost 4 rounds in a row, right? I think Foot had a fantastic read about what to do. Obviously, Rien slaughtered them at the beginning of the map, but then Yedajay brought it back with a couple of massive clutches. And then it was a really back and forth game, but I don't think Heretics ever solved B post plant. And for some reason, Foot just kept trying to hard anchor the sites instead of going for the retake strats that were working previously. Unfortunate. I think they made an adjustment that ended up hurting them there. But yeah. Alright, shit. I was supposed to order some food during this break, and I'm not sure it's going to arrive in time, but I gotta eat. You know, your boys gotta eat. What should I order, though? What's a good place to get a breakfast burrito around here? Oh, I know. I'm not going to tell you guys. You'll use it to triangulate my position. But that is a great breakfast burrito. With some soy rizzo in it as well. Because I'm a little soy boy. Do I want anything else? I don't think so. You know what? I'm going to throw in another thing too, because I'm just going to be staying in my room today. So, oh my god, my mouth is just watering. Absolutely watering. Is it Leo or Hero this week? I haven't heard anything, so I'm assuming it was Hero. But I don't know for sure. Dude, it's going to take 30 to 45 minutes. I might as well... That's going to be like right in the middle of the next map. I might as well... Wait? No, I'm hungry. I'm not going to wait. Yeah, okay. We're going to order the food. Wait! Shit. What card did I put it on? Yeah. Wrong one. Okay. Yo, what's up? What's up? Do you think Alpha will be Fnatic's Neon player? I have no idea. I have no idea. I think, first of all, Fnatic are probably not going to go in that direction because they're normally a little late to get onto new meta stuff. But maybe this is so obvious that they do. But if they do, I would assume it's Durka. Because Durka's only really played Sentinel in the chamber meta. And I think if Alpha goes onto Neon, I don't know how exactly they're going to set up their team comps. Was Miniboo better on new Neon? Honestly, I don't think so. There were a couple moments, like maybe 2 moments, where I feel like he utilized new Neon, but he mostly looked like he was playing it like old Neon. Which is not bad, obviously. He's like still a really good player, but it doesn't it doesn't look like he's out there, you know, with the potential to dominate and take over a game individually like Giacomo Moniet do. Maybe they didn't touch up Neon on Sunset, but it's not about having different ideas. It's about the way that you're like using the sideways and backwards movement. It's about the way that you're using the slides in combination with the stuns and the walls. I think one of the other things to keep in mind though is that Heretics are a very tactical team, which means there's a lot of their execs and rounds where Miniboo has to save a stun or a wall for something specific. Like, if they go into their B exec, he needs to have that wall. If they go into a mid-reclear on defense, he's got to have a stun. So if he's using them willy-nilly to try to get a pick early on in the game, what I mean is he's disincentivized to use his abilities as fluidly as Giacomo, because they have more tactics that require the abilities, you know. Like being an Omen, and like you don't want to paranoia someone and teleport onto them if you need the paranoia for the retake or you need the paranoia for the site exec or something. Sometimes there's pieces of utility that are too important to just throw out there. And I think Jorg has the freedom to play very loosely within the EG system, and Miniboo has to play a bit more of a piece in the puzzle. But I was still hoping for more from Miniboo. I'm just shooting him a bit of bail there. X-Runner, thank you for the prime. And I agree, DJ Skeptical. It did look like he missed the extra stun, the way that Miniboo wants to play. But again, that makes more sense for a tactics-based team. They would want an additional stun. Do you think the Neon shift allows for Deadlock to fit into the meta with the sensors being much better against a fast push versus contact? Well, Cypher is just insanely good against that as well, Hockey Fam. But if you run Cypher and Deadlock, yeah. But if you're going to pick between one or the other, I think I would still prefer the Cypher.
Teams of what they wanted to do, and they were able to close that one out, but this could have perfectly gone.
Am I going to buy a
OT.
Team Heretics jersey?
No.
Well, let's be realistic. We started this out not just with pistol wins, but let's talk about the 15-0 player on the board, right?
Yeah.
That injection of rounds that you get at the very start ends up coming back to win them the game, essentially. Add to that, they lose second half pistol.
You can slide under the trips, though, and if you lower them, you can jump them. I think this was somewhere
that we saw them truly challenged. But again, their Sunset's just too strong on Heretics.
But on the other side, yes, they had all of those clutches. Rians was having an amazing day.
Am I getting one guide? I didn't even realize that was a thing.
We're starting to be so strong.
You can slide underneath the
so quickly into what they needed to do.
Hip height trips.
Run the clock down, how they were going to be faking and giving.
I think my chat's lying to me, but I don't know. I haven't tested that.
Prioritizing the kills over getting the spec down.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Rians, he just has such a nice start on this.
I need to see a video to believe that.
Through, with the kills, with the clutches. I saw a tweet just now on our tag board in the break where it
just
said,
hold B and you can army crawl under them. Ah, wonderful, wonderful.
And when someone like Rians,
I'm always getting one guide, Mimi.
Stop that bleeding, stop that.
You can't slide under them, you got one guide.
This is the kind of performance I expected from Rians.
Why do people lie on the internet, man? They want me to repeat that on a broadcast. They should be countering this by sliding underneath it. And then people are omega lolling that I got baited.
For a long time as being a team of individuals, they could do so much, they could win clutches, they could do all this. And in this year,
just use your Woodmaker hook and you can get over. Did you just call Widowmaker Woodmaker? How horny pilled are you? How much Rule 34 content have you been consuming that you called Widowmaker Woodmaker? Woodmaker? What have you been doing in Blender with those models, Mimi?
Easy choice today. Breeze is out of the map pool. They don't need to ban it again, but still they decided to go for Icebox again.
Woodmaker? I hardly know her.
I would love to hear from guys what is it that he saw that,
fucking hell.
made him leave it open and leave this as a possibility. But now, as we're moving on to a split, I'm very excited to see what they have prepared.
I feel like we're just living in a time loop. I cannot get out of this time loop of teams not banning Sunset and then losing, and then the next team not banning Sunset.
To be honest, though, I'm not mad at all about Foot not banning Sunset, because Foot had some fantastic game plans there. They just failed to stick the landing at the end.
Team on that map, the clutches were coming, it was crazy, and he is somebody I definitely will look towards too as we head to split.
Yeah, especially because of what you're saying.
All right, the estimated arrival of my food is in 30 minutes,
amazing. I think
which means it's definitely going to be right in the middle of this map. I think I'm actually really interested to see Heretics play on split.
I mean, Mitch, as we
because
split, is it time to get weird? Is this where we can see some cool new
we didn't
things?
really get to see them play split properly during Shanghai.
I feel like every map we go into, I feel that, but show me an ISO, you know?
Apparently Heretics play something wild here. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. I mean, the most standard thing to play would be their old composition, but honestly, I think Neon on this map would work quite nicely. Do you remember Gambit used to run a Neon comp on this map? I think it might be a little worse without the second stun on split, though. Yo, they're playing Neon ISO. I mean, I could see Woot just destroying on ISO. But
it cannot be any other way with Miniboo on that Neon. What do you make of this, Mitch?
I think we just go to the next series. I'm excited for the next next
match. Yeah, I mean, you've got really nice synergies between the Neon and the Breach. You've got stun, like you've got stun dash to get map control. Miniboo entries for Woot to kill, and Woot should be able to just mop up. It's worse at retaking, but it still has like some good trap plays that you can run off cam contact with stun and paranoia, and it's still all right at retaking too, because you're still going to have paranoia, breach utility, Neon wall that is like breaking crossfires. I think it's kind of cooking.
They haven't even taken a map off of them. They have to start doing that here because Pavlos.
What do you do with the vulnerable? I mean, the vulnerable on a site exec for the Neon to follow up on seems good. I think also the vulnerable seems good on split for giving like priority B main control even. You could stand in hell and throw a vulnerable on defense. This is, you stand in hell, throw the vulnerable towards B main, and your B main player is just going to own B main at the beginning of the rounds. That's going to be so difficult to contest.
You have that opportunity because we did see Vut on that duelist beforehand on split last time around. Miniboo wasn't there.
I think this might be cooking a little. We'll see.
The Rays, but this is a big swap.
This is quite the difference.
Holding there for the dizzy. How did he just kill 3 people? Chat, how did he just kill 3 people? Is this really what we're going to see? Average Woot play? He just swung them with a shield and popped 3 of their heads. He wasn't even shooting the... He wasn't even doing the aim labs routine.
Both players on Heretics playing together, but it's going to make it really difficult for CNED to actually get back in tune here with Ada Captain.
All Ada Captain is delay them a little bit.
Nade though from CNED. It's a little bit whiffy from both of them. Wow. Nice little one-way for CNED to play with. That's kind of sick. What a nice idea from Ada Captain there. Throw the one-way, and it's good for you to defend, but then also there's a gap when CNED... Oh, he got the vulnerable too. The fucking crazy part is he got the vulnerable, but he was hitting headshots anyway.
It's ESO. It's just dirty.
That's a sick idea though from CNED and Ada Captain in the post plan.
I hear it going both ways.
ESO?
But
who the fuck says ESO?
For Foot.
I hear it going both ways.
Very different look though. The aggression already mounted for that B main control, and Miniboo's just continuing forward.
Yeah, I mean the fact that you can just take peaks like that with such bravado.
If the gap wasn't on purpose, it should be in the future, Tib.
We thought this hero would be This agent rather would be played a lot more.
This hero. Overwatch pilled.
Himself to the back of the site, but it's Boo to find the shot. I think he just peeked out
now,
of the smoke for just a second. Benji Fishy is able to
there's no smoke in heaven, but
it seems the superiority
thankfully didn't matter too much. What? What is this by Woot? Wait, he's got shield and he's got ult. Oh my god, and Miniboo's got a freebie on Yedajay. No fucking way they're winning this. And now Miniboo just runs at them. All Woot has to do is stay alive. I mean, he wins it anyway, but even if he hadn't, Miniboo was about to get the kill. How are they winning? How are they winning? Hello, Yustef. What's up?
And well played too, because they know Spike was down over towards
now, why did they not have a smoke in heaven? What is Adacapting smoking at the start of the round that he doesn't have 2 for the exit?
I like the workaround there because he gets the
yeah, second round ult is fucking bonkers. It is quite a cheap ult though. It's only 7 points.
Now find themselves on an eco. They've only got the pistols to work with. No bonus in sight.
You're just going to constantly see Heretics taking fight after fight, space after space on different sides of the map.
Heretics are stupid for not abusing Woot on ISO all the maps. Maybe they will. If this works and they wipe the floor with everybody in EMEA, they might start changing comps elsewhere too. Look at that vulnerable. Look at these vulnerables. Vulnerable with the aftershock and the stun. It doesn't get any kills though because nobody can really follow up, but look at that angle, man. He's throwing the vulnerable from this position through here, and you could stun like this and then send the neon in. I mean, you might end up still dying as Miniboo because there's just too many people, but the potential to get vulnerables through walls on this map seems really strong.
Is it going to be enough? Given that there's 2 players holding the sight line, not going to be an easy endeavor.
A high-low too.
Just to complicate the affair, why not? It's Benji Fishy to make it work. Iso shows his presence again. It's Woot. That is just showing off at this point.
I can't believe we're getting Heretics and Iso. It's so much fun. I feel like I'm. Oh my god.
Comfortable start. Looking so good as well. Again, stealing away that round with the thrifty in the second. And for the side of foot, we're gonna see how they look to adapt, because again, Heretics, with the fact that
me and Brent should do a cast where we deliberately mispronounce everything in unusual ways.
That extra ability to go for these more
we call Shandy like Zand.
Go for those early engagements, and it's been panning out so well.
A lot of danger pings towards that right-hand side of the map.
Like the Mimi and Ender cast? Yeah, I mean, at the end of Stage 2, there are going to be some useless games in Americas. Just with teams that have been mathematically eliminated from playoffs playing against each other.
Right, you've got Rians alongside Miniboo, and where they're fighting a little bit more forward, then you've got that.
Oh, we could do the whole thing in a transatlantic accent.
One of the great things with Neon is that
we could bring back the transatlantic cast.
The omnipresent on the map. Make it
oh, that would be fun, actually. That would be fun.
But they've been playing in silence for a little bit, only just now revealing themselves to Boo. Now the question
that's a defense smoke from Boo.
Pushing towards this B site or wrapping into vents instead. The paranoia is
that's a good paranoia.
For Boo, and I think it's just perfect. Miniboo, Dizzy
they're stunning to try to follow up on this.
And it's for good reason. Can't budge an inch.
I actually think a vulnerable might even reach through there. Woot didn't use it, but I think a vulnerable would reach all the way. It would. It would. He just used one, but he's too late. Good kill for Benji. God, Benji is so good.
Make it a triple, make it extravagant. Now Foot trailing behind with 2, with the 3 Heretics players.
Teleport up top to try to get the spike back. Do they know Adacaptain's top? I don't think they do at all. They might die to Adacaptain here. Oh, Adacaptain dropped off. That's a crazy round from Benji Fishy. But yeah, the vulnerable goes so far. Woot is in A heaven and he can throw vulnerables into male in B heaven. That's crazy. But yeah, Benji Fishy
quite clinical
looking amazing
on
in that
defense
spot.
right now with Heretics. They're playing very much so the strengths of their composition.
I think it's everyone's just a little bit excited seeing this new way of playing. Well, it's not really new way of playing. It's just players feeling
So they're fighting over B main. But what did they use? They just used a smoke. That's it. They didn't use paranoia. They didn't use stun even. They've just been given B main for free. And then Yedaji just walked in expecting Woot to only be looking up here. Trying to take a timing on an eco round.
It wouldn't be too bad. Blinded. Seen it close by. He's got players to work with.
Oh, the nade breaks the shield. Vulnerable all the way up through this. These vulnerables look so good on this map. Oh, there's another one. It's just vulnerable to all of them.
Oh, wow. Woo's just got it all covered. Now, it has to be a little bit more careful.
The shield does not survive very long in pro play. What the fuck is that zoom in?
That's something that they need to keep an eye on. Benji Fishy
Benji's
that smoke
destroying them.
for himself. It's gorgeous. It's perfect. Being edible.
If that zoom was a little smaller, I think it cooks, but it was too big.
At least has a closer angle to work with here, but this story has already been written. The spike, yeah, it's in the ground.
It's pretty hard though to get good zoom features on telestrators.
Minibu holding that angle just makes it more complicated for the captain to deal with. I mean, if he manages to get himself to the B site, he does have from the shadows available.
Yeah, but Boo's just sitting there right now, like it's not happening.
No, it really isn't. So we choose to go back into the A site again, give it a good old college try. Obviously, this is the eco foot, not much expected of it, but Heretics
very nice, very nice.
With it, and maybe the ult orbs as well.
This is giving Super Team Fnatic vibes where you have 3 to 4 potential fraggers on different roles.
On the side of
Yeah, it kind of is. Except it's different because we knew that Fnatic was a super team. We didn't know that all of these players were going to be at this level. People were hyped up about Woot, but people were not as hyped about Minibu or Rien's.
This is the greatest chance they'll have.
Like, they thought they were good, but they didn't think they'd be like some of the best in the world kind of players.
Mr. Fallen has been left behind towards B main.
Alright, well there's a good way of punishing the ISO.
Aggressive. And the nano, well, the neural theft reveals the approach as well.
Dropping down, but a quick pivot over towards this A site. The flash, good here.
That's not true, Golson. That's some revisionist shit by EMEA Tier 2 fans. We always knew that the EMEA Tier 2 people would be the best in the world.
Trying to keep himself alive and well to be able to shoot his gun, being able to step aside the stun. Benji Fishy will have to try.
Everybody who follows and watches Tier 2 gets excited about Tier 2 prospects. That doesn't mean they all end up being the best in the world.
But can Boo and Minibu, the brothers, make it work?
You've also got the Rolling Thunder coming in here with that plant for Mr. Fallen as well.
I really don't like that zoom that they're using.
To make it work, Minibu will make his ground.
It needs to be smaller. It's going off screen.
Cracks reads it, and all of a sudden it's the captain on the hot seat. Difficult position to be in, but finds the first one. Blinded.
Nice kill. Is there any chance? Nah, good swing. Good swing. Good swing.
And Foot find their way on the board yet again.
They stopped the bleeding for now on the side of Foot, but again, it's been difficult.
Narrate is fantastic. You're absolutely correct, Steph. Narrate's outrageously good. There was a lot of hype around Narrate as well. I think there was more hype around Narrate than there was around, you know, like Minibu or something. But I think Narrate has been better than Minibu. Maybe not better than Woot.
Showstopper in the Rolling Thunder to work with, but you also have cycled back up to that ISO ultimate in the hands of Woot. We saw how well it worked. Early on.
Former US President Woodrow Wilson here. TZH is the best player in the world. What the hell are we watching? This vulnerable looks good as well. Oh, he was ulting, sorry. Oh. No way! Saved CNED from being killed by Benji and then lose the duel? Bro, the insane anti-synergy. You couldn't have cooked up a worse play. They couldn't have scrimmed a worse play.
And the depths.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Heretics need to swim.
Wait, they're still winning?
Pretty good swimmers. And they get themselves out of a very dangerous situation. The only thing that enabled, but the gap has been closed. They move up together, and the flash is still available. Put up against the walls.
Wow, they just owned them.
In a matter of seconds,
they had so much space on the map there. They were in control of all of this area, and they had elbow. The counter stun from Mr. Fallen into elbow was quite nice, but they didn't actually swing it.
When Miniboo and Reans were tied up.
I need to improve the quality too. For some... This does not feel like it's in 1080p. Why has the quality gone down? Look at the fucking quality of this. It's terrible.
But the fact that this pans out so nicely in the favor
Who just owned the bitrate on Twitch?
It's crazy how they made that work, and you can see the disappointment in the heads of Foot right now, and the faces of them. It's not looking bright. That was a round that should be guaranteed. They had very important utility by the end of that round, and they had the numbers.
I feel like it was better quality earlier on, though.
Tough looks here.
Yeah. We're doing what he does best. Opening up the round, giving his team numbers. And look,
refresh your page, it happened to me.
But it does set them
really?
Back a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One guide, again, to miss this round.
It's that B-side. Take out the camera, poke and prod just a little, but it was a nice setup there from Heretics as well.
No, it's exactly the same.
They stun, so team gets all divided up.
Exactly the same.
With this mid-crunch. Alongside B main for the side of Foot.
Cover going out.
Yeah, I might switch to YouTube if it's better. But normally YouTube's compression is worse than Twitch, even though it has higher bitrate.
Foot might have elected the right place to move into.
But at the moment, Twitch is looking like butts.
But Benji Fishy's lying around. And he's a dangerous menace, Benji Fishy is, but not this time.
Oh, the teleport from Boo almost got hardcore punished.
Cracks, he's blinded, and Boo will take care of it, Heretics. Oh, they made us shake a little bit there, but they get it secured nevertheless.
I would watch YouTube if it was better quality by default, but normally YouTube is worse quality by default.
Right? You get a little silly goofy.
But today, maybe we watch on YouTube.
I think the idea there was quite cool. The stun maybe a little bit too behind on that ramps play previously.
It doesn't matter that it's 1440p chat, it has worse compression.
On that B site, as we see a timeout to be called here from the side.
So it looks a lot worse when
things
are moving around on the screen.
It allows Boo, and sometimes it's even Mini Boo on that.
If a chat of one guys, they should get banned, hot take. I'm so down for that.
In towards B tower to assist whoever's
I'm down for that.
on either side. You get to gamble which crossfire.
Yeah, it looks like it is better right now. I mean, we've got a tag timeout, so I might as well swap, right? How to not leak things, though. VCT EMEA. Here it is.
They showed us that they can read into Heretics' play, but this is a curve.
Oh my god. My fucking PC is losing its mind trying to handle just the simplest of tasks.
You don't know if you're going to expect or not, right? Heretics is a type of team that would bring out ISO, that would bring out this composition, but again, how many reps have you got playing up against something like this? You've got to be good to react on the fly.
There we go.
That's all he's made
to
do. Like
that looks much crisper to me. That looks much crisper.
And you're looking at it being on the player who is at the top of the board right now for stage 2, right?
Yeah.
I did not build this PC now. This is a laptop. I'm not out here building laptops. That's maniac behavior. Ooh, just missed that vulnerable. God, he's got so much space. How did he get all of that space for free? Reach ult, retake, catches Mr. Fallen. Wow, Mr. Fallen's head just popped up over the top of the newsstand, so they caught him. You can't punish Boo here. Maybe YedaJ can make something happen with the mid lurk. YedaJ versus Woot. Timing? Yeah, the frame rate is worse, isn't it?
Spikes down on site though.
And that just complicates the endeavor even more. Woot holding the line, the left side, so he's going to have to be quick to react against YedaJ. And it's a tough corner for YedaJ.
It's weird, it says it's 60 FPS, but it doesn't feel like it.
Wingman trying to lure pressure towards main, swing out, gun spotted, Woot deals with it, and it's easy. And now we'll feel comfortable to just walk in for the double tap. But instead cracks, but thinks better of it. Better save that gun. There's not much cash left in the bag. They've got to drop back, and Heretics just extend that lead. Round.
Yeah, so I mean, what do we want? Better quality or worse frame rate? No, better quality with worse frame rate.
So much of this round
or bad quality, good frame rate. Pick your poison, chat. Pick your poison.
Knowing that he was getting flooded, just buying that time and allowing him to even secure.
You prefer Twitch? All right, most people are saying they prefer Twitch, so I'm down to go back. That's fine to me.
Remember, this is off the back of a timeout. This is off the back of a foot that had a plan going into this round.
Oh, you want worse quality, worse frame rate? Oh, I can give you that if you like.
They're the vibes. This is why everyone's fallen in love with Team Heretics.
Yeah, how can you not? How can you not? Anyone that gets to play in this roster just feels at home, right? They just feel in the groove.
And this is scary for
to be honest, it looks like the quality's back to being good on Twitch. Maybe I just had some weird bug with Twitch, and all I had to do was like close the tab and open it again. I don't know what's going on. It looks better now.
A major blockade in the road for them. It's a matter of breaking through that blockade.
Who gets caught? Miniboo played in.
One with a Vandal, a substantial weapon in hand. At a captain. They want to make that Bulldog yap a little bit. Miniboo.
Okay, gets out without getting almost punished at all.
But even more interestingly, YettaJ is cross forwards, but that's not without being noticed.
He's been spotted out, but look at the rotation being pulled here as well. They're more than happy to give up this mid control towards the side of foot.
And that's because Benji Fishy is at the back of this site.
Needs a little bit of assistance.
He does, but as long as he keeps
I like how much synergy this comp has. It feels like it might not have as much. Oh my god. Unfortunate for Benji. It feels like it might not have as much just because it's running a double duelist composition, but it's got some nice setups. Rian's though, oh, he needs 2, and he only gets 1. Ada Captain made the round-winning play in this round by he got the smoke off here, and then he walked through like this. Can Boo get one and survive? He knows he's got a 1v1. He's got it. What? Dude, Boo, you are a fucking maniac. Holy shit. Going for that teleport onto heaven is bonkers behavior, but god damn. He got it.
These players off guard, perfectly played with the smoke that he laid down towards site to provide him that little additional cover. The Red Bull clutch to come in from Heretics in a round.
That's kind of sick. He makes it feel like he's TPing into the smoke and he goes up towards heaven. That's such a risk, though. Such a risk.
Look, Foot made this very competitive.
God damn.
This is a round that simply shouldn't be that easy for them, and to be fair, they started to make it work. But look, every single one of these Heretics players feel online.
Yeah, he did have a read.
Having a brilliant game as well, 11 of 5 on that KD.
You got to buy Benji.
And Foot with only 2 to their name, with 2 to spare on this half, they've got to make this round
stun. If Miniboo takes contact, they're vulnerable. Oh, they're vulnerable anyway. Oh, and the aftershock pushes the vulnerable players into the sight line. There's just so much synergy with this comp. The ISO can play so supportively for Miniboo. It's so nice. They're fucking cooking. They're cooking. D-Town, thank you for the 44 months.
So Heretics not buying it, at least not yet. Not willing to transition.
This looks like it would only work though on maps where you can get a lot of stuff through the walls. I think this is time for a reposition here, Boo.
Try to step away though, reposition if you'd like.
True.
Yeah.
But deny the opportunity of a kill. Oh, Heretics backing out. Allowing Foot to take control here.
He gets 1.
Settles, but it's at least a trade for their Heretics.
So you do have that
Benji doesn't have that cage back elbow that lets him get into sight, so they just have to play retake.
Regrouping for that A main information.
Are they gonna cipher ult the body? Mr. Fallen's gonna be asked to do a lot of that. Oh, the team flashed. Oh, and then Mr. Fallen repositions straight into Wu. Take a 1v1, that makes it a 3v1 on site. God, it looks so nice. It looks so nice.
and things
This team's winning champs. This team is winning champs.
It definitely is. This is a map where we saw both teams go the distance in the upper bracket semifinal last split. I believe it was that 15-13 win there for Heretics last time around, and they're looking lights out on this rematch here. Again, we have to remember, Foot have yet to take a map off of this team historically throughout the season.
Heretics, best in world on Sunset, might end up being best in world on Split, judging by this, although I'm obviously overreacting. Incredibly good on Bind, beating both of the Americas teams on Bind, which they were amazing at. I mean, where is the weakness in their map pool? Oh yeah, Split's gonna be gone. Fuck. That's so sad. I forgot Split is getting taken out for Abyss. Oh, that's so sad. Yedajay's just trapped. Rien's inside the cage. Oh no, and now Rien's is gonna win the round.
Against Reigns. The Turkish standoff that Foot desperately need.
So patiently played here by Rien's as well.
The hope on their captain's shoulders.
Rolling Thunder about to be had here from Mr. Fallen.
And it's used instantly. Rien's has to drop back, respect it. This is a good delay. Does Mr. Fallen choose to reposition?
It's not planted for him though.
Look at the way he's jiggle peeking that while stunned.
The timing is important.
I didn't know you could move that quickly. Oh, Mr. Fallen though. What a reposition. What a reposition. Very nice. Definitely looked like Rien's was going to win that one until the flank came through.
There as well. That was everything, and the fact that he doesn't hesitate to actually push back in because
if Heretics win an upper finals, they basically win the grand finals. I don't know whether that's true. I mean, with Abyss coming into the map pool, if they end up perma-banning Abyss, I think a lot of teams are going to be perma-banning Abyss heading into Champions. Which means that being good at Abyss actually isn't that useful, because teams are just going to ban it anyway. But if you get into one of those matches where it does fall into the map pool, you know, both teams are willing to float it against each other, then it can be super important. It's always really weird when we get to Champs and there's a map like that. It was Fracture in 2021, I think. The tournament at Champs where like Full Sense, Fnatic, and C9 were in the same group and they were all playing Fracture against each other. Was that 2022? Yeah, of course it was 2022.
Kind of play style to entry and make space for Wood.
That's a lot of space gathered here from Wood.
Yeah, it was a really weird situation. Alright, so pistol round, they take B Heaven very early, insert Woot really deep, and then they're going to go over towards A. They clear A ramp before they commit to Heaven, and now Woot is just supposed to be the backstab, and they're giving him such perfect info. Oh, oh, oh! He was not ready for Ada Captain. He thought there was only 2 players rotating. He heard 2 sets of footsteps in spawn, and then got surprised by Ada Captain. It doesn't matter though. The Heretics push onto A got so much value. Hello, kindest human on Twitch. It's not planted for Heaven. Is it? I thought it was planted in the back corner. Oh no, it is planted for Heaven.
Just to work with here as well.
But it's a one-way smoke that is all too difficult to deal with. Paint shells thrown off the boo, but Heretics know to play the patience game. The smoke only not yet.
It's just so difficult to win this. The plant position is so good. The one-way is so good.
He's got 2 kills to his name, but Heretics not thinking of picking him.
Chat has memory of a 90-year-old grandma. It was 2021.
And double digits, garnered.
Lovely play coming out from Heretics into the post plant. The idea that was there for Foot, but like you were saying, that smoke, that one way made all the difference to buy as much time necessary. Foot, they found the pistol in the first half, unable to secure the second. And that was one that they desperately needed.
Oh, because C9 made it through to playoffs, and DRX didn't. And that was like NVX10 as well.
Yeah, we like that jump shot, Benji.
Huh.
We did. We absolutely did. I don't think Foot did, though. It's a different story for them. Miniboo amping up the pressure, doing a few donuts.
Just trying to bait out the re-clear. That's so nice.
Baiting out util at this point.
And they're baiting out Foot to peek them, and it's worked out perfectly. 2 kills to nothing.
Yeah, I know it wasn't
for
DRX, but it was like
Dire
Vision Strikers or whatever. But it was the same team.
Difficult to adjust against a team like Heretics.
How long do I spend every day to maintain my mustache? 24 hours a day, I am growing this mustache. I don't take any time off.
Skidding by. That's what we call the drive-by.
Yeah, Leaf played super well in that Champs group
And the fact that
stage.
the accuracy's increased now when skidding along, right? Being able to recover your weapon in an instance like that is also buffed up. So Miniboo is loving this, and he was one of the Neon players.
All right, my food is 3 minutes away. Honestly, the game might be over.
Be doing it again.
I thought this would be in the middle of Split. Oh, they're trolling him. They're trying to get Woot the Ult Orb as well.
Heretics said, you made us sweat on map number 1. Respect to you. But no respect on splits.
No, and again, it's like that distraction game that he's playing just to bait out that util, make it a little bit more difficult to choose a target on the side of Foot while the rest of the team cleans.
No, I didn't order croissants. I ordered a breakfast burrito.
With this specific pairing, because you
Actually,
have
2 different breakfast burritos.
Is able to be that person to just clean up, take some of those shots with the double tap active as well.
Top 4 for Champs? It's impossible to say. I don't even know who's going to make Champs.
But the buy here
Heretics,
has to be flawless.
Gen G,
Can't be anything
Sentinels.
less. Can't afford to be any less.
Carmine Corp.
Keep things on their down low for now.
That's my top 4 for champions.
Acting in the dark.
It's not. That's not going to happen at all.
Your players. For now,
I don't even really believe in Sentinels.
4 players towards that left-hand side.
I need to see them playing quite a bit better before I'm hyped about them. But Heretics Gen G I feel pretty confident with.
He's got that overdrive to play with here on the bonus.
I don't see how you could not be confident in Heretics Gen G. The other 2 teams though, I have no idea.
Smoked off though. Could hinder his chance from moving in. But will keep players busy looking in that direction. Miniboo not quite avoiding the flash. CNED able to find the kill off the back of the stun. Woot pushing out, but Ada Captain has got it covered. 3v3, but things are difficult. Foot are trying to make it work.
Miniboo's not really running through people in the way that I was hoping he would. All right, I've got to go and get my food. I'll be back in a sec. I'm not going to pause it. That would just be terrible for you all.
Perfect. Yetej just popping out of that smoke was so important in that fight. They hold on for now. We're slowly scaling up some of these ultimates on the side of Foot as well. Gonna have our eyes more so, I think, on that Thrash or the showstopper for Cracks and CNED.
1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
I mean, Heretics don't need many rounds. No. That's the scary part. Oh, I can just reset after a round like that.
That was their bonus too.
Camera taken out. And if Foot keep going for gambles, you know, eventually they'll get figured out. But this time they spread out their wings. Is Miniboo thinking of going in alone here? I think he is. We haven't seen much of this before.
It's a bait though. You see the spikes actually moving back towards B. Because Miniboo has been at the heart of a lot of these executions, and we're just able to catch CNED off guard.
That's got to be so frustrating for CNED, even if he thinks he connected with a headshot there. It matters naught. Ada Captain caught out in the open as well. Heretics able to separate the Foot players. Take them in 1 by 1.
And you look at the positioning.
Yeah, insult to injury, really. No. At least Yetej picks him up. Is this doable, though? Because a 4v3 on a fortress like the B site of Split, not a simple task. Mr. Fallen at least has got both of his flashes. Dizzy enabled by Cracks. But who's going to lead the charge? You've got to decide one of these players to take this fight on. Woot is able to take one fight isolated by himself. He's quick to find him.
So
now
crispy.
Can the rest of them do the finishing up, the cleaning up? Back in the fight he goes. It's Yetej in the smoke, but they think better of it. Pull the brakes, do a 180 to the other side of the map to save their guns. Heretics are guaranteed a 12th round here, 1 away from shutting down this series.
Ripping that ISO ultimate made all the difference in buying that extra time, not giving that space for Foot to actually go for that retake. Match point, series point here for Heretics, and this is again them the opportunity to rip away an early secure for playoffs here for Foot.
Eight chances, everybody.
It's a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah. Guardian and Stinger found a cap, and the rest have got themselves decent weapons. Heretics are going to go for the slow burn approach. But they are going to group together.
I mean, the last couple of rounds, they went for a bit more of that default. Of course, the play always being centered around Miniboo, but now you know how close they are to closing this out.
And they go. No one spotted. A spray from Yedajay keeps Foot in play. Cracks coming in from on top, but is that enough? 3v4. Foot have found themselves some stability, and especially with Yedajay keeping quiet, the smoke giving him further positioning to move into. An extra angle to work with, keeping the spark within their own domain. Cena, that is incredible! You've awoken the beast, but it might be too late. Benji Fishy alone, but...
Oh my god, why did it pause?
It's up.
Surely Benji is not going to win this, though. We're all good, right? We're all good.
Have any comfortable rounds?
He has nowhere to go, though.
Why are you spamming balls?
It's crossfire here.
Why are you spamming balls? Who told you to do this? Was this Mimi? Who came up with this idea?
Finding the finishing blow. Foot look to remain in the fight.
But look how much
oh, it was retro.
It's a 1v4 situation. There's 2 players.
My mods.
He's caught up.
Yeah, pause because of the headset. Yeah.
The cyber cam. The two could have just swung together to peek him, take him out. But they wait a moment just for him to walk into that crossfire.
What is that?
I still can't believe that last bullet, though, hitting that spray for Cena down towards A.
Cena things. Well, good to see
I'm gonna eat this burrito.
Nice smiles across the board, and a timeout to now be called.
A timeout?
They want to close this out. They don't want
a timeout called at 12:04.
That's when they start to get scary.
That's very true. Now, again, Heretics today have been on form with these timeouts. The calls have been good.
Show the food.
Switch the pace back in their favor.
We saw Neil holding up.
It's like a falafel burrito.
In hand.
We'll be zooming in on that, trying to see if we can find anything from it.
Miniboo somehow dodged a trip and Wu got hit instead. Then Cena hit her completely. I saw the replay of Cena shot. Yeah.
That'd be an oopsie.
Can you eat directly in the microphone? Yeah, of course.
That some of the conversation also probably revolves around the fact that, okay, for Heretics, they're gonna have some cure rifles probably to be carried into this round, and then for Foot,
is that what you're after?
That showstopper, they've got that thrash. How do they want to approach this?
Sure, but just because I have to mention it,
that's doing it for you guys, huh?
A couple of sheriff rounds before the series.
Can you eat the microphone?
Seems like they're always able to close out maps.
I could eat my microphone at home, or at least I could fit it in my mouth. I can't fit this one in my mouth.
And Wu having big guns, it could be possible. Now, the push from Cena doesn't find anyone. It clears out information, but also...
Why do I feel like Heretics could win this round? They know that 3 players were over towards main. Oh my god. Now they know where Yedajay is, but Yedajay controls main. Slide. Missed the stun. Wins anyway.
And he uses it to perfection, 3v3. Plenty of time remaining, but Foot isn't giving them the pressure to relax.
He didn't have a slide, by the way. I was capping.
Available here for the retake. Spike yet to be planted.
Waiting on the thrash. Oh, Miniboo ends up falling victim to Cena, and no more rifles available for this Heretics
Unlucky,
side.
unlucky.
It's Boo left with his sheriff.
That felt like they had a chance of winning the 50.
Alive on the server, Foot are starting to chain things together.
That they are. It's a nice pivot. They find that A main information early on. Sure, Heretics, they speed
what is Glorp? Why is Glorp a thing?
But the quick flank made all of the difference. Got so scary, though. I mean, the fact that there were 2 in that smoke towards B main. But they're amping up here now on the side of Yedajay. Yelling.
So Foot just used Showstopper and Thrash.
When do we believe?
Heretics should now
neither of these teams
have a really good opportunity of closing this out.
Hungry. This is a team that bounced back so well after a long run over at Masters.
So the answer is we always believe.
Right these two? You know, I want to say that they're the best 2 in our region right now.
There are no buys in the playoffs of champs. Hockey fan.
Most consistent.
Everyone's in groups.
On the international stage.
Some of the most depth, too.
But these are finalists and not the same form. I mean, as in a different roster, Paddy Tech making way for Miniboo to move in again.
Woot used one vulnerable to take B main control at the beginning, and now he's just trying to get spotted so that they don't think it's a hit, I guess.
The weaker of the two. This is actually a great decision here from Heretics.
You do have opportunity to delay. Grouping up actually towards elbow, play that line for the fault line towards site. It's a solo endeavor though, in heaven.
But it's all the Rouge. An obfuscation. The B site is the main hit.
We've seen this before where Miniboo is making that
Miniboo is getting so much free space here.
But the longer they let this clock run dry.
So they're making this look like it's an A heaven play.
Heretics need to make this decision and they need to make it quick. I think Foot have got an inkling of what is going on.
God, they just Rians is just walking in. Why did they think B heaven was free?
Will it be enough? Foot, he needs to frontline this.
Oh.
He can't deal with 2 at the same time.
Oh.
Able to trade it right back up.
Good trade.
12 seconds. They need to get the spike down. And Foot cannot interrupt in time.
Surely this is the round for Heretics.
Are in control. If they are able to stabilize here, this could be it.
Krax has his full kit.
It could not only be the map, but the series as well. The guarantee into
And Benji closes it out with a spray down after they hit his trip. Very nice.
But it's Heretics to keep supremacy in the MEA.
So difficult for Foot to try and counter
Boo getting a kill from just spamming off Woot's info in B main is that's not consistent, but it got the job done.
What a series. What a magnificent one.
It still doesn't fill me with the most confidence the way that Boo calls those slow rounds. I don't think Boo's the best caller in the slow paced rounds like that. But he's competent enough to get the job done.
Heretics came alive, and they showed why no one shall challenge them in this region.
But that's not to take away from the ideas from either team. It was a smart and a hard-fought.
Mr. Fallen, though, had some fantastic adjustments over the course of map 1. Unfortunately, Heretics are just better.
Look at the boys on stage.
Yeah, they deserve this one. A great fight. Good to see all these players standing, take a bow. An amazing.
This team is so fucking good.
A brilliant one, and giving us a treat, showing ISO as well to the world, the changes of Neon, and giving us a match we can cherish. Oh, it was great.
It really was, and there's no surprise, I don't think, that they're the first ones to pull ISO here with an EMEA.
No, well, I hope to see more later. Fnatic Vitality up next after this. You know, you've got to consider that might be coming in play. You know,
Fnatic Vitality should also be a fun game.
But yeah, good to see
I'm going to stick around and co-stream that.
And I believe we do have an interview with Reens on the floor of our arena. So you two take it away.
Reens.
Thank you very much, Pavlos and Ash. That's right, I'm joined by Rians from Team Heretics right now. First
Pavlos was saying Rians like half the time as well.
It feels like there's just some magic whenever you play against Foot. You always beat them. It always seems to favor you guys. Why do you think that is, considering, you know, there's a lot of Turkish players on that team?
I mean, I have no idea why I play so good against them. Like, it's not because of their Turkish or anything. I don't know. It was just I felt good today since I wake up. You know, like today was a good day for me. So I just play good.
It's a great day for you on the server as well, of course. Now, I feel like we've asked you, your teammates, your coach, even Heretics fans at this point this question, but I want to ask you again. Are you surprised that they didn't ban Sunset?
Like, when we were in the practice room, warming up, they came from Vito and they said we're gonna play Sunset. Like, I was so shocked that why people not banning Sunset against us? Like, that's bullshit, you know? I think we are the best Sunset team in the world.
Agreed.
Like, everyone knows how to play that map, so and everyone also loves the map in our team. So we are good, and people still don't ban it against us. So yeah.
How do you kind of keep coming up with new things?
It's very true.
Because people don't ban
but
it
also,
against
Foot
you, so
still had a really good
every
idea.
Single week. How do you make
Foot
sure
almost won that.
You don't get
I'm really not bothered by them.
I mean, even though we
not
got
banning it. Other teams maybe, but
for example,
that was a great
Master
try by
Shanghai,
Foot.
We got counter-stratted by 100 thieves, but
Foot banned
even though
Icebox.
we get onto server, we knew that they will do it, so we anti-strat their anti-strat.
Okay.
So I think everyone is genius in our team. That's it.
So the second you see Sunset, you're like, oh, we're going to be fine. We're easy. We're going to win.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, come on. Stop banning Sunset. I beg you. I beg you.
That sounds... that sounds very Giga Brain the way that they said it, but
very happy to see it.
in reality,
ISO we've seen on Split, in the
they actually got stumped by the A main stun that Mr. Fallen was doing on Mr. Fallen's attack side. That took them quite a while to figure out. And then also, their post plants on A, sorry, their post plants on B were kind of terrible.
You know, like, he plays so good every agent, but when it's like buffed ISO especially, you know, that's it.
They need to do some VOD review of that game, even though they won.
The agent really suits his playstyle. I mean, I'm excited for this game, but before we get onto that, one last question.
God, the Vitality fans go crazy.
To be consistent. If you are going to Madrid, if you're going to Shanghai, a lot of other teams are failing to back-to-back qualify and to be able to go all the way. Why do you think you guys are different? Because you at kickoff, you were amazing. You went to Madrid, you came back stage 1, you went to the final, you went to Shanghai, you get in the final again, and you come back here and you still look incredible. Why is it that you guys are the consistent ones?
I think all of our players are like willing to learn, you know, like everyone is so open to learn. So every tournament that we lost, we learned something and we kept working. And also our coach stuff, like they're amazing. So also players have like good mentality, like good mental. We are not getting tired after one tournament, so yeah, that's it.
And super quickly, last question. Hero is going to be playing just a moment. I know you know him, so you think, how do you think his performance is? You want to say something to him? I don't know where he is. There he is. There we go. Yeah.
I mean, Hero is like my old friend, so I wish him luck in that game. That's
it's very wholesome.
He's gonna perform good, I'm sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a good player.
Very, very wholesome. We've got the Rian's voucher. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Today we're going to throw this to a break. And when we
I hope you're not in my walls, but I mean, people might have fucking died in this hotel. It's kind of old. Yeah, I'm a MILF. Man, I love France. Am I rooting for Vitality here, though, in the game against Fnatic? Yeah, probably. Probably. I like this Vitality roster. I like the rookies that they signed. I thought it was a good team. They had some cool ideas as well. They just weren't able really to get the wins that they were looking for across like stage 1 and playoffs. Yeah, I think I'm rooting for Vitality here. Why can't America's stage look as good as EMEA or Pacific? I'm not as big a fan of the Pacific stage, but I do agree with you that EMEA's looks fantastic. I think EMEA's has, like, since the beginning, looked really, really good. And they've been in 2 different venues. But I don't really think there's too much difference between Americas and Pacific in my opinion. I just think EMEA is better in terms of the, like, stage design. The Colosseum, in my opinion, was better than what EMEA currently have, and I think EMEA still have the best look. Now, VCT China looks crazy good. Sorry, I'm eating. Isn't China the worst region? I mean, in terms of, like, player quality, not player quality, team quality. Yeah, but we're talking about the stage. Do you think we're ever going to get an English broadcast of VCT China? I hope so. I hope it's mandated by Riot that happens. But I think if they were going to do it, they would do a remote broadcast. Which isn't bad. But I think that's how they would do it. Not like everybody's online from their own house, but they would pick a studio somewhere in the world and do it out of the studio. That's how I would imagine they would do it. Rather than having an English broadcast living in China. Because the VCT China casters don't even cast out of the arena. They cast out of a studio. So it would seem kind of pointless to take the English-speaking casters, you know, to the arena kind of area anyway. But yeah, it would be... I think it's long-term probably going to be necessary for integrating the regions together. But we'll see. Hot take. I think you're bald. I think you're right, Poop Salad. I think you're right. I really like Trace, Cractus. I feel like Trace plays some good Valorant. They just haven't been able to get across the finish line and make it to a podium spot this year, but they've been good in the past. They've made top 2s in the past in China. I think they'll do it at some point. I think they'll make it to champs. Hey, Deluxe. There is commentary in the venue, but the casters are not in the venue. The casters are in a studio, and then their audio gets piped into the venue. Isn't that how observing works? Isn't the observing team the same for Americas and EMEA? No.
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank,
at least I don't believe so.
Footsteps.
Hot take. You're not bald, it's just good VFX.
No, that's wrong. Thank you for the 9 months, but that's definitely wrong. Who are your 4 China champs teams? I don't really know. I haven't been following the Chinese scene super closely, but I mean, I would go for EDG, FPX, if Bilibili keep performing, then Bilibili and Trace, but if Bilibili fall off, then I guess, yeah, I'm not sure who. Maybe DRG? I don't know. Wolves? The Wolverhampton Wolves are going to champs. Yeah, I don't really know. Chinese teams can't even scrim against APAC as far as I know. I think they can. I think you just need a VPN, and they weren't able to do that at the at Masters because the PCs were not set up for it. But if you were doing it from your own, like, you know, the Wolves office, I'm sure they can scrim against APAC teams. Do you know it's not the Wolverhampton Wolves? Do you know you're wrong? I'm going to call them the Wolverhampton Wolves. I'm never, ever going to call them Wolverhampton Wanderers. They're the Wolverhampton Wolves. You're in the middle of getting a tattoo and you're in an absurd amount of pain. I'm not tattooed up. And I don't think I ever will. Good luck to you enduring your pain for the love of the game.
Letting Sunset open at this point. Would you agree you're on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was a difficult game. Like, we didn't really think they would leave it in, so we didn't prac it that much this week. So it was not easy, definitely not. Like, they had some good stuff, but it's not like teams haven't tried to anti-strat us. Every single team we've played against leaves it in. Obviously comes with a plan, but I just think
just don't.
We have good anti-strats on ourselves, so I'm not going to give too much away. But
you know how to beat yourself, so you know how to beat.
If teams want to keep picking it, I welcome the challenge.
I'm sure you do.
Every single time that he gets to the Vita is like, oh, again? Why am I be here? Just, you know, leave a note.
No, it's Sunset.
I think that's very reasonable, though. I think that's a very valid take from Neil.
We are so happy we finally see ISO. We didn't get to
it was a tough game. They had a good plan. They still persevered.
To prepare for this comp on Split. Is this the plan that you were expecting, Split? You thought you were going to be able to show it today?
Yeah, we thought like they would ban Sunset, and we thought they would pick Split. So, you know, our Split's been okay in the past, but obviously it was with Patty when we played it in Shanghai, so we came back, and with the changes we kind of played a couple of scrims on it, and we had like 40 kills. So we were like, we kind of just need to run it and see what it's like. So yeah.
I love that you bring back the Patty thing, because I think you're always in this position where you do not have the time but still you make it work. What do you think is the key, besides having extremely talented players that can play almost everything, to make something work and look so flawless even in the first showing?
I think it's just the hard work that we put in the off-season, to be honest, and like the losses that we had on off-season were like crucial. We lost a couple of, you know, big, well, off-season tournaments, if you want to say that, and it really made me and Weber realize exactly what needed fixed. So we just drilled in fundamentals, and I think when we play fundamentally well, I think we're one of the best teams in the world. So
yeah,
I think you're straight out the best team we have in EMEA. I'm just gonna say it.
I mean, there's still some really good teams. Like I wouldn't say that myself. You know, like
it's okay. I say it for you.
We can say
I say it for you
in the region.
Let's take a quick look at some of the stuff that Wood did on ISO, because the ultimate was extremely successful. It was so beautiful to watch. And I'm gonna ask you something. I think Mitch.
God, I mean, how did Mr. Fallen not get the kill there?
Are you concerned about the hotfix coming in next week? You know, this is pretty much the only week that ISO is going to be this level of busted. Is the plan to just kind of carry on with it no matter what happens?
I don't want to say too much, but like we knew it was obviously going to get a nerf pretty much instantly. So I still think the main parts of his kit are nice. We didn't show kind of anything that we had planned with ISO and some of the other agents. It was mostly just with killing people. So there's definitely some cool set plays and stuff that you can do with them, which won't get affected.
Yeah,
but yeah, like,
all of the stuff with the vulnerable is still really
I
good.
don't know what to say to Weber in that round, because it's like second round and we've got ISO. I didn't really expect it. I just seen him ult and I was like, wait, we just lost pistol. Like, how's he got his ult?
It's everyone's dream.
It is crazy.
Have that kind of impact.
He got the 3K in the pistol round.
Let's talk about the next match coming up. This is going to be a very, very important one. Could also potentially affect your playoffs chances as well at this point. How close the standing is, of course, that is Fnatic versus Team Vitality. We're going to play a good old game of Truth or Cope. You guys know how it works. I'm going to give a statement to Kakuka.
I think it's the first time that it's Vitality and we don't do Contender or Pretender.
I think they're happy about that one. I'm going to throw a statement to Kakuka and Neil, and they have to tell me if they think the statement is truth or the statement is Cope. You guys at home, feel free to play along.
I've been watching mostly EMEA VODs. I haven't been watching like live on co-streams for very long. Have they been Have they been keeping the previous player or coach on for the pre-match of the next game?
Explain it. Explain your choices.
So here's the thing, right? I think that Save right now is feeling himself. I think that he has this kind of momentum going on him, Vitality and all of their duelists, but we know that Save, when he is on
that
his
sounds
side,
very cool if you get a good guest and very shit if you get a bad one.
Have an easy time
what is the picture in picture?
No, the thing is that
these are the same things at the top and the bottom.
They're an extremely good team, and they also
That's so weird.
Chronicle, who is a clutch king. So I do think it's Cope.
Truth or Cope? Durka diff safe? Yeah, that's Cope.
Neil?
At the moment, Durka's form is not as good.
Better as a team, but I think Safe doesn't rely on good. He doesn't need team play. Like, he just sends it, and it's really, he's one of those players that's so talented that it doesn't matter. It's just so hard to deal with him. Like, if he's feeling it, he's incredible, and he's so confident. So if he's confident, then I think he'll win it.
I mean, of course, this is a historical matchup.
What do you mean Durka's form is really good? Have you literally just been watching, you just mean in the last games that they've played in Stage 2?
They faced each other. Durka won 6 out of those.
You mean across 2 matches?
How it went when they both played duelists, because of course Safe has played.
You don't mean in the last month, you mean in the last 2 matches?
I mean, stats don't lie, I feel like.
Only thing I'd say is just those stats are.
He wasn't good in Shanghai.
We're probably the best in the world.
No, this is also including.
He was all right when he played against some of the lower level teams. He did farm them, to be fair. He did have incredible stats.
Even if you knew
but
how to beat Fnatic,
I don't think he was playing.
I mean, he did. Liquid did.
Yeah, true.
It's true.
I mean, maybe he was actually, chat.
That was one of the rare times. All right, let's move on to the next statement because
maybe I'm thinking about Stage 1 too
of
much.
Team Vitality throughout all of the different rosters they have had, although Sender always been in the mix.
I'm thinking back over the Fnatic games at Shanghai. He did have some big.
How many iterations of Fnatic?
He did have some big maps.
So my truth or Cope statement for you guys this time around is: this version of Vitality currently has what it takes to take at least one map.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking about the whole year too much, and he has actually just been getting better and better.
Oh, you guys are agreeing. All right, Neil, I'll start with you this time.
I need to think about that more.
Obviously, Fnatic aren't the same right now. I think that, you know, they've had some issues with Leo going out, coming back in. Vitality are a very difficult team to play against, and they have, insane players. So I think if they've got a chance to take a map off them now, it's now, to be honest.
especially when you say the word today, we know that Vitality was also, if I'm not mistaken, the first team that played the deadlock here. I think that they're not scared to try something new, to put it on the table. I think that especially this week and what happened on week 1, adding to what Neil was saying about Fnatic this year, if there is a moment for them, it's definitely today. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm with you. I think Truth as
No,
well.
I mean, Safe hasn't been
Red Bull's
playing
made to be broken,
like he did through Liquid, but he's only just made the
them out
transition
of
over
you.
to playing Duelist for them
Somehow.
too, so
But let's talk about the last but not least statement
I would expect
here.
more from
As
Safe,
you
but
mentioned, Leo is not here. Hero stepped
yeah,
in.
who
We
knows?
saw his debut last week. Here's the statement. Fnatic, they can succeed without Leo, but with Hero this time.
Yeah, you're right. Form is supposed to be recency bias, like the last month or something, if they've played a lot of matches. And I guess Fnatic have played like 4 matches in the last month.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
two are
fair
on the
amount.
same page today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
you guys are right.
obviously
I
incredible,
think I
but
was just thinking too
Fnatic
much
are
about
also
Durka
an
Stage
incredible
1.
Team.
It's a
And
big system. It's not.
yeah, it's a team game at the end of the day, and Hero's done really well since he came in. He's someone that I really, really liked.
I think also because I'm considering Durka versus when he was genuinely one of the best players in the world, and I haven't felt like that watching him this year.
Okay,
Well,
so
we had
wasn't
Wood
too young?
and no, Wood was too young,
But that's just because the quality of everybody else has
Playing
gone up
with,
so
like,
much.
one stand-in for half the split was challenging enough. Taking 2 was going to be even harder. So.
What do you mean? I want to see Weber back.
I mean,
Would I wear the shirt that Kakuka's wearing on broadcast? No, but it's cute.
That's got to be the biggest vouch.
Oh,
The
yeah,
kittens.
completely. But we've also seen Fnatic in the past struggling with some of the things that you're mentioning that definitely happened to you. Like, remember, when was it? Iceland.
I saw
we've
the
had
Safe
some
clip where he was
changes here
talking
and
about
there,
Liquid,
last
yeah.
minute, not having the time. And I think that because
Talk
of
your
the
shit,
system that they
King.
have and being a core that has been together for such a long time.
Have the
even
cats got
though
like
Leo being
mushroom
one of
caps on?
The most important pieces, I don't think that it makes a
It is cute. I wouldn't wear it, but it is
Hero a
cute.
little bit more because he did have his debut last week, and we also have some stats here.
Would
to
I
show
wear
you
the
guys
shirt
in
that
terms of
Neil's
the
wearing on
head-to-head between,
broadcast? Yeah, I
Leo's
fucking would.
debut for Fnatic versus Sentinels, you know, a little bit of a different case there. And Hero's debut last week against BBL, there was definitely a couple of moments you can
First
tell that
deaths
the
per
lineups
round.
just weren't quite there,
0
the way
out of
that Leo would
39.
do it. There was a couple of synergy times where it was a little bit off, but you can't expect perfection out of this guy within what, like a week of prepping with Fnatic?
And you need to be realistic. Yes, he's a very young player.
Yeah, I think Team
know
Heretics is
that
the best
we've
team in the
had
world
some
on
crazy
Sunset.
plays and some crazy stars on the
I'm not
rise
gonna
here in
call
EMEA, but we
TMV
cannot
because
set
I'm
that
on
as
my
the rule.
laptop
That is the way
and
it is a
I'm
surprise.
gonna
Still,
end up
with
leaking all of
everything
my
that
Discord
you're saying,
conversations.
the fact that he's young, the fact that he
I'm down to do it when I'm back at home, but when I'm on the road like this, juggling a Discord call at the same time is I don't have enough monitors to do that. It's gonna be a pain in the
never
ass.
dies first. He has perfect lineups, perfect setups. He always knows where to be. You cannot expect the same from him, and he still performs.
I've heard of a phone. I don't have his number, and even if I did, I wouldn't internationally call him.
Kakuka said that coming in with that little time to adapt, I think he was really...
Discord call on the phone and then what? Put TMV's voice through the fucking microphone? No, thank you.
So what are some of the weaknesses in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm on a laptop because I'm on the road, TMV.
I think it's just it's hard to say. You know, as a coach, it's hard to tell. There's so many things going inside a team.
Boo you!
And I think it's maybe like
boo you!
It's not easy taking over that team, to be honest.
Chat, who do you think's the best IGL in the world?
I think it's completely...
Really?
To be honest. Yeah,
you guys think it's Boo?
Literally the impossible job to come in and take that team. Like,
I think he's... it might be overrating him just a little bit here, chat.
Because they won everything, right? So it's like, I think they're just in a little bit... Yeah, like if you change every...
That's gonna go crazy on a Twitch clip. You guys are gonna look so stupid.
I think they're already...
No, they're not booing you. They're saying booons, booons.
But it's time to bring the two teams
Boostio.
Fnatic and Team Vitality.
Alberto se nos sigue colando.
You've compiled a playlist of the PC repair saga. I don't want people to be watching that, Monkey Meatloaf. It was a low point. I don't think Boostio was crying about waking up at 7 AM so much as having a 4-hour photo shoot when he'd rather be pracking. Yeah, John Cutie's up there in the IGLs. It was not a serious conversation, chat. It was me trying to just pivot you booing at me. Cracking for what? He retired? True.
Playoffs or not here in VCT AMA, considering how tight the standing is. But let's talk about the map pool because Breeze is out. Haven.
Who am I taking for this game? I mean, I think Fnatic would probably be favored a little, even with Hero playing. But I'm rooting for Vitality. I want Vitality to win this one. Yo, we get Haven. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
And do you think it leans to? I mean, okay, and then I think it's too difficult to say.
Icebox, then Lotus. I feel like Vitality. Fnatic played really poorly on Icebox last time we saw them. Ooh, Fnatic's comp on Haven is good, says Neil. Neon ISO Gecko Breach Omen. That's a funky comp. That is a funky comp. I feel like the ISO on Haven, you can get some good vulnerables, but not as many as Split. But with the wall and with the vulnerable, like A short becomes a nightmare. Getting the plant down on B is a nightmare. Like, I could see the vulnerable being really powerful there.
They managed to close and secure the map, but it was a
that seems like a very difficult composition to hard anchor sites, though.
I feel like, but let's take a look at Agent Select and see what Neil was alluding to. What comps are we going to?
All right, almost what you guessed. Neon ISO, but with the Sova instead of double initiator.
Love it.
And with the Killjoy.
I love it. Yeah.
It sounds like something you would do. Literally.
So Yoru ISO against Neon ISO. I think both of those duelist duos work quite nicely. And then they have the Cypher on the other side for Hero. Althea playing ISO could absolutely farm. And Chronicle playing Sova. Okay. I mean, I think Chron's probably still going to be really, really good on Sova. He used to play a ton of it. Safe playing ISO, Runner on Neon. This is fun. What a fucking awesome way to begin the series. What an awesome way to begin the series.
If he is on point and he has all the reps, he's gotten so much better with
I think the Killjoy is a little difficult to play on Haven against comps that are gonna have ways of getting into sight with like the I think the Neon, the Yoru, if you know that your opponent's going to play something like that, I think the Killjoy is going to find it a little difficult to hold on to sight. It's better to have a smoke than it is to have a molly. God, the Vitality fans are good.
This is a tantalizing prospect. Safe up against Alpha.
Turret clears the ISO shield. I don't. Most of the places you put the turret, like if you put it in garage, people are going to spam it. They're not going to swing it. They turned off the lights on them before they took them off cam. That's so funny. Oh God. Okay. I think I'm not going to come into this game trying to predict what the teams are doing. I'm just going to enjoy. Because I feel like these teams are going to have cooked.
We're going to see, I don't know what to expect in a lot of cases.
I'm so ready.
I think games like this are more fun if you just react. Yeah, so like this turret position here, you're just going to break it by spamming through the wall once you're onto a rifle round. You're not going to run into it with your ISO shield up. But the nanoswarms are pretty good at taking it off if you try to get through. Alright, 1 for 1. Looking to try to pivot through garage.
It's gonna be one of those things where it plays out just like 2020 when the game just first came out.
Can Safe find the right timing? Fucking audio bug. Here we go. Can Safe find the right timing to use his shield here? Chaos Flight, thank you for the 46 months.
Play the round out from this position.
I guess the benefit as well, they've still got Durka to lean on for Fnatic as well.
Safe's just peeking.
Safe's got a great
The drone? I mean, now you pop shield, don't you?
Is anyone there to help him? Can Trex get it in time? Well, yeah.
The shield's a little late, but it's still in time. Nice shock dart, Chronicle. Lovely stuff. Lovely. Great understanding to break the shield there. Now Fnatic know that there's multiple players over towards A. They're going to try to get the rotate. Sender's already anticipated it. Oh, they're going B, though. I thought they were going to head C as well. Do they anticipate Sender coming from the left? They haven't smoked it. Obviously, if you have one smoke, you prioritize A-Link in this situation because you just fake that.
Like they were toying with the idea of
playing off-site in a pistol round with no post-plant utility?
4 and 4, no shocks remaining for Chronicle.
I mean, you got to get a reflank going, right? You can't just play passively and spam. Sender has smoke for the spike. You've spotted out Boaster's reflank. Can you just get on the fucking defuse and push? What are you doing, Vitality?
These are not favorable fights. Hero living up to the name. 3 kills this round, big impact, and Fnatic.
I think that was badly played by Vitality there. Once they stop the garage reflank, you don't need to reflank garage yourself. Once you've smoked spike, you can get somebody on half and then push. They didn't even clear Hero out of his spot. Like, Sender just got killed for free, but the others hadn't really pushed properly.
It's going to be very difficult for them to actually go for the retakes, so we might see them take a lot more fights. And
you don't need flashes to play that aggressively, though. You just need to push together. But they shouldn't have sent somebody garage, I think. You need to block the garage flank, but you don't need to do it yourself.
Got to go slow and spammed out Fnatic, all too aware. Very heads up work. Taking a little bit of damage on Durka, but that's about it.
Sender's just been tripped off. Unlucky. No, Fnatic didn't drop Leo. Leo's on the bench for health reasons, I think he said.
There's elements of threat, but it's been noted, and they fight as a pack. Fnatic staying together in this one, not taking any risks really.
Chronicle back on that Sova is one of those things where
I don't think it's food poisoning, chat.
That's probably
food poisoning doesn't tend to last this long.
One of the best players in the world.
It's probably something he doesn't want to talk about. So I'm not going to speculate.
He lets his teammates go in first.
But I think that's extremely unlikely that it's something short-term like that.
Close out the round here for an Andalusia flawless. Round 2. Going to round 3, yeah, so Chronicle being able to be in the middle of the pack, be in a lot of these late round situations where he's able to thrive a lot, and then on defense as well.
But hopefully he is able to return to the roster, you know, this year, because he's such a phenomenal player. Kind of defines this
Yeah, nice to see Fnatic
this
kind
team
of
and
leaning
the way
in
that
their strengths, even after
the way they
what feels
play.
like an unfortunate scenario, obviously with Leo taking a step back, absolutely within his right to do. But again, you've kind of seen a little bit of a reshuffle here, and Swift Rhino, bear in mind Leo was also god tier in this, you know, sort of agent role on this map, but still Chronicle certainly can hold his own by.
So they're doing the classic Cypher kind of default.
You
know, you cam down there. They're thinking about tripping this as well so that they can't repush.
And we'll see how they try and approach this.
I mean, Hero is just locking down A, while the rest of Fnatic defaults towards mid, garage, that kind of area. They're not breaking this turret, though.
Usually the Killjoy can kind of prod around middle by themselves. Without the Killjoy on their team, they have to.
The ISO shield is a noise giveaway. You can hear where to spam. Yeah, in game as well. That's why you have to be careful with the shield. Wow. Okay, good catch onto Durka. And a good walk down mid as well from Safe. He's read this beautifully. So Safe, if he doesn't overpush, like Safe can just hold here and tell his team to full rotate over to A. And then he can try to look for a pick as Fnatic exec. So as the drone goes in and they start to follow it, Safe can start to take this timing.
No easy access points.
Oh, Runner's been caught. Can the others defend? Not really.
Absolutely no
Alpha gets the kill. Nice from Safe, though. He chooses that timing to go in. Unfortunately, Trex takes the fight against the other ISO. Nice from Safe. Doesn't realize that Chronicle's on an aggressive angle. And Alpha's just farming with his shield. Good round from both ISOs, but there we go.
I mean, I'm just going to focus on just that ISO play because there were multiple.
It's such an early ult again. It's such an incredibly early ult again.
That shield saved him in every single opportunity. In the ultimate, it saved him. The peak from heaven, it saved him. And the last fight there at spawn, it saved him there as well. So that shield really, and just being able, I don't know if he was low HP before that. But
yeah, that is one of the rounds.
Full HP off the ult.
That's one of the rounds where Steel's right. The shield has insane impact. Sometimes the ISO shield, you popped it, but you were going to win the duel anyway. I think Steel's right. I think Alpha was losing all three of those fights without the shield.
No worries in that. Alpha can kind of take those steps forward as well. Safety of the shield to keep him rather confident in this. I know there's presence here, there's still bodies here. There was probably a stack here. They can start reading into it, and still above a minute.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's not going to be any different after the nerf.
Pretty good read of Vitality's aggression here. We saw in this round.
I think the nerf is good
so far has been holding kind of the
because I also don't think it's going to push him out of pro play. If he's getting played now, most of the time when you snowball, it's like in the middle of a team fight.
Kicks trying to do this aggressive fight once he lost his turret.
I think the loss of the like 2-kill refresh on the shield isn't that bad.
A lot of aggression from Vitality. Hey, if you're going to come break our turret, we're going to start running at you because we don't really.
You look at most of the rounds where ISO pops off, they're not using that.
We have no options.
Okay, so at least 2 players noted towards Garage. Now, unfortunately for Vitality, they do have 2 players on this side of the map, but again, it's a 3-1.
The duration change.
You can pivot anywhere you want.
That can make a big difference.
Straight in towards B, Plant's going to come in.
And I think that's also a really good nerf. 20 seconds is just way too long to play around.
On the other side, so tricky to really make
12 is more reasonable.
Fnatic playing this quite safely here, not really taking too many risks. Alpha going to take the swing, that's safe gone. Nice shot from Trex, but he needs a whole lot more. Round looking very much teed up for Fnatic.
Haven is back, Kevin Lemignon, and they haven't changed a thing. Would you mess with God's most perfect creation?
Alpha, he's already got his ult again.
Yeah, it's just absurd that you can just recycle this so frequently.
Yeah.
If you catch the right agent with it, it's so strong.
Ooh. Nice shot. Any more? No, okay. Gonna go down in the end, not a problem. Fnatic taking a firm lead here.
If Vitality can't win this round, I would not be surprised if they take a timeout. Alpha, with that ultimate, it looks like they're probably going to take a timeout right here, actually.
Yeah.
Alpha, with this ultimate, I would not be surprised in the least to see Fnatic actually choose
It's so ridiculous how quickly Alpha's getting ult online. It's so ridiculous.
You do that at C or A, it's kind of one of those 50-50 coin flips, right? Yeah.
But the other thing about ISO is it's easy to farm ult on Haven.
Boom, no defender.
The wall just lets you farm ult over towards C with almost no counterplay. And if you take A long, then it lets you farm A long as well.
Fnatic on this attacking side looking quite well rounded. I think, you know, even the analysts.
I think in the long term, ISO ult is going to need to be
he was aware of the
increased to like 8 ults.
He backs it quite well here. I feel as though it suits Fnatic so far. Haven't yet seen Vitality get a grip on this game. I think suffering a little on this side. A very, very tough situation to be in, though. No easy way to play this. So we'll have to see what they can come up with here in this timeout. It's again.
Have we cast ISO yet? Yeah, I think so.
Coming in for Vitality as well, especially in that
Can't remember when,
game
but I think we did.
Oh
yeah, we casted Jorg. Jorg played ISO maps 1 and 3.
Coach coming through, and it looked good against them. It looked, you know, revitalized. Excuse the Vitality sort of, you know, play on words there, but genuinely, it looked great for them. Seeing, you know, as I said, Safe having a fabulous game. He had some strong words to say afterwards as well.
It's just too easy to farm ult obs with the shield.
We know his capabilities, we know his talent. A tough head-to-head, though, up against Alpha as well. Easy to forget that Alpha is so impactful in these sort of roles, especially when you've got someone like Dirk who traditionally
and yeah,
takes, you know,
they should make it so that you don't
that
get an
way,
ult orb, an ult point in your ult. I agree with that.
In mind. Looks like a bit of a stack, at least, with a
okay, so Vitality fights super heavy over A long. They take the ult orb away.
they would have caught the fact that they opened up. They used a lot of abilities to take it. They got the orb.
Durka's prodding towards B. He's heard this Killjoy turret B.
On this line by himself. Fnatic doing their due diligence, clearing everything, playing the map really smart. They know that Vitality doesn't have the synergy to actually create traps. There's no Astra, there's no Breach. It's all on the duelists. They have to go and do these dry peaks.
And I kind of like the fact that they found the adjusted turret early. They've already kind of pinged that.
All right, well, now they're going back into Safe. Safe's going to find it very difficult to get the right shield timing.
What's their game plan?
He just avoids getting hit by the drone.
Killjoy utility, which they've done. Starting to clear close here, make sure that no one slipped any further. Obviously looking for Safe after that early presence he had and the pressure off the back of the utility. Players spotted. And what does he do here?
He sees the Yoru. That doesn't really tell you very much.
Does have his ult. So does
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, they're not sure that it's ending A here. Fnatic are doing a really good job of playing a slow round. Now it comes through. Safe just popped his shield. I'm not sure they're going to be ready. Oh my god, he took the guy with the shield. Oh, and Alpha wins anyway. Oh.
The site is under the Fnatic banner. Fully in control here. Took away the Danger Man.
That's just a name diff right there.
Hunter's Fury maybe going to be delivering some sort of respite, maybe not. Fnatic looking fully focused. Descender and Trex. I think this one's got...
Fnatic are playing this really nicely. I love the way the Boast is calling.
This is tough.
He's calling really slow rounds. He's contacting using small pieces of utility, so they still have a lot of util for the exec. They're taking a lot of map control, and they're also not giving away where they're playing. There was 30 seconds left on the clock, and Vitality still didn't know whether it was about to be a B exec, a C split, a full C up, C long, an A hit. It could have been any of those. The only thing they knew was that the Sova had droned A long, and the Yoru was there, like 20 seconds earlier.
What is their follow-up? They don't have flashes or stuns or anything to follow it up. It feels like they need to be able to get 4 or 5 round wins at the most on this side and just fully focus on the next half. Focus on their attack where they can combo the Neon running in, Safe sending up the shield to protect the Neon running in from all the bullets.
Isn't it Vitality's bad that they don't retake info around the map? Yeah, but their composition's not amazing at that because they only have a Sova. Flashes are really good for being able to retake map control. But they still had... They had like full info down C long, jiggle peeking. They had an alarm bot here, they had turret here. It's just that Fnatic could have been all positioned here, or here, or here, you know? It's not that they lost a ton of info. It's just they didn't have a good read on what was happening. Oh, Runner peeks mid and dies though.
But in the meantime, let's see where Fnatic have taken themselves. Already going to have to work without Durka. Beautiful from Safe. Said it might be individual, might be on the back of the individuals here, and Safe is living up to that. Now the rest of Vitality need to match that as well. Trex doesn't get affected by any of this, and that might be a really nice vulnerability that came through. I don't know how many it caught, if any, but still, it looked pretty nice.
Standing ahead. It looked pretty.
It looked nice. Didn't work out. And they're going for a ceiling. 2 players already here. Alpha's still alive. I think he's down 8-1, but let's see if he continues on this sort of...
What?
Oh, come on! Oh, come on!
What?
That's plot armor right there.
It feels like it, right?
That's fucked up.
You couldn't ask any more from Safe in this round.
I mean, obviously they know that they're playing somewhere around the smoke, but the chances of getting both of them perfectly is low. Unlucky, man. Unlucky.
He's just happy.
Go next.
He's giving it. He knows he's
Go
in
next.
the hits, and he's down 11-1 currently. So certainly doing well for himself. 6-0 overall Vitality. You got to feel that start was the best they could have hoped for. Off the back of Safe getting, a nice little pick up there on towards Durka, then carrying on with the second. It was all looking good. And that quick pivot towards C, and then somehow plot armor.
And one thing to notice about how they pivoted to C there was that Durka actually went to Garage early in the round, broke the alarm bot. They went towards B, pull the rotation.
11-1.
Chronicle slinks into the Garage window, controls the rotations so that his teammates are able to pivot back. And it's that setup earlier in the round, disarming that Garage area, sets up that late round transition.
And this is the kind of fundamentals of Haven that I've missed. There's some real nuance to it, there's some real intricacies to it, but seeing the control of the rotations, Safe again making an attempt here. Can't blame the man for trying.
Makes sense to go for this on an eco round.
Gonna walk down middle. He almost got away with it before, but this is going
Look at the way the Fnatic are grouped up.
Considering the fact of it, the chance that it could be happening.
Trying to deny, and as soon as they take contact, they explode. It's quite nicely done. They're playing a slow. Oh my god, Durka.
Actually, that's a bit of an issue.
All right, they're gonna leave because Durka saw 3.
Here's everything though.
And you're right, it's all on his shoulders. How does he play it? They're gonna TP over.
Really good info there from Safe.
Are they gonna catch each other?
Ships in the night, just going past each other. The timing! Oh no! Oh man, that is horrible.
He's bagging him!
Did he just get teabagged?
Boaster's teabagging him!
A little bit there, yeah. Just doing some squats.
Good work from Trex though. Maybe still a chance.
No, that's filthy.
I'm waiting to see what the damage is like, and there's a response. Yeah, Boaster goes
No,
down.
this is not okay.
He allowed for the plant to come in, and it's a 3v2. They're on Sheriffs. It was already a tough round. Vitality are good with these, but they need to be excellent. That shield, man.
He would be dead.
There it is. That's the brutality of it, right? That's why this agent gives me just absolute terrors.
Oh, they didn't actually get the person defusing.
Wait, that's the gun though.
It is, but look at the time he's buying.
Yep.
And they're waiting. They're waiting. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and no rounds for Vitality. Stalled out on 0. And glimmers and glimpses of what made Fnatic fantastic back in the day.
It's ridiculous how many
ults
Alpha is getting.
New agents, it was seeing Alpha pop off. We're seeing a lot of those strengths hit here. And sadly for Vitality, they're on the receiving end, right? And I think you've kind of put it out there quite simplistically and quite fairly that they just kind of have to try and get away with as many.
They just want to make sure that they close out this round. There's 2 players inside a smoke. Your options are either to spam into it and hope that you kill the diffuser, or ult and guarantee the round. And Alpha's getting his ults up constantly. He's going to have another one before the end of the half.
Interesting.
So
Vitality, let's see. Can they at least get a little bit of a buffer?
Might as well ult.
2-3 rounds, something to give them that foothold into that second half.
Well, here's the question. Alpha's had 2 ultimates so far this game. Does he get 1 or 2?
no, that's his 3rd, isn't it?
Just in this half.
He's got at least
4 in 1 half.
Isn't that his 3rd ult?
100%.
Yeah, I think Steel missed one.
Interesting read, interesting gamble.
He had the first ult in like round 2.
Yeah.
No, round 3.
Chronicle can clear quite a bit actually.
Oh,
okay.
he saw the 2 there.
Yeah. Oh, and he got safe. No. He knows. He got the tag on Trex before. So much potential on this. You can already see the TP's being put through on the site. You can see the shield going in. Fnatic are on the way.
All right.
The flood comes in.
Getting hit by that is pretty big.
So well to hold the line.
Durka TP's into hell.
Doing serious damage.
And Trex holds on. Vitality have a runner there to help.
Hero. 38 seconds. The map's his.
Well, they've heard him run away, but they can't beat him, so you might as well stay for a bit. Oh, no. Oh, they're faking the runaway. Wait, what are they doing? What are they doing?
They play together. That's the main thing that they're going to go for here.
Okay.
They're going to say, hey, if you want to go A, you want to plant the spike, cool. We're positioned perfectly that we can get back to A before you can get into a strong post-plant position. We're going to be close enough to hear the plant and start rotating towards you.
Okay.
But they're walking.
He's got a camera. Yeah.
I like that cam.
That's kind of it. Does he go around the world to Suez? Where does he want to try and play this one?
That's a good one-way.
Unlucky.
Smoke for the spike for Sender.
Yep.
But then once they go on it,
it should be a win here for Vitality.
Cleared through so far. There it is. Smoke going on the spike. Tap. Waiting for the camera.
Oh, didn't even pop the camera.
Second time. Fake.
Oh, now they pop the camera. Now you get on. Now runner needs to push.
Has to check. Has to
or at least hold it.
Not clean on the attempt.
The smoke's gonna fit. He has to re-smoke it.
Oh my god, he's got a 1v1. Hold on.
Oh, he's got him. I really feel like Vitality are not playing these situations well. The angle that runner takes is not deep. He's baiting the planter, the diffuser. Runner is posted on such a shallow angle, he can't even take a fight properly.
This is where Hero played this really well. He walked away from short, Ree goes up long, plants on A. He realizes that they need to figure out, like, are they going to play for...
when Runner got killed there, he was on a slightly deeper angle, but they didn't start there. They started on a really shallow angle, and then they're going into Hero, and it's just making it too easy for Hero to isolate 1v1s.
I guess.
I mean, why not?
You gotta try something.
There's a lack of confidence in these
later, more drawn out rounds.
retake situations, I think, as well.
There's quite a few in middle, boys.
They're not down to get the info and then just send it for the diffuser. There's a lot of damage here. Wow. Huge amounts of damage and kills.
You gotta roll the dice and pray for outcomes. Well, one round.
This is the thing. Fnatic has been going out middle with the whole team.
Yeah,
so
that's a good idea. Let's pause the rest of the game while
so
the gulag happens.
That's one. Two, they do it because they want to disarm Vitality's defensive setup with the alarm bomb.
Mom, I can't pause the game. It's online. It's live.
Isn't going out middle heavy. They're usually focused on the extremities. That one round towards C, and then every other round's towards A. So Vitality knows, hey, if we're gonna get into a big on 5-on-5 team brawl, it's gonna be at middle early. That's the highest chance. And if they're not there, cool.
Yeah, no pinging Desvirs.
I don't know if you could do it twice.
Paranoia and the Vulnerable both used Vitality to try to control short, and they still don't control short. Sender whiffed on that teleport.
Honestly, luck runs out.
Yeah, that's wild. But I kind of like this, that Vitality are getting a little bit
Runner again in a very similar spot to ones that they've played before. It's a great spot for hearing defensive rotates, which is a very good way of trying to counter what Fnatic are doing in these slow rounds, but no shields on either side. Vulnerable as well, and Kicks picks up both. Nice. Now, why... Why does Safe ult in a 4v1? Don't know. Oh shit, I ran the advert. My bad. Sorry, it ends in 20 seconds.
Enough of a cushion for Vitality going into this attack side. Think about all the rounds where Vitality got kind of unlucky with certain situations happening. They were in good positions, they had some good shots, but one thing or another, you know, that round on Boaster at middle window, not getting that kill capitalized on. The round where Alpha's able to run up and kill 3 because he recharges his shields.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I forgot to run an advert between the match break.
But they gotta keep going, right? There's no rest for the
My bad. Little bro learned the stream from Finesse. No, I just forgot to run an advert in the break, so it just ran an automatic one.
Actually backing away from this doesn't stick around.
No, you don't need to kill someone to get the ISO shield. You can equip it on... you can equip it at any point in the round as long as you have it active.
Unable to find that. That's going to prevent him from pushing all the way through.
Takes a second to equip, though.
And on the site, you had to give credit there.
You enjoyed your advert? Oh, good, good. Doritos, thank you for the 8 months.
BC of that ad, you get my prime screw you.
Well, that doesn't... That's incentivizing bad behavior, isn't it? If you give me money for running adverts, I'm going to run more adverts. Actually, I suppose I always get money for running adverts, but if you give me even more by also prime something at the end of it... Oh, damn.
And to be fair, Kicks is on that side of the map. We'll see.
If Fnatic fakes B and pivots back towards C, that's actually so unlucky for Vitality.
Vulnerable stops the push in.
They're removing that utility, but they're going in through Garage. So it's on Sender. Does he try and stick around or try and back away? I think he's losing that chance here. Dark comes in, they now know there's 2, looking for where they finally commit to.
Cancel it from Boaster. Oh, that's so nice. Alfia finds that timing based off the pressure over towards C, and they pivot B. Boaster's calling such nice macro pivots on their attack side here. They might still lose. Nope, they got the plant down. Oh, an Alpha caught runner? I think that probably looked bonkers from Alpha's POV.
Alpha's got his ult again, though.
It's just over, man. It's just over. This is his 4th ultimate.
Good luck, have fun. See you in the next round. Alpha's got
That's his 4th ultimate.
Taking back the scoreline again. Vitality not getting everything they wanted. None of that.
Show me Alpha's kill onto runner mid-slide. I think that one was probably very impressive.
Could be it, but man, it's gonna be an uphill struggle.
And this is tough. They're so close to so many ults as well. Chronicle is one off Hunter's Fury. Dirk is one off of his Dimensional Drift.
Oh, that's fucking filthy.
Honestly, like if they go
he saved Boaster's life with that as well.
Either of these ulti orbs, it's going to be an open site for Fnatic. This could be a 10-2 half very easily.
It might be. Here we go. The early attempt, at least. The ult orb, which has now been collected. Dirk has got ult, and in we go. Alpha not too far behind by any means.
So I assume that they would try to send Vulnerable off the Yoru ult here as well, or Paranoia off the Yoru. Oh, they've already used Paranoia.
Oh,
no. What an insane... I mean, they're 9-2 up. Durka's trolling, but that was trolling.
Not really had the chance to use much of it. He's going to have to find some serious value here. No one there to capitalize on the trip, but his kicks to find hero. There's that Hunter's Fury going in, not getting value at all. Shield comes back down long, keeps them at arm's length, and now it's all on Boaster in a 1v4. Looking like that third's coming in.
Okay, so Durka kind of gave that to them a bit too easily. But there we go.
Scoreline looks very one-sided.
Yeah, I don't think Durka's Yoru is that great either. But
4-8, maybe even a 5-7.
I agree.
So
Alpha's carrying, so Alpha and Boaster's calling. The Boaster calling on the attack side has been phenomenal too. It's not the normal way that people are going to play this meta, I don't think, but it's Boaster's like slower paced style, and he's doing it really, really well.
But I think we're going to see a lot of combinations with the Neon with the ISO.
You like the Yoru and Breeze? I thought it was terrible.
Does that work better than the Cypher?
I thought Fnatic's usage of Yoru and Breeze was pretty dire. Durka's currently 3-10.
That's basically what we're going to look for, because those traps
best form of his career, by the way.
Really have to disrupt that fast play.
Okay. Come on, Vitality.
Me when I troll.
Really, you know, egg on the team, but seeing more of this series, or at least on this map.
Hindsight, motherfucker. Yeah, obviously.
Vitality going straight.
He'll probably pop off on the next two maps or something.
They're going straight up. They're just powering through. Does he get to keep at least his shield? I think he will at this point. And the plant's in there. Yeah, no sweat on that front. Alpha's at least got the angle to start with, but do they even consider where kicks could be? That's a bit of a problem, and Durka's already fallen. So this is really nice from Vitality.
That's a good headshot.
Right place, right time.
Alpha continues to be providing value, but they haven't got the kills. Oh, yes he has. But he's very, very weak now. 10 HP.
On the other side was Runner. Nicely done.
Alpha, yeah. Got a second kill, and now he has a shield.
They need to get this done fast if Fnatic want a chance at it. I think it's being ripped away.
Even Alpha can't win this one.
Clear-cut approach. It's game back on. Pistol is theirs. And it opens up those floodgates.
It would be very, very funny if Vitality ran this one back. I think the composition is way better on the attack side. Both of these teams' comps look like they're going to be better on attack side. Is it overall standings or group standings that give you the buy-in playoffs? Overall standings from stage 1 and 2, it's just a round robin. It's just one round robin that got split in half. And your results at the end of the round robin define whether or not you make playoffs. That's it.
On top of the boxes, and they have a really good setup for that post plan. Really good indicator to see what we have in store for the rest of the half.
No, I mean the Neon ISO comp that Heretics were running looked really solid on defense as well. The fact that they added the breach and had so many setups with like the ISO vulnerable on defense, I think made that look good on defense side.
For the young hero.
But I think on Haven, struggled to do that a little bit.
That slide, man.
I mean, it's still good damage. It teed up for Chronicle to be able to convert that into a kill. So, not too bad. We've got some sheriffs
Safe should be able to run through them here on the anti-eco. Oh, the spam though is good. That's a nice way of dealing with the ISO shield.
Pivot from Fnatic through towards, it looks like Garage, but
yeah, top 3 from playoffs make champs guaranteed. And then the 4th place team is based on who has the most championship points out of the leftovers.
Take away some of these rifles. Oh, Kicks.
Where are you going, Kicks? Why are we not just playing a more standard post plan? All good, Safe is there. Right? No! Why are Vitality such fucking throwers, man? Why do they get themselves into such good positions and then just chuck it away? Dude!
You know, I was left a little bit speechless there because I'm just like,
brother!
For Vitality, I was just hyping them up right before the round.
Safe got 3, bailing out the rest of his team for making bad decisions in post plants and not holding disciplined crossfires. And then Boaster wins it with a ghost against him. With a ghost?
But he's doing something right.
You're losing to Boaster in a 1v1 when he's got a ghost? Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
You've been too positive. You've been enjoying yourself too much, haven't you?
Well, you've been.
I'm going to take a piss.
Fanatic biasing again.
Classic.
All the things are coming out. Get that bingo card out.
Oh, you're so funny, Josh. What am I meant to do? Vitality had 3 rounds, man. Like,
Vitality need to start by converting an eco round. Let's start with that.
yeah, let's kind of actually take a moment to kind of talk through it, because it felt like Kicks did extend towards CT a little bit there, kind of giving a chance for it. And I mean, 9 times out of 10, you do feel that they were going to get past that round, not necessarily unscathed, but somewhat safer, especially when you've seen kind of the headliners go down. And again, no discredit to Boaster, but I'm not expecting him to win a 2v1 up against a far better bought-in team. That's just simply how it doesn't traditionally go. But it bloody happened. So again, for Vitality, I don't want to see them taking those risks, especially when you're up such a, up against such a heavy scoreline against you. Any chance to convert around, you've got to be just drilled on it.
That is one of those indicators of there's something disjointed on the team there. If you see where everyone else was positioned after that, right? Kicks, he's pushing in, he's trying to get the info, he's trying to get a kill, but he's doing it off the back of Safe doing the, vulnerability spell.
Wizard and Pixie game.
Yeah, so that comes in, so it's not like they're doing
Steel just said the vulnerability spell.
Here, but the fact that everyone else was positioned where they were, one on defense, one back site, they weren't really comfortable with dealing with anybody coming in from spawn angle. So once Kicks goes down, nobody else is ready for that angle. No one's in position to spot it. We're not even gun out at that point. So there's a few question marks there about what was the plan.
Yeah, I wash my hands.
How are you going to play the rest of the post plant out?
Water and soap.
How many people, where do you expect the enemies to be?
Too much Dota? Is that what they call them in Dota? Spells? Do they not call them abilities?
If you expect them in spawn, why push? And if you don't expect them there,
Will this be on YouTube as a VOD? Yeah, it will be swap, right? Team Home versus Feet. It was a good game. That one was a great game.
And it could be a costly one.
The planch had D&D green screens. I cast vulnerability spell.
That would have been great. Then you kind of see them maybe into the gun rounds.
We had 0 tech pauses in Americas this week.
Now they get held on forward. Back
Insane.
underway. Thank you for your patience, as ever.
So fortunate.
Press this zoom thing and let me press this thing here to show you that Alpha is 1 off of his ultimate again. And I can't wait for him to get a kill. And
hold on, it's getting pacey here. Trying to pressure.
Ooh, okay. The stun, the punish, and now Safe should be opened up a little to entry. Does. Takes a bit of damage, but not a huge amount. Nice, okay. Showcasing how good that is.
Easy, Tiger. And now we're down to 2. I mean, this is looking
I cast Orbital Strike on the farmer. Oh, God.
For another chance. But kind of coming back to your point, though, we are kind of running it back through. I mean, pick up where you left off here, right?
Honestly, Vitality probably should have won that second round. We would have seen this continuation of momentum. We would have seen what they had in store for this attack side. We have to keep in mind, though, it is Fnatic's map pick.
The reason I was saying earlier it would be funny if Vitality ran it all the way back is because it really felt like Durka hard trolled that final round. They could have done a 10-2 half.
But saying what the round score could have been, it had something small change this way or that way.
Sure.
But keeping that in mind, if they don't lose that eco round, it's 6-9 right now.
Yeah.
If one of those rounds where Alpha has a huge play with that shield doesn't happen, or that round at mid window where we're within shots on Boaster, if you're in the position, you have the jump on him, doesn't even have a gun out. If any of those situations happen, it's almost a tight game.
You're right. There are some very clear steps that Vitality can take to close
this doesn't feel like a
series
close
up,
game, though.
or at least get it a little bit closer.
I see what Steel's talking about, but to me it feels like Fnatic are completely in control. I mean, at least on the first half, their calling was way better. Vitality's coordination was well off. They kept throwing situations that they were in control of. They couldn't win retake scenarios where they had smokes up.
Feeling. At least they can leave him posted on this angle, but
They're playing fundamentally worse Valorant, but they might have a really good attack half. And it was just their defense that looked shit.
Yeah, you can already see it. Oh, beautifully isolated. And you're right, no shield to set him up. Maybe hoping that was enough, but it's not. Both are now in unison, in support, trying to help out on the site. Just to share it.
There goes Alpha, yeah.
Who do we have? Sender up against Alpha.
That wasn't even close. That is not even close. And Vitality have lost another anti-eco round. Fnatic did have quite a lot of rifles on board there, but it still wasn't a full buy.
Yeah, that's
it's
unacceptable. If
Alpha is fucking dunking on them.
I'm probably calling a timeout. What is going on? How do we not have, like, this is the most important part of this composition that we've run. Was this combination that we shock the trip from the Cypher, we have that neon wall, we run up with the shield, and we go and just overload together. And
I don't think Safe bought shield this round. I think Safe didn't have enough money.
Picture entirely right after that.
I might be wrong. Maybe he threw it somewhere else early on, but he didn't have it by the time they went into the exec.
I'm actually shocked that Durka went for that. I'm just going to say it right now. He was like 3-12 a couple of rounds ago. Why is he trying to take such huge risks like that when his teammates are frying? He shouldn't be the one going for those.
Yeah,
just the line.
Durka is just fucking sending it.
Sounds far too logical for me, but Alpha wants to double down. And he's
it's the same thing he did in round 12. He's just like, we've won this game. I'm running at them. I think he's... Wyatt talks about this quite a lot, and I think Wyatt's correct with his armchair psychology. Sometimes teams, like players, when they're playing badly and they're winning, they just try to take risks to get their confidence up. They're like, I should be getting more kills in this situation. Oh my god, what a flick from Safe. These A hits are looking good though. These A hits look difficult to stop.
It's a long old road. Love the ISO bug in the audio. My favorite thing.
What do you mean? I didn't hear anything.
Oh man. But again, headstrong approach from Vitality there. And you were kind of questioning, do they speed up, do they not? They certainly did.
I think Runner had the right idea as we're about to see this round close out. Hero probably looking to just do damage, but now with low health, just get out of there, mate.
Nothing more to be done.
Yeah, it's going for your orb doesn't even really make that much sense here because you're Cypher.
Can Vitality run this back by just sending it A over and over and over again?
Has the Hunter's Fury already, so
I feel like they might be able to.
Might help with the confidence.
There it is.
If you put Hero over there, they're just going to shock the choke points.
They can unload everything. They can combo whatever they want. It's going to be gnarly if they choose so. But one of those things I have to point out was the fact that Runner, I think, has the right idea.
What is he doing?
Once that Sova pops his drone to re-clear, and you could probably imagine it's only 2 players there. One of them's on the drone. Just run at him at this point. He's going to be disarmed. He's going to be close. You know where he is.
Durka's
Just dump
upping.
utility and run at them. Runner has the luxury of being on Neon. It's quick, but everyone else needs that decision as well.
Upping into ISO Neon sounds like fucking hell.
Fnatic on 11. Ooh, Sender.
You've got a shield in your face, you've got stuns coming at you.
Actually, the shock dart and the vulnerable. Not a bad idea, but it didn't
The
quite
Neon's going to
work
be
out.
scaling on you really quickly as well. It sounds dreadful.
Does anyone want that fight? Safe did, and he loses. Alpha gets
Most of his kills come from the op. He's got like fucking 5 kills in 18 rounds. I don't care what. I don't care if most of his kills are coming from knife.
Big pivot though from Vitality. Yeah, they're leaving a couple around here. But look at where the spike is. How long do they wait? They wait long enough.
He's got one.
Stuck around on this. He's happy to do so.
Runner has stun here.
The options, the doors are being shut in Vitality's faces. They're not getting the entrance they wanted to.
Honestly, Runner could stun and wall and get the punish on Durka for free there. He's just not thinking about it. Alright, he's pulling a lot of people over towards A though. Dude, Chronicle's just looking straight down the fucking wall, knowing that there was nobody there.
2-on-4. There's a chance.
Tragedy.
Take some space before they plant the spike. That's gonna
Clearing elbow with that.
Kicks?
Kicks has no idea. Kicks had no idea.
He did. He knew exactly what was happening. He just didn't look at it. He was worried about getting peaked from C instead of thinking about getting peaked by the Omen.
And a harsh reality made. Fnatic could be moving up to 12 here. And some unfavorable fights committed to there. It just felt like it was a little unnecessary.
One of the things I'm looking at is we pointed out 4 ultimates.
Yeah, if Durka teleports away though, that's great. You take it along for free.
Yeah, Safe has his ultimate as well, and they're getting picked off. One goes down to a rifle duel.
Maybe he doesn't want to use stun and wall in that spot though, because the plan was to fake. So.
Omen ulti for info,
Yeah.
Sov ulti for zoning. We know the Cypher's probably going to be anchoring C. We can easily combo dump him.
Did he just give Trex one clean bag? I think he just walked over, gave Trex a single squat, and then walked on.
Back and forth isn't good enough, really. They needed to
just a dip. Yeah, just the dip.
I'm hoping this timeout is to come up with a concept of how to utilize these ults as best they can for, you know, a teed up round, almost those kind of guaranteed rounds, which they've got a decent amount of kits to play with. Yes, on the other side, Fnatic, you've got the Hunter's Fury and the...
These ults are not that great though at a guaranteed round.
Vitality, you have such a strong hand to play in this round.
The ISO ult's good, and you can do something with this overall as well, but you can't really cook up a play that's like guaranteed pick with it unless you're sending it into a site.
Especially Alpha right now, he's winning every duel basically. So that's what's making it difficult for Vitality. We're seeing a little bit of the luck in the favor of Fnatic in a couple of situations here, but then we're also seeing hesitation on the side of Vitality.
Alpha was 11-0, and since then he's gone 1 for 1.
That's how they lost round 2 on the second
Which is still extremely good. But he has slowed down a bit.
What are they up to?
I don't know, but they cannot make a mistake.
No, I was waiting to see what Alpha...
So what's the game plan? Just send it A, because A has been working, and if you run into difficulty, ISO ult?
Sova ultis, Paranoia at the same time, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that flash is good. Oh my god, that's a nice counter to the Neon wall.
And there's the tag as well, the follow-up. They left barely breathing. Fnatic showing what you can do with just 2 ults left.
Great work doing that out of a timeout.
Now left in tatters. It's just the final man standing, which is
great counterplay and perfectly timed, right as Vitality were about to set up their own set strat. And Alpha continues to farm.
13-6, some vintage elements of Fnatic in this game. Seeing them back in Haven, being creative here.
Well,
very good. And Alpha,
I'm not sure they really did much with the Yoru. It was somewhat useful for them on the attack side to like give info and have somebody deep on sites to distract for Alpha. And the flash was good towards the end against the Neon. I think they could do more with it though. I think the Yoru on this map is really good. I think Durka just needs to be doing more with it. I think there's like really good... That's Boaster. That's Safe being mad at Boaster. He wakes up for 1 game a year is such a funny fucking roast. Safe's so funny, man. I really like him. They did an ISO shield TP combo in A Hell? Yeah, they did. That was fairly nice. That's pretty similar to what they did previously when they've run the Yoru, some other teams. It's a pretty common setup. Yeah, I mean, I actually think the Yoru ISO's got legs. I just don't think that they had enough ideas of what to do with it. I think there's some crazy trip plays that you can do. And obviously Durka had 2 rounds that he just threw away by inting. Overall though, Alpha looks ridiculously good on ISO, and if you pair someone like Alpha with someone like Boaster, where Alpha's going to have good openings because of Boaster's attack side calling, and Boaster prioritizes farming ult orbs, that's just like part of the way that he thinks about the game. And holy fuck, does it look good when Alpha has an ult online every 2 rounds or 3 rounds. It just looks insane. They could bring that to some of the other maps as well. For sure they could bring that to some of the other maps. Which ones, though? Which ones do the attackers have ult orb priority on that are currently in the pool? No, not really Icebox, though. Icebox B you could farm orb, but Icebox A I think would be significantly more difficult. I don't think Lotus, I was just thinking about that. Lotus C side you could, but you actually run into risks of being like trap played on. And then Lotus A, you're not really going to have prio over that ult orb often enough for it to make sense. They can fucking Odin you from tree, they can just control rubble, they can I mean, those are the big ones, to be honest. But the problem is, if you're running an ISO comp, you're not going to control rubble as often. Ascent? Yeah, Ascent could be good, actually, for some kind of... The problem is, Ascent has such tight choke points. I know that MIBR ran Yoru ISO on that map, but I think ISO really struggles to get in through the choke points on Ascent. It's just such a tight map. Yeah, I think Haven is the perfect map in the pool right now to be doing that kind of farm the ult orbs with an ISO comp. Yeah. They got rid of the Lotus B orb, yeah. Otherwise, Lotus would be amazing for it. I mean, Fracture, if they brought that back into the pool, you'd be fucking cooking. You'd be cooking. They're everywhere. Is there longevity in Neon being played, or is it just teams getting used to the buffs? Neon's buffs focus on herself, taking away a stun leaves less team play now. Yeah, it does leave a little less team play, but the buffs are so large for your movement abilities when you're in scrappier situations that Neon definitely has legs. Definitely. Just being accurate in the slide is also fantastic for team play because it lets you follow up on flashes in a kind of like precise
Mr.
way that
Wilkinson,
you previously
in your best
couldn't
Valorant analysis
exactly
mode,
get.
Explain to the chat why PaySafe is utilizing anime to advertise their service XDD.
What the fuck? Are you PaySafe using anime? Is that a sponsor? Is that a sponsor of VCT EMEA and I've just been ignoring it? I don't know what you're talking about. I've got no clue, chat. I've got no clue. Those are the adverts between matches. Oh, speaking of adverts between matches, I got to run an advert, otherwise you're going to get one in the next. Rewatch the ads. You guys want me to go back and rewatch the adverts? I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that. Did you see what Mako said Stax told him before he left? No. What was it, Robbie? He told him to kick rocks. Stax said, "You're the man of the family now." Oh, that's funny. You're next. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? You're all saying different things. What is this? Mako went on stream and said, after Stax left and I had to become IGL, I didn't realize Stax was carrying or dealing with so many things. Stax told me before he left, once you're the IGL, you start to get hasty and just go out and die first. He was so right. He was. Mako played terribly while he was IGLing in the recent games. Who's IGLing on T1? It's not Stax. If it was Stax, he wouldn't have aced on Breach that game. This is messed up. Why am I the senior of the team? When I first joined DRX, only Buzz was my junior. Where did everyone go? Bruh. They all left. Am I next? The Genji guys, their junior is Karon. He's the same age as me. So why am I the senior here? I want some seniors too. When I watched the replay of the recent game, they said the old DRX feel was gone. They're right. It's definitely different. But when 3 out of 5 players are gone, then it can only be different. That sounds like Mako doesn't even want to be on the team currently. That sounds like a horrible vibe. That sounds like Mako doesn't want to be IGLing, doesn't want to be a leadership figure, and didn't really like the idea of transitioning into a full rookie roster. The more I learn about DRX's decision making, the more I dislike it.
next round, he had it again.
Yeah.
It is impossible. It's already difficult to go against a player like Alpha on a 1v1. But when you have no escape.
Honestly, it's basically Alpha, but as a tank. It's like Alpha as a tank in a shooting
He used his ult 5 times. I don't think that's the most impressive stat. The most impressive stat is he used it 4 times on 1 half.
Yeah, what Hero started out the map incredibly well as well. But yeah, look, Alpha, yeah, realistically, you say he's a tank, but the guy was DPSing it up here as well. So he's just a whole team. Does he want to join our guild? He's just a whole team, this guy.
You should join our guild.
Oh, yeah?
Why not?
Yeah, actually Dirk is in our guild. Yeah. So I feel like it's time for Alpha
honestly,
to join. But the thing is, we mentioned Safe already. You know, he played on the ISO. If we take a look at him in the AIM Labs war.
Rossi was tweeting he's going back to America? What?
Shines, though. If he had not his best
like at the end of the season?
Haven, it doesn't matter because this is where we're
not mid-season, I assume.
To really come alive.
Yeah, and again, like I think the start of this map is a little deflating for this guy.
No, it's Mitch on the desk. Edison Huff.
Being able to get contact because
oh, it was just a LeBron meme.
Then you see him go into fights early in the round without activating it because again, maybe they go the other way. So I feel like he was constantly on the back foot. Didn't have.
He posted that pic of LeBron saying, "I'm coming home." Oh, I mean, fuck knows what that means. I'm not going to read into the reading tea leaves out here, chat.
Something else that is funky. Again, yes, Vitality picked this map last week to play against Liquid. It wasn't an easy one.
My personal record for ults and a half is 6 with Phoenix on Fracture.
I think that Mitch is on the money.
Yeah, I think I've had 5 on Phoenix before when I was literally trying to pick up every single ult orb I could. I just trolled in a ranked game one time and told my teammates to help me do that. But
do you want to see Safe and Alpha
doing it in a pro play game is just ridiculous.
You know what I don't want to see is Runner go in a secondary duelist. I think he looked a lot more.
The other thing about ISO ult is it's almost always useful. It's hard to waste it.
This was almost a return to,
and that means you can just throw it out whenever you like.
For Vitality trying to shoehorn this composition, I'd love to see him back on a Senti, and I would love to look after this. We need an ISO. We need an ISO in every game.
Especially on a map like Icebox that we've seen.
I mean, the only bad times to use it are when you're in like a 1vx and the opponents are gonna push you. Most of the other times it's pretty great.
You need that initiating power. But for example, what we saw
it's certainly very good at being a win more ult. Like it's superb at being able to close out advantages. Because you have a good chance of winning the duel anyway, a guaranteed chance if you're able to get in and push them, of creating, you know, you kill them as they come out the ult.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. Fnatic, they have been so reluctant to experiment on a map like Icebox. The one time
and yeah, it just has so many spots that it's useful.
They just moved right back to what they were doing before. But this is the thing though, this is where they could experiment because on Haven,
I think they need to adjust the ultimate. They need to make ISO ult not give you an orb when you're inside the ult. And then they also probably need to increase the cost by 1 as well.
They're not really the team that kind of pushed the boat out that far on Icebox.
Yeah, but there's also...
But I would be fine with one or the other to start with.
Right? Especially when you think about the map veto. If Haven was an option, they were going to pick it probably without an idea.
Yeah, that's true, Mortaray. If you miss the ult, you still know there's no one there.
In understanding what they were lacking in the composition and what to do against it. When you go into Icebox, I think that it is an easy call to make and to try out new things because there are so many...
I haven't watched Valorant a lot recently. Why isn't Fnatic the best team in the world right now? It seemed like that's where they were going. Well, they already were the best team in the world last year, right? They were definitely the best team in 2023. They just didn't win champs. But why are they not there this year? Because they didn't take the off-season seriously. They kind of coasted during the off-season. They ended up being behind meta. Other teams caught up and then overtook them. And it's taken quite a bit for them to catch up.
Again, though, you contrast that with what's out there right now with ISO, and I just don't see a way around choosing it. That said, many teams have decided not to this week, but...
Hey, EG did ISO Clove on Icebox.
I don't think it was Boaster that got cocky. I think Boaster's probably one of the most motivated people on the team. But it's difficult to get a team to have the same hunger when they're already on top. And I think that's what they ran into at the start of the year over the off-season. And they prefer a slower style of play, and the meta is trending faster. The meta is trending like fast, aggressive on defense, and Fnatic are normally like slower paced, trying to use abilities for information instead of putting their bodies on the line.
When you think about Icebox, it's not.
And also, Fnatic used to be a team where
Oh wow, okay. I don't know
they would hold like very good setups, but those setups would still have a lot of favored 1v1s for them, but they're still 1v1s. A lot of the meta right now is also to like stack players in a certain area and then fill the gap back up instead of keeping all the gaps covered but thinly. I don't know whether that makes sense, but like when you watch a Fnatic default from last year or a Fnatic post plant from last year or a Fnatic retake, they do a lot of trying to cover every gap at the same time but with one player, and then the others are like close enough they can try to trade for them. Whereas a lot of teams at the moment are like, they push 3 players this way to create an opening, and then they back up, and then they push like 3 players in the other direction, so that they kind of like deathball very quickly a lot more. Whereas Fnatic like slowly squeeze with everyone. And the problem with that is if you end up losing a lot of your 1v1s, the Fnatic system falls to pieces. Whereas if you lose 1v1s in the other system, the trade outs come like instantly. Alright, what are we looking at here? Durka's playing Reyna, new Reyna. But they're playing up the Sova. Okay, Sova Gecko with this. And then Safe's on ISO. ISO seems pretty good on Icebox. Which do I prefer here, the ISO or the Reyna? I actually feel like the Reyna is better.
I'm really looking forward to see, especially with Fnatic starting on the attack with how bad Vitality
I guess it depends how much Safe can start snowballing. But I think the Reyna's really, really strong on this map. I think you can get into unusual positions much better than the ISO, because the ISO can only tank one shot. The Reyna can take like a weird duel you're not expecting and then get out. The ISO can go like one and then they just get stuck. And then on the defense side, they can both fight unusual angles, but I think the Reyna's better at doing it. Obviously, the ISO has a better ult, incredibly good shield. It's fairly even in my opinion, but I think the Reyna's got some very, very good reasons to play it on this map.
He's on Reyna now. Don't know if I'm convinced about that. The ISO, to put Safe on ISO when he played so well with Jet last week, able to move around so easily with the Blade Storm, with the AWP, the verticality, dashing in, creating space. I don't know if we're going to get the same value out of him this time.
I'm with you on that. I wait with bated breath. I'm happy to see if he has got something in mind here.
He's walking down mid.
Question mark for either side, right? It's the Reyna on one, and obviously the ISO is safe, especially when he just flourished before. It's a first contact, however, down towards middle. He's not threatened by any means. And now, got to see if Durka's on the money too, right? This is the big question.
Durka knows he's been seen as soon as that ult goes up.
It feels like Runner going to be put on alert. And Fnatic being a little bit slippery so far.
Boaster's still calling these slow, contacty kind of rounds. Silent jump all the way up. Lovely stuff from Fnatic here.
Here comes the wall.
Wall, recon, they're so deep.
Yeah, it looks like Trex and Runner were respecting this. They don't
why is Durka playing the Lurk as the Reyna? It is a bit weird.
Yeah, very nice.
Vulnerable plus shock and stops it.
Yeah, really nice. Now they're gonna have to do it
I think it's fine for him to play the Lurk in the early and mid round, but I would expect him to try to get closer to the team for the actual hit.
This is gonna hold Fnatic.
Not being able to get the plant down at all though in 25 seconds. This is looking dangerous. Nice swing timing, just as you expect them to be fighting the wingman. But Vitality still focus on the kills rather than the plant denial. That's where the... Look at how good the dismiss is. Look at how fucking good the dismiss is in a situation like that. Because it lets Durka fight in a spot that he shouldn't be allowed to play in. Because he can get out. Oh my god, that's nice from Sender. How have Durka and Chronicle not done any damage to him there? Yeah, Vitality won that because Fnatic didn't get plant down when they first took site. I think it would have been better for Durka to be with the team though. I don't know why he was holding flank so heavy. He knew there was nobody fast flanking through B, so the only people fast flanking would be over towards mid.
Situation's different. I like how who was in the corner there at the generator. I think it was, it might have been... It doesn't matter who
Vulnerable shock is really good synergy, yeah.
We're going to let the wingman plant so that they could get a kill and guarantee that kill instead of just denying the plants a little bit longer.
Now coming back in, looking at Fnatic's purchase, just 2 Sheriffs and the Classics. On the other side, Bulldogs galore. Outlaw out as well for safe. And Fnatic going for a little bit of a...
There's so many spots that you can do the vulnerable shock as well.
So mostly kind of leaning in from...
So yeah, well played by Vitality.
They've made quite quick progress towards it. Taking their time though. Vitality not really overcooking much. Nice bit of contact. Sender.
2 up tube and 2 B main.
Fall away now.
Fnatic still with a lot of nice map control for free.
Reclear drone basically guarantees that there's nothing in middle right now. It's either back to A or it's all B. Vitality stacked towards B. This is going to be very difficult for Fnatic to get through. They don't really have a lot of utility. They're on Eco, the Wingman, and the Swarm. That's basically all they've got. They're going to wait for the Viper.
Fnatic can't win this.
Use a Dizzy Flash.
They can't win this.
No?
This is an easy round for Vitality.
Contact first, yeah. I mean, it does get Durka a step ahead. And the Flash Keeper, that was a real opportunity. Doesn't manage to capitalize on it, so Sender gets another chance at this one.
All good.
Oh, that's beautifully done from Vitality. Good. Handling all the problems, no sweat. 5 alive, and Andalusia flawless.
Fantastic Panic, thank you for the 8 months.
Happy with that.
From getting eco'd last game to this one here where they get an Andalusia flawless, yeah, they should be really happy about that. Again, we're seeing Durka.
Yeah, there was a bit of a moment there.
Right now.
And that's another reason why I like the Reyna. Again, you can push really far forwards on the attack side because if Durka catches a timing there onto Sender, he can just dismiss back. Can't get traded.
5 shots off before the Viper got away. Yeah, they are happy about it. They are in good spirits.
Yeah, they're back in the game now. What they needed after, you know, a rough go of things on Haven. Now we do see the bonus here for Vitality, but Alpha, oh, he's down low, 10 HP. That Outlaw.
Reclear?
Damage, Durka, we're gonna need you on this. Okay, not bad. Knows there's more though.
Vitality are losing A main and B main control at the same time at the beginning of the round.
I don't really know.
They wanted to swing off drone contact. They just didn't realize how far up Durka was.
Regress middle here.
The speed on the dismiss is fantastic. Yeah.
They're going to be able to listen for all the rotations, confirm, hey, it's probably A. Here comes the A rotation.
This exec though should destroy. Everybody has full armor apart from Alpha yet, so safe should not really find anything.
Too early again. Timing just not quite right for them to try.
It's so difficult to get the timing on Fnatic because they're slower than you expect them to be. It's like fighting against a Sekiro boss. They have like staggers. You think they're gonna hit you? You swing, and it's like. I guess it's not like Sekiro actually. It's more like Elden Ring. It's like fighting against. What's the first guy you fight against? The like guy with the big stick.
Nice shot there from Runner.
Margit. Yeah, it's like fighting against Margit. You think he's going to hit you and then he just holds for like a couple seconds more and then he whacks you in the fucking head.
Yeah, it is. And this was, you know, the first time that Fnatic got to come in with those weapons, so losing out on that third is a little bit of an issue for them. And on the other side, Vitality.
Margit Thatcher. Margit Robbie.
If you're thinking about it in that way, they'll be happy enough with this.
Yeah.
Fnatic playing the pace.
I will play the Elden Ring DLC in the off-season, yeah. And in fact, I might play the Elden Ring DLC when I get back, if I can fix my computer. I can actually run Elden Ring on this laptop, but it doesn't run perfectly. And I haven't brought my controller with me. So I'm not going to do it, but in theory it could be possible. What's wrong with the PC now? It's chalked. I don't know. I need to update the BIOS, fully reinstall Windows and see if I'm still having issues. I don't want to talk about it though. It's booming me. I'll deal with it when I get back home. Well, detainment's pretty good. God, Safe is fucked.
That's lovely. Nice
That's
work.
Fantastic.
Purely banking on that utility to get him that first stop. Nice towards what Dog's been doing in the meantime.
Just a guaranteed kill for Hero. Oh, I like that idea.
Getting a little further ahead on the
Pity they were
angle,
nearsighted.
at least see where he was. And now a 4v4. Good fight back from Vitality in that.
How long is my shift here stateside? I've got another 5 days.
Hero does have
So
his
I've been
fish
here
back for a
for,
second go of it.
what, 5 or 6? I can't remember.
Kicks not fully extending.
I had 6 days at home, and then I think I have 10 days here. No, I have. Sorry, I have 10 days here, and then I have 6 days back at home, and then I come back here for another
From Vitality. I like it.
few days again,
It's a heavy lean this side.
like another week or something.
Oh, that off angle. His gun barrel got spotted out. And that's the opening that Fnatic need to be able to...
No, 5 more literal days. I go home halfway through Super Week.
Hero deciding to commit deep, does at least spot one towards backside, so I'm wondering how, I don't know if he saw the second, but he definitely saw the first. Now they know both of their Alpha does go down for it, but still time here.
Seconds.
Yeah, this is actually a problem. They've got to get the plant here. Now, Vitality can fight on the site potentially if they want to. 9 seconds.
Nice.
Hero's gone down, 2v2.
Can Chronicle win this? No, he can't. Okay. The time ended up being the worst enemy of Fnatic. Pretty similar to Pistol, actually. What the fuck? Obdurates, thank you for the 3 months with every bold insult you could find on the internet.
For one side, if they come into us, cool. If they don't, it's unlucky. We can maybe go for the retake if we want to.
Yeah, I sent my PC in to get fixed one time, and someone just yoinked it. They just kept it for months. They wouldn't respond to me. And then when they finally gave it back to me, they'd lost my charger. That cost me like $150 to replace.
Because they're trying to be methodical and not leave no stone unturned. And in the process of it, they're running themselves down in so much time.
Oh, from start to end.
Full roller coaster.
Proprietary chargers for laptops are very expensive. If they're like a this Razer Blade laptop, the chargers are so expensive.
It'd be good to see him join in. Still early days. And for Fnatic, they're suffering.
Was it fixed though? No.
Sender. Gonna commit towards playing yellow here. Does have support.
Should have sued the company. It was a fucking 70-year-old old man who had just endured the worst winter in Texan history and had had his power and water cut off and had barely survived. I'm not gonna sue his company, chat.
We've seen him here before.
And I think that's given away the game, but they turn away from it. They don't pay him.
I'm not gonna recommend the company to other people. I would warn them not to go there, but I'm not going to sue his ass.
Chronicle and Hero. It's Guardians and it's Classics. It's not enough. Vitality. Strength to strength now.
Why are you giving a laptop to an old man? Because it was the local repair shop, and they had very good reviews. They had like 5-star reviews.
Especially, we've seen this from other compositions where people are running the Sova Sage.
I don't know what to tell you.
Killjoy Jet. You know, last remaining character, and
it wasn't an ancient wizard in the Texan wilderness. It was a guy in the middle of a city who just happened to be old. Your age discrimination is showing here, chat.
That he has up so that he can isolate fights, shoot at their 7 feet, make them swing only to the right. It allows him to isolate more duels.
Why were you in Texas?
Not only is he scanned there,
that's where I used to live.
Location, they can't even put his orb up to isolate those fights.
Okay, so it feels like Vitality.
Were any of those reviewers named after former presidents? Yeah, the shop came highly rated by Lyndon B. Johnson and H.W. Bush.
Grand scheme of things, but I think the right time. They haven't had the beat.
Get the SSD from the US, it's cheaper. Wait, do I need a new SSD though? I don't think I need a new SSD. I think I can still just format my current SSD. Why do I need a new one?
Maybe it's me and Fnatic in unison.
Why do I need a new SSD?
Yeah, perfect storm.
Because it's crazy, you've joined and they're still happening.
Yeah, no, you are.
Please, it's so much faster. SSDs are already super fast. Surely, I mean, you're barely making a difference, surely. Wasn't the cord flopping out of it? Oh, yeah. No, you're right, it's broken. Yeah. I forgot about that. Mine's broken.
I think that worry is still there when we talk about Fnatic at least.
You only have 1 terabyte. It's old. It's slow. It has a lot of rights.
At least with the Reyna and
Get a 10 times faster SSD. Oh, really? Fucking hell, man. Get an M2 Samsung 990 Pro. Let me look it up.
Credit to Vitality though, they've got the rest of the team to kind of pick up that pace.
I think when we're looking at where Fnatic is this time on this map compared to last map, Haven, I think they had a way better grasp of the understanding of the map philosophy on Haven. And here, I don't know if they're giving themselves enough options to kind of move around the map. Durka is going to be very limited.
Wait, it's $350 from Amazon, but it's $100 from Best Buy. Oh, the 350 one is 4 terabytes.
We saw, for example, yesterday.
I don't need that many terabytes.
Double flash combinations were really good.
I don't need that many terabytes.
People don't understand technology. Source: Josh is a 70-year-old egg who thought his PC was bricked because he didn't seat the RAM stick correctly. XDD.
I'm not a 70-year-old guy. I'm only 30 years old. Get the 4 terabyte one? Why would I need 4 terabytes? I've already got a 1 terabyte SSD. I can still use that one for storage. I'll just put my operating system and stuff on this new one. I'll just get a 1 terabyte.
That a Jet can bring out. And then going on to the side of Vitality, I still have the same questions. Yeah, we've seen what ISO can do. We just saw it last map.
Yes.
But we saw
I'm not hard rounding down. I'm only 30 years old. Fuck you all. Fuck you young little whippersnappers in the chat. Thinking that 30 is the end of your lifespan and that I look like I'm 40 or 50 years old. You're gonna age, your skin's gonna fall off, you're gonna become old and decrepit and wrinkly one day, you're gonna start developing a beer belly, you're gonna you're gonna lose your fucking boyish charms and you're gonna become an old, grumpy, disgruntled man. And then you can come and talk to me about fucking age.
You don't have those options on ISO.
I turned 22 this year. You're halfway dead.
I guess pros and negatives of that agent, especially, and I think you can talk more generally about it, but when we have someone like Safe who is such a specialist when it comes to someone like Jet, for example, he recently had such a
bro, deadass, I thought you were at least 45.
It feels like a bit of a shame to not see it here, because again, you kind of want to see that flourish, but still, it is what it is. If you may have noticed, it does feel like a slightly extended pause, so if I'm not mistaken...
What 45-year-olds are you looking at that look like me?
Pop kettle on, potentially, get a couple of snacks, you've got the chance here. Do you drink tea, Josh?
I used to when I lived in the UK, and I kept that habit for a little while, but...
I don't look 45!
I started switching, I changed, I got the, you know, espresso machine, and flick that on, and...
I thought you were 30 plus? I am! I'm 30, plus a month.
Okay, I've lied to you. Hopefully you didn't go too far to put the kettle on, because things are sorted. Everything's good. We are jumping back into game, so thank you for bearing with us there.
Okay, let's have a look. 2 terabytes. How much is that?
Yeah, that would be awful. Yeah.
180 bucks.
Get an electric kettle. What are we up to now?
200 bucks.
Right, I need to stop talking about anything.
200 bucks from Best Buy. I can go to a Best Buy and get one of those.
Rice and chicken. It's
no, tell me no.
No, that's it. It really upset me. I thought it was a
My girlfriend is your age, lol. That doesn't tell me. Why is that funny? Are you dating much older or much younger?
Okay, now this is interesting. Yeah.
What does that mean? How is that funny?
Bruce in the pudding and he's got it.
She's much older, lol. Fucking.
Did have support as well.
You're a Zoomer using lol on the internet with a 30-year-old woman.
So he was never going to be alone, but very well done for Safe.
Sort your own house out.
Deeper on site now, and that's ticking the box. With Hero gone, they've lost out on so much of that potential towards the site.
My wife is 6 years older than me, and when we tell people that there's a 6-year age gap, they always think I'm the older one. Which means the perception is 12 years off reality. Because not only do they think that we're the same age, they think I'm 6 years older. Which means she looks 12 years younger than me.
Playing the retake though for Vitality, they have the lockdown, and that's going to force everyone away. Chronicle can deny it with his Hunter's Fury, so this is going to be an interesting 4 versus 5.
But I like the Safe's kind of replaying towards his spot. The outer and clears, he takes the space back.
I hope she ages after a while, because otherwise it's going to look like I'm going around with my daughter. Because I'm going to speedrun this aging shit. I'm telling you, my dad's genetics, it ain't looking good for me.
That's a shot. Okay, hold on.
In the nicest possible way, I love the man. But he's had more wrinkles than a ball sack since he was 40 years old. I've seen the photos. I'm doomed.
That operator suiting him well. Doesn't apparently need the jet. He's all good.
Well,
what's going on in this game again? We're out of the tech pause, aren't we? All right, let's have a look.
For him because we saw it twice already this game where he peeked out from under the rafters before.
I've seen photos of his face when he was 40. I've seen photos of his face. Chat, not photos of his fucking testicles.
And then the second kill with the op was
obviously, that was implied and obvious with the way that I stated it. You're just being degenerates.
There wasn't a second op kill.
Okay.
The second and third kill.
5 seconds into the round, Vitality with the advantage again in terms of the eco, and bish bash bosh, they get the kill.
Now onto a deeper line. Fnatic just not getting past the starting line on these rounds, and he could actually have a follow-up here.
The thing is, nothing he's doing right now is like ISO specific. He's not even using his shield. He's not throwing the shield to get space.
All right, nice shot.
Picked the wrong angle. Durka is able to trade it out 4-on-4.
I just wish he was on the jet still, but it is what it is. We move on. This is still a weaker purchase from Fnatic. They do have just those 2 sheriffs, a Guardian, and I think a Stinger as well, so they should be outgunned here.
Oh, no.
That wasn't nice.
Okay, it's done.
At the end of the day, it's a 1v3 for
My mom said you look 40.
So, you know...
I hope that she's from a part of the world where 40-year-olds still are full of vim and vigor. No one who lives near me in the northeast of England would say that I look 40. Because when you see the actual 40-year-olds around me... Wait a second, is Chronicle going to do this? When you see a 40-year-old from the northeast of England, they look like they're fucking at the end of their lifespan.
I can't blame him after the first 2.
Unfortunately, she's from the UK.
Could have slowed down for a second, could have paused for thought, but...
Yeah, nice try from Chronicle. Nice try.
Just go for it. Don't go and pick up the Vandal and reset that fight. Go and do it. You're already feeling it in the moment.
Yeah.
When I saw that whiff on the site, though, oh, I'm just thinking Haven window situation moment again. Oh, no.
Oh, runner.
It's a brutal place, Lynx. Ooh.
I do like Safe's reactions to everything. It feels like he's almost a spectator sometimes. He just sits like, ooh. Just happy to be here.
Runner's going to take the peak. Fight against Alpha, yeah. Alpha wins this, right? Ooh, punished for going for the spray. That is nice from Runner. Really well done there.
And look at the back line.
Whoa.
Now he's using his shield.
They were doubled up there.
So Fnatic know that they've pushed out B. They just saw them. There's a pit in their face at A. How do you win this round?
Fish ult for Hero.
You kind of need the fish ult, don't you? To tag onto someone? They force out nanos. I don't see how Fnatic can win this. They're surrounded.
Vitality aren't giving them fair fights. They're not giving them any sort of play into this. Who wants to
and Safe's Corp. No way!
He's done him again!
Dude, Boaster's just fucking owning Safe.
Boaster's a bit of a nightmare.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Safe is going to be so pissed off.
There's now problems on
As Safe says, he turns up for one game. This is so common that the defenders are going to do this. Drops in based off the reload noise and then catches Durka. Lovely play from Kicks. Beautiful play from Kicks. Winnable though for Boaster.
He's gone into the second phase now.
Elden Ring again! Stop Elden Ring posting, Pansy!
Wrapped around the site. They make it out of danger and they keep that scoreline looking fantastic.
Hello, the player man guy.
Good retake from Vitality there, and I think
you're 10 years, you're a decade older than me.
Not only one player, but 2.
She is Elden maxing.
Coming in from all sorts of different angles around the Viper's pit.
Do you always stay in a hotel or somewhere else? Isn't a hotel expensive if you always stay in one? Well, I can't camp. I mean, I guess I could, but fuck me, it'd be a bad job if I had to camp in LA while I was working out here.
Bro, Kimmy, you are the absolute MVP.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play by Kicks.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Who says we get to decide that?
True. Operator is back for safe. Hey.
Yeah, why not?
It's a repeat. It's working. Oh, is it? Oh. This time, gonna have to respect.
Just using the shield to try to escape. Doesn't seem great.
He's feeling himself.
But once you've got the shield active, it's pretty superb.
No punish, no trade, nothing. Oh, good.
The two-man wolf.
All right. So now he didn't pick up the orb after getting the kill, because that's much harder after you're opping. And so his shield's expired.
Look lost here. They don't feel like they're finding solutions. Held on one. Runner's timing to get a little
I have a bunk
closer.
bed. I sleep on the top and the bottom is open. You can come over if you don't want to pay for a hotel. Oh, it's a 3-hour drive. Nice. Or a 15 hours by train. That's great infrastructure. Love that.
Barely on the site.
Oh, it didn't even break the drone. He got tagged and they're still able to get so deep on the site. I'd like to see Boaster wait for Durka here.
That's the plan denied. Second time asking Boaster.
Wait for Durka. Do it with the Reyna. What are they doing?
There's too many targets. You got one right, one left, one up top. You ain't gonna get out of that. 10
Fnatic
seconds.
looked so good. I don't know what's happened to Fnatic on Icebox, but they look terrible here. They just have done all year.
In the finest form and safe.
Now they're bagging the fuck out of them.
But hey, Vitality are fully in control here.
Love how Safe's whipping out the double barrel as well.
Just buy a house in LA. I haven't bought a house where I live.
A cloudburst or dash to get away. No one's even taking the shield.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? To be on the property ladder at the age of 30. What a pipe dream, though. What a pipe dream.
They have the ISO towards A. Sova's really ready to fast rotate. They're able to stall the plant on A with their combo. And then over on B, it's the orb with the Killjoy Molly to stall the first plant. And then Vitality is flooding in before Fnatic's able to plant. They didn't even have a wingman there because Gecko died early. So here, a little bit of a change from Fnatic. They're 5-manning. We haven't seen this yet from these guys.
I feel like they need to try something. And even in this round, they're coming in with...
We're running into the op.
These feel like fundamental faults coming in.
They still have their dart.
Not bad, not bad.
It's fun for Vitality, but for the Fnatic
It's good for the Fnatic. It's good for the Vitality fans as well. It's also good that we get to see 3 maps. But I mean, the rest of this is just going to be boring, I think.
They are too good.
Why not get an Airbnb with the other casters? While in theory that could be possible, it's generally speaking a very bad idea to do stuff like that with colleagues.
It's not like they're doing anything different. They've had the same people
because
every round so far. And included in
people just want privacy, and having people sharing the same living space when they work together is a recipe for lawsuits and stuff, you know?
No, they're not doing any of these combos.
It's just a very... companies used to do that, where they would put, like... You would go on a work trip and they'd only pay for one room with the boss and the employee or whatever. Guess how sexual harassment lawsuits happen?
What are you actually trying to accomplish there? Because you know, once Vitality gets that op up on stage,
it's just,
you need to change how you approach.
It's just bad
You
practice.
haven't explored middle in the last I don't even know how many rounds, and you've done the same 2-3 split every single round and walked the A players right into the op.
No, I'm not admitting that I would harass anybody, chat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's bad practice.
Yeah, it feels almost
fucking hell,
doesn't it? Because we see these sort of issues when they run compositions that don't have the easier access to force people off those angles, to allow people with those operators to
You're so
get
stupid.
that freedom. But when you see something like Sova out, when you see Gecko out, you're thinking, okay, well they've got the means, and I guess
okay, they have
as well on Reyna,
a lockdown to try to work with. They're working through mid at the beginning.
It's to pressure middle. Now,
I don't know whether that snakebite was supposed to go deeper. It looked like it was supposed to go deeper.
And a quick pivot.
How the fuck is it 9-1? Fnatic's attack side calling can't create the openings they need, and then when they get to the site, they can't get the plant down either. They're not pushing deep enough to make space for the plant.
Alpha has his lockdown,
and they're just getting caught by huge amounts of like plant denial utility, and then Vitality either shoot them or retake them. They haven't cleared yellow. I mean, like, look, these rounds look terrible from the way that Fnatic are playing. They're not using their Sova and Gecko utility to clear. They're not slowly, like, piece by piece taking the map. That's nice, though. That's pretty good. And now Dirk is pushing more aggressively. That's what you have to do. Push like that to get the plant down. It's alright. They get the job done this time with this overall. Have Fnatic ever been a good Icebox team? No, I can't remember. I think it's always been a weakness.
And the shield going to come up. Draws the eyes forward. Safe does get one, but does fall down.
NT.
Okay, Fnatic
NT.
a little bit of an adjustment there.
They're setting up the 11-3. Oh, genius.
The first kill on that
Genius.
defense by back yellow. He doesn't need to commit to more of that. He has two teammates there, kind of ready to support him, kind of ready to deal with Fnatic. He doesn't have to swing. He could just hold his ground, maybe play some weird off angle. He does not need to swing out. And I think the only reason why he decided
yeah, we shared an Airbnb for the Korea co-stream of Shanghai. And I really get along well with everybody in pod chat, and that was difficult. I'm just too old to have housemates that aren't my wife and my cat and a potential child, I suppose, although that might also drive me nuts.
With the operator, not what you expect to be seeing, but
this is
hold on,
big.
Hold on. All right. It's not Neon, but almost.
There's an interesting little play by Alpha, yeah? Mixing things up. They've normally been taking mid control to go tube. Oh, Alpha's definitely going to get caught at some point there. There's just too many angles for him to cover, but it's a 3v3. No lockdown, though.
You'd imagine it's going to be an A hit, especially after that positioning. Now you know it. Now you know the safe's around.
Made the noise A, but here comes Chronicle cutting off.
No, I'm not pregnant. What are you talking about? I'm just talking about in the future.
Hero to go B with the spike.
I have not been empregged.
He's got to speed up a little here. Doesn't want to make noise. Just
I mean, Fnatic have got the whole of the B site completely to themselves.
Stands Vitality being very diligent, clearing through, making
If
sure
Safe,
lingering around.
yeah, Safe's going to get caught by Chronicle.
Chronicle's positioning edge gets proactive. I like to see that.
In the future, you might get pregnant.
No
I mean, God, I could be so lucky.
Hey, it's got to be a flank on B. I wonder if these guys go under 2, but they don't know about that drone. Hero, perfect positioning.
Yeah, really nice. Off the back of the info from Chronicle, encouraging Hero to play a little bit close towards expecting that flank will potentially pressure through middle. And now he's got his ult. Hard now for Runner. 2 kills this round.
Side horse.
Need 3 more. And he's
yeah.
fine.
Oh, they're going to go for the knife after. That's so BM. Oh, no. No, they're gonna
they've reconned him as well.
At least they didn't do the exercises, the squatting exercises.
I mean, you got to be bold when you're only getting to 3 rounds barely. You know what I mean?
Hey, it's mental warfare. That's how you build your team back up. That's how you start chipping away at the enemy. I mean, yeah, it's a 1v3. You're whatever. Like,
do you think double controller will be the norm for Abyss? I haven't really looked at Abyss, but yeah, that's what the pros were saying. The people that tried it out at Shanghai were saying that it looks like a double controller map.
On X, formerly known as Twitter.
But the reality of the situation is that Fnatic barely got 3. Barely. Vitality looked good, and unconventionally as well. Safe getting away with murder.
What is Kron's best agent? I have no idea, actually.
Kind of roam freely, doing what he likes. Now he gets to have a little bit more fun as well on the attacking side. We get to see that kind of pick
I don't know.
Value. Obviously, they didn't get much.
He's a very good Swiss Army knife kind of player. I'm not sure if there is a single agent that he's like clearly better than the rest on.
Reina, how valuable is it? Taking a lot of space towards A, but they're not overly.
I mean, the fact that like all of you are suggesting different agents indicates that I'm correct. Sova, Viper, KO, Brim. Yeah, I think it's. I think he's just extremely good on a range of agents.
There, but that's fine. They're gonna have sight. They're gonna have a safe plant.
Gonna go for the push. This spot is how you counter Snowman pushes. Alpha Year's position. Very good positioning from Alpha there.
And maybe expecting Vitality to push through towards CT, but even if they didn't, they handled it very well. And now it's on Runner and Trex. 2 shock darts. Nano Swarm as well.
One of the Americas teams was really fucking that up. I can't remember who it was. Was it 100 Thieves? Can't recall.
Solo HP as well.
Yeah, there was a moment in that. That could have tipped right back on through, but Fnatic make it through the first
Which is more fun to play? I would say Double Initiator is more fun.
On ISO.
Maybe not at the pro level. Maybe people enjoy playing Double Control, but I think Double Initiator is more fun to watch, to play.
This is going to be an interesting half to see what happens here. Fnatic's able to convert this. It's all on that first. The bonus round, basically, but safe.
I watched England play against Slovenia yesterday. I went to a bar in LA.
I know it's a little bit risky.
English bar. And while I was there, I glanced over and I was like, wait, I know that guy. I've seen him in TikToks. I had my like LA moment where you've just spotted somebody from media. You know the guy who does the like Royce DuPont fake like right-wing rabbit hole marketing video things?
The rotation.
Yeah. The guy who does those sketches was just watching the England game with me. I mean, not with me. I went over and chatted to him and told him I liked the stuff that he'd done. But
no, it's not without a little bit of threat even beyond that outlaw. We've got Sheriffs.
Yeah.
This is
and then I got a little drunk while I was watching the game, and I was like, I'm gonna go to a LAN center and play some Valorant. And I was losing games in Plat 2. I nearly deranked to Plat 1.
This rotation at middle.
Look who it is. Yeah.
Fucking great day.
It's just the goal. That's all he had. Outdone. Oh my god, and the follow-up Vitality.
No, it's the guy who plays Royce himself.
Just
yeah, Chet
a
Collins.
1-2 combo there. And Durka trying to match this rotation. Chronicle has to find value though, and Safe's keeping a good amount of space for them. Yeah, there's threat on the side. He can't do it all, but he's done very well here. Spots out the player, and Runner's taken down Durka. That's a rightful goal.
Oh, what a tragedy for Fnatic. Get us into Lotus. Get us into Lotus.
Just loved what Vitality were doing as well.
We're watching a mirror of the last map, basically, right?
Yes.
It was like, what, 9-3 half or something? Pistol goes in the favor of Vitality.
I posted a screenshot of your losses in the Discord. You're having a rough time. I did recover it. I ended up about the same rank rating that I was when I started, but considering I'm playing in Plat 2, I was a little bit drunk, but I was on low ping and like good frame rates. No excuses, really. I should still be able to win in Plat 2 after a couple beers.
Gets a thrash off of this as well.
Killer death. So good. He needs to gap Bozo. You can see him try to dodge it. But we send it to find him in the end. But again, maybe they can try and get an orb here going forward.
I don't understand as well, because like I'm doing all right in Immortal in EU. I was doing all right when I was playing Immortal in NA, but I can't out-frag Plat players. They just have the same level of mechanics as me. I got put into some gold games, and I was shitting on the people in those. But as soon as it gets to like Plat Diamond, I can't frag my way out of those levels. I have to just outplay them with like better decision making or util usage or whatever. My aim is so bad.
Strengthening the numbers for themselves. Hero one off from his ult.
A lot on Durka right now, the only player with a Vandal.
You gotta use your brain. I'm fucking trying. I was trying. Yeah, they just swing everything. That's the crazy part. They're straight up just wide swinging the stupidest angles, and I'm like, oh, you just owned me. And then my teammates, your teammates in Plat don't hold angles for you to like stay posted in spots. They'll hold an angle for a second and then they'll run off and go and do something else and just abandon you. The amount of times I thought a teammate was holding something and then I die to like a flank and I'm like, did you just hide and let them walk down mid? It happens so often.
They can see the Owl drone, or at least going to see Dizzy potentially. Yeah, Boast is not going to be happy now.
Is he going to try to stall this?
I feel like once you get to Ascendant, people are at least, like, you know, trying to coordinate between themselves a little, and, like, they intuitively understand, I need to hold an angle for a player over there, like that kind of thing. Not at a super great level, but, like, a decent level. Dude, Plat and Diamond people are just fucking solo queuing. People picking Sage in all of my games as well. Why is Sage popular in Plat? It's fucking terrible.
No one giving him a chance here. No one letting this slip. And the wall's gone back up and the round's wraps. It was wrapped from the start.
Yo, what's up, Apple from a cat? How's it going? I do commentary on Valorant videos.
But this one is done.
He said doo-doo.
Gotta say, credit where it's due. Vitality answering back so
yeah, people don't shoot the wall.
And I think bigger picture.
But also the fucking Sages don't know what they're doing either. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try and make a prediction, to be honest, but because anytime I feel like whenever we do this,
I was playing with a Sage on I was playing with a no-com Sage who was typing in chat on my Ascent game. They were lovely. They were very nice, but they kept walling us off. Like, for example, we were on attack, and they pushed out B main against us. We killed everyone in B main, and then the Sage walled B main off, so that like they couldn't push more in B main, even though we killed everyone. And so then we were just stuck. We couldn't react into B, so we were just stuck. Like, okay, now we have to go mid or A, I guess, and we have no info on that side of the map. It's crazy. Come on, Vitality, close it out. Shooting Durka in the toes. I can't understand their higher level of thinking. You're right. You're right.
Honestly.
And Hero. He gave him a good start, right? He got them that first pick with Durka.
Yeah, I had the same theory, the same hypothesis, Gamma. But I'm not sure. Because when I said please don't wall B main like that, they said in the chat, oh, I'm sorry for making a bad play. Like, they weren't saying it snarkily either. They just typed out, sorry for my bad play. And I was like, that's fine. Just don't do it again. That's fine. Am I in Plat? My NA account has decayed from Immortal to Plat, yes. So now I have to try to grind it back up, because I haven't played on it in ages. And I'm not winning enough.
Like it connects with the shin or something like that. Just kicks him, he just trips, falls down. That push from Chronicle.
No, people are scamming. Yeah. So, I forgot to talk about this. Public service announcement. People are definitely scamming people on Discord by pretending to be me. I am not going out there DMing you on Discord. I guarantee it. My Discord name is just full lowercase sideshow. If it's like got any numbers after it or anything like that, people are scamming. Some of my mods in my Discord got like reports that people were messaging them using my name and my picture, but you will always know it's me if it has just the name Sideshow. Anything extra, it ain't me.
It's great. Durka.
You don't need £100? I don't need £100. Someone did it to me with I Will Dominate, which is weird because he would never message me out the blue. But I got a friend request and I was like, this is weird. But like, okay, maybe he wants to get in touch about some like podcast stuff or like some sponsorship thing. I don't know. And then they just sent the most fraudulent message of all time, and I was like, that ain't him. That ain't him. So I think people are doing it a lot in the esports space at the moment.
Gets out. But they do get a plant. I'm looking at Alpha's position. Any value to that? 2 players in middle. You're going to hope the runner is on the money. Went a little early on that one. Caught him there.
Whose supplement sales program did I sign up for? No, that one's mine. That's mine.
Lots to play with here.
Make sure you ground up those camel penises properly.
There's a preemptive Hunter's Fury actually coming out from Trex. Doesn't get what he wants for kicks. Just slips ahead. Oh.
Nice try.
Yeah, Doug had to be quick.
Can they still win this?
But still, a 2v3.
Oh, they can still win this. He got a... Go on. Oh, he's got it. Go on. Chronicle's so weak. Oh, good shot, Chronicle. That was so close. So close.
Real close. Real close.
Who won the game preceding this one? Heretics. They won 2-0.
Tiniest margins there. If runner doesn't go that early, wait for Fnatic.
What is my opinion on crabs? I've never had them. I mean, what opinion can you have? Not the worst STD in the world, but probably quite uncomfortable.
A little bit better, make the timing a little bit better, anything a little bit different. Vitality close that out right there. Instead, we go into round 18.
This would
He meant the food? Brother, the food. It's an animal, it's not a food, for starters. If you were going to categorize it as anything, it is an animal, but you can't eat them.
Similar statement to be made.
But like saying, what do you think about elephant? And then being like, no, the food.
To take a couple of gambles, couple of risks.
It's aggression over on B as well at the same time.
But okay, what do I think about crab? It's very sweet. I don't eat it. But is it bad? No, I don't think it's that great though either. Even when I did eat meat, it wasn't my favorite.
Definitely saw him. He definitely saw him.
What do I think about the animals though? It's fucking cool that they go sideways.
And Chronicle succeeded on the other side. Takes out
That's
Safe, actually.
I don't know. I don't have opinions about crabs.
You've slowed down the roll a little. You dealt with the lurk. But Kicks, Runner, and Trex are still a threat in themselves. And with Runner doing that, they certainly are now. Good trade for Chronicle, who's starting to kick up a gear here himself. Warming into the matchup a little bit.
What about goats?
Does have Hunter's Fury as well.
We do tend to talk about goats a lot.
Gap close here. He's got to keep him safe here. That's what he's doing. Durka on the case as well. As
I would say probably Aspas, Chronicle.
Doesn't get closed down in time.
30 seconds left.
Getting a little nervous about this. I don't know why.
Sadak.
Shouldn't be an issue, and it's not. Fnatic, another step.
Oh, you meant the Overwatch comp. Oh, right. I quite liked goats.
What I noticed was Viper's down. Going B is a death sentence. The play has to be A or
Is this the Fnatic Classic? No, it's not. They're not running this back.
They're going to walk all the way in, and they're going to take a duel. And you cannot be at the most obvious angle.
I've sent you a mail with everything you will need to buy and know to fresh install Windows. Surely it's not difficult, is it? You just need like a little USB stick and you boot it off the USB stick whilst having the SSD plugged in.
These ults really hitting together. 3 coming into this round. Safe only 1 off from his as well.
No, is that not true?
He's done for. He's got to be dead here, right?
He gets one. He gets one. He gets out, but he got cooked. Oh, missed Boaster, but Boaster died anyway, so all good.
Boaster's been winning that 1v1, so maybe Sender actually saved them a little bit. But it looks like Vitality want to close on this. So
Wingman denied.
Okay, but they lose a life for it.
Chronicle gives his life for it. 5v2. Get us out of this shitty map. Honestly, the map's fairly fun to watch at the moment, but Fnatic are just so bad at it. Was that not UI Center replacement CPU too? That was definitely not me.
Does get away with his life. Didn't get detained. We're going to need Hero to find some big kills, and he's not. It's just on out for now. 1v5. I think the Vitality fans feel it coming. That's one.
There you go.
It ain't gonna be more. Clean enough.
That's quite good from the Vitality fans. I like that.
From Fnatic, but that was what Vitality needed. Map 1, something they'll soon forget, but Icebox brought them right back to where they should be.
I think they're fun. I don't think they're annoying. I think they're good. The whole point of having esports games in front of a crowd, like there's no difference watching it in person. You're not watching the players. You know, when you go and you watch Champions in LA or something, you're not staring at the people. You're staring at the screen. You could do that from home. The point is that it's an atmosphere, that it's like surrounded by other people who are invested and watching it with you. I'll take that over tennis crowds every day of the week. You stare at the players, do you? You don't watch the game, you just stare at the players. You're just looking at Chronicle's fucking head. I want the crowds to be crazier, blowing trumpets like the CS crowds. Yeah, I agree. I think our Masters crowds tend to be pretty poor compared to, for example, the CS crowds. Yeah, the CS crowds have got way more personality. But that's just because they've built that culture. The culture has not been built really in Valorant. And the people who come to the, regional crowds are not always a large percentage of the people who then come to the Masters crowds. The Masters crowds are most of the time, they're just going to be like first-time attendees. Because it's the first time that we've been in their area. The fuck you Apex chant was that's so funny. Also, it's funny that Apex likes that. The Tokyo crowd was great, though. It wasn't really. It wasn't really. It was... They enjoyed the game, and they enjoyed both teams and all teams, but they were just dead silent throughout the entirety of a round up until the end of the round. To me, that's the opposite of atmosphere. That's just like, I might as well be watching from home. Better than Brazil? I don't think so. I mean, the bad part about Brazil was that they just didn't turn up for games that didn't have Brazilian teams in. But when the Brazilian crowd was in, the Brazilian crowd was better, I think, than the Japanese crowd. I think French fans are going to go crazy, though. I think if we get an event, maybe it doesn't have to be an event in France, but an event in Europe where there's a large Francophone contingent. Because there weren't that, like, Copenhagen mainly just had people kind of traveling in, but not a lot of French fans. Do they tell crowds not to yell "Go A" and stuff like that? Yes. They do tell them. Do people always listen? Not always, but people tend to be, like, scolded for doing it a bit. Champs Paris 2025, it's happening. I have the script. Dude, that'd be sick. I'd be down for it. Madrid? Yeah, I mean, Madrid was mostly Spanish fans, but they also had a lot of fans from Southeast Asia in Madrid. I'm not exactly sure why, but there were a lot of Southeast Asian fans in Madrid. Scolded? Did they get a spanking? Yeah. The security... I'm not... The problem is, if I make a joke like that, people can't help but take spanking as sexual. People's brains are just twisted. I'm not going to go down that path. Do you mean fans of SEA teams or people from SEA? People from SEA. Like, some international students and some people that had traveled, but there was just a large SEA contingent in Madrid. Champs is supposed to be in Europe next, isn't it? What do you mean supposed to be? Did they announce something? Or do you just mean because it's been, like, in America's last time? Rotating? But it hasn't really been rotating, has it? Because it was in Turkey. It was in Berlin, then it was in Turkey, then it was in LA. Like, that's not rotating. We haven't had one in APAC. It's like most of it's been in... most of it has been in Europe. So... Since the partnership era? There's been 2 in the partnership era. Well, anyway, even if that was the case, then the next one would be in APAC. Oh, no, this year's is in APAC. I'm trolling. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. The idea being that it was like Turkey, Los Angeles, South Korea, so now it's back to Europe, then in Americas, then in... Right, now I understand what you mean. I was fucking lost, man. I was lost. Yeah, I mean, they might do one in China. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Depending on how they thought Shanghai went. I haven't seen any viewership data, by the way, from Shanghai. Did they publish it? I mean, like, including the Chinese audience, not just from ES charts. Yeah, I haven't seen any. If they don't publish it, that probably means that the viewership wasn't that good. They don't post Chinese viewership until later, if I recall correctly. But they did for Madrid. The Madrid viewership they posted, I want to say like a month later. Maybe it was less. I guess it hasn't been a month since Shanghai, though, so. Madrid isn't in China? Yeah, I know, but they posted the Chinese viewership for Madrid. It's the same thing. The tickets sold out in 12 seconds? Yeah. That's what they were saying. They sold out just instantly, it's Michael. The Chinese fans turning up in force. Yeah, I know you can't track live views on Bilibili, but you can if you have the data from behind the scenes. That's why it takes Riot a while, because they have to get it from their partners, their broadcast partners from China. But what I was asking was, have they released the data yet? I guess not. everyone who wanted to watch bought a ticket. I don't think that's true.
Much more linear, easier to force those fights.
Champions Gary, Indiana. Wow, what a spot! What a spot!
He led the charge on the server by any means.
Thoughts on Team Secret or RRQ chances of making champs? I think Team Secret has a very good chance of making champs. I think RRQ's got an outside shot of making champs. Because I don't think RRQ is looking better than Genji, Paper Rex, Talon, and I don't think they look better than Secret at the moment either. But there's always chances for when it's close like this. There's always chances that RRQ could make it.
I'm not mistaken. And then there's the DZ. With Jet, even with ISO, he could have maybe escaped that situation. But then he is aware that he either gets a kill. The moment that the DZ like spits on him, he knows that he either gets a kill.
Due to get a tournament in London. I don't think Valorant is actually that big in the UK though.
In him, even when we saw plays like the Viper sped onto the
I don't think the viewership would be amazing. Sorry, the attendance. Maybe it would. Maybe it would be good.
I mean, this is the thing you guys talk about.
I think continental Europe though is a better place of holding it if you wanted to do one in that area of the world.
On Fnatic, in fact, the last time they played Icebox without Jet or Chamber.
What game is big in London?
Dirk was on the team. I think it was
Call of Duty,
That's the last time they tried to do
FIFA.
Mitch, that gamble just didn't pay off, and you cannot give
what other games do people play in the UK?
Team that kind of advantage in the series.
No, maybe you could have, a month ago. This was a squad that was
Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike's not enormous though in the UK.
Where again they go to a new identity. They try to build.
It's pretty small to be honest. They just like running events out of it.
We saw it against Liquid, albeit that Liquid result.
Rocket League. Yeah, Rocket League's fairly big. I mean, it's mostly the games that were popular on console.
But this was a very different face, and again speaks to the work that's being
I
done
said
here.
FIFA already. Yeah.
Taking over as head coach, they've
Football Manager. Yeah.
How they want to approach building their day-to-day, and evidently it's working.
You did say attendance? Yeah, but I don't think
the Vitality can bring this home.
So here's the thing, right?
I don't think the attendance would sell out as quickly for an event in London as other. Well, maybe it would just because Counter-Strike is big for the esports scene, but certainly in terms of like what games people care about in the UK, it's mostly like console games.
A 13-6 on paper, I feel like round to round we
Rainbow
were
Six.
I
don't know whether Rainbow Six is that big in the UK.
Well, let's take a look at Agents
I really don't know. That seems like one where it could be.
A little bit different.
Is League big? There's quite a lot of people that play League, but it's not like it's not culturally big.
This is what I wanted to see, to be
but
honest,
when I was at university, there were quite a lot of people who played.
Imagine if you or Brent swore in a World Finals XD.
Imagine if you or Brent swore in a World Finals. What is this one from? Is this one a Counter-Strike? Is this a CS clip? No.
T1, the flank from Piosik on the top side, and then teleport in from Zeka.
TRX circled T1 like sharks, herding them in. T1 didn't find a response. Kuma, can he steal it?
Kuma will have to fire a hell.
What the fuck? Guma Yushi steals to save this game.
He's just thrown a fucking. What the fuck?
After that second
let's not forget that the tiebreaker comes down to head-to-head. So whoever wins this match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'd be happy if we did something like that. I would assume they weren't happy at Casual for doing it, but I don't think they'd be that bothered if the situation.
It feels like
if it felt, like it was justified rather than just superfluous. Oh, not superfluous, that's the wrong word. Extra. Then, yeah, I think it'd be.
Now, Josh, I'm seeing issues. I'm seeing some things that worry me. Now, you may not have been sold by, say, Fon, ISO, for example, but I'll tell you now, that knee on his hands is deadly.
He got fired for that.
Fnatic having to stop it?
Well, they don't have a Cypher to stop it, that's for sure.
But if 5 players were on a rope and they got aced, can I say what the fuck? No. If 5 players are on a rope and it's Boom Esports running in, dying, you say, oh, for fuck's sake. That wasn't a hype moment. That was a disastrous moment. Miles, thank you for the 16 months.
Hey, Sideshow, can you remind me what that Sentinel dealer in South Korea's number was?
Chronicle.
The one you recommended.
Yeah, of course.
There you go.
Vitality picking up where they left.
You have to be really careful playing against Neon comps. holding the right corner like that is asking for danger, I think.
Wait, they thought about this the whole way through. Oh my god. Premeditated murder on this.
They're gonna get the info with
Nice
the
pistol
camera
round
to see
strat.
exactly where everyone's set up.
Oh, this is so nice. Now, if they stick the landing, that's the next thing.
Unfortunately, Trex is now dead. Good cage. Really nice cage.
This is nice from
And they just lose because Fnatic decide to take the fight to them and they're better players.
Good damage. Just send her alive. No smokes to play with.
It is sad watching Vitality. I thought they would have more individual success than this. Nice triple swing.
It was a good
Please
design by
close the
Vitality.
Gamba.
They knew exactly what they were going to do in every step
Why?
of the way throughout the entire
It's
round.
going to
starting
close
with that
pretty
A
quickly
push,
anyway.
Starting with setting the paranoia, but just walking up.
That's the exact same Cypher setup that Loud used.
Actually
Nice.
shrouded their cross, but
Good
I have
steal.
to point out, Fnatic made a really good adjustment there. Once they pushed spawn, realized that trip set up there, they all rotated back and did this fight at C-Mount together. And that reaction to move together like that was so good.
What am I Dolan walling here? What are you talking about?
Okay.
I'm reading the chat.
It's a step. And I don't think Vitality are going to be all that, you know, relinquishing of
Oh,
control.
Neil Zenio was in the chat. No, I missed Neil's comment.
There's a lot of them over here.
Where was Neil's comment? Oh, I like your mustache. Thank you, Neil Zenio. I grew it myself.
And they're flooding.
Wow, they're going.
Yeah, I kind of like it. You
What should I ask the barber tomorrow to get the fantastic haircut? Just tell him to fuck your shit up.
It's traded out well by Fnatic, so they made
You're
it
gonna
past
have to
that
shave it
hurdle
all
of
off
that
anyway
threat.
once he does that.
Quick pivot as well. Looking like A is that eventual goal, but Sender.
Double barrel.
Heretics stole the thunder of what people thought Vitality could be this year.
How much can he get with that?
Yeah, pretty much. I would agree.
It's not bad. Actually
Now,
does give him a little bit of play.
even when I thought Vitality were going to be good, I didn't think they were going to make like a Masters final or something. Heretics have
Time limit, though. Smoke just about coming back up here. Oh god. Okay.
Heretics have overperformed.
He's looking real good here, and he's punish poster
He
does
got
go
it.
down. So Drake
Pansy
through,
saying he's
but
been on the Ozempic because he's thin enough to squeeze into the gap is crazy.
Now mistakes from Fnatic, which I'm not saying won't happen, but very difficult to imagine a world where two classics are going to be able to thrive. And yeah, they're
Pansy's got some great lines.
the idea of A, maybe not liking what they're seeing, and I think Chronicle should have seen kicks. He has. So yeah, good info.
Spike planted.
Ozempic's a medication that wasn't originally used for weight loss. I can't remember what it was used for. Was it diabetic medication or something? But then people realized that it was extremely good at helping people lose weight by reducing the urge to like overeat. Someone else in the chat will probably explain it better than me, but it reduces your cravings. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, cravings. It's not just food though. It's also apparently like it can be effective in reducing urges to like gamble or something as well. I don't know. It seems like they need to do a lot more research on it though, because at the moment it's FDA approved for something that people are just like the people who are paying for it, they ain't using it for diabetes most of the time. It's just become like a trendy wonder drug basically.
Once Safe gets on that attacking side, I'm all eyes on him. Can't help it.
I got back to Austin, the mold almost took over again. Fucking hell. Are we playing ranked? I'm down to play ranked. I can't do it on this laptop though, but I'd have to go to the LAN center, but I'm down to play after this match.
Re-hits, re-clears, we've seen it a couple of times towards Mound. We've seen it, every now and then. I don't mind them trying it. Now, whether or not they do it in a round like this would be a little more surprising.
This is a little bit risky to do it. They have low shields, and if they lose this, they give Fnatic such a buffer into
Do you read books often to keep your vocabulary warmed up for commentating? I read, but not for my work. I read for my pleasure. I don't particularly find that reading enhances my vocabulary, though.
And that smoke feels it's going to be permanent over.
I mean, I'm sure that it does in a way that I'm not consciously aware of, but
not going to allow Boaster too much.
a lot of the books that I'm reading at the moment have really archaic, high fantasy writing styles.
you know.
And I don't think that bleeds through to my caster. At least I haven't been aware of it.
That's anything Fnatic wants to do right now. Wall up, send the Prowler out, go back to C if they want to. It looks like that's what they're trying to do.
Melons and AO3.
Will they do a gamble stack? We've seen it before
yeah.
in the other maps.
That's where I get my vocabulary from.
So smart from these guys, and it's going to pay off.
Red Ending Brandon Sanderson? Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to this December as well.
That extra layer of doubt. Already seeing Safe going exploring.
The only thing I haven't read by Brandon Sanderson that's part of the Cosmere is White Sands, because I can't find the graphic novel. I can only get it on Kindle and it doesn't work very well. I've been looking for it. Whenever I go into a secondhand bookstore, I'm always looking for it. Or even a normal bookstore. I've never found it. And I don't want to order it online, I want to find it in a shop.
But do they try and deny the plant? It looks like they're considering it, but the drop catches Safe completely unawares, it felt like.
Nice ult, man. Fnatic are finding themselves in some like dangerous spots when they're on these attack sides with the time running down. But the plant denial is easier to throw in on Icebox compared to Lotus here.
Who got that kill on Safe there? Was that Durka?
I can't remember who it was.
I wonder if we're going to see that in the replay. I don't remember.
I don't like this chant. I think it's...
He just got it there.
I don't know why I don't like it, but I think it's shit.
Just 12 seconds left.
I think it's because it's generic, maybe. It's better than just chanting FNC, FNC. Like, it's better than that. But I think it's just lacking a lot of creativity. How good is Stormlight Archives? Very good. I would say top 2 fantasy series I've read.
Thanks for that, man.
Yes, I heard that Brandon Sanderson owns a League of Legends team, yeah. Brandon Sanderson and Disguised Toast fighting against Cloud9. What's the other one? Malazan Book of the Fallen. I'm not going to go on about it because regular viewers, it's all I ever fucking talk about.
The thing is, it comes back really quick as well.
But you can Google it. Yeah, I read Robin Hobb. I read the... I actually just got the first trilogy, the Farseer trilogy.
Until the next moment.
I have mixed thoughts on it.
For now, though, we are working with
the writing style was very simple. The characters and the politics were fantastic in the first 2 books, and they really kept me hooked. But the third book I didn't really enjoy. I thought her world in that trilogy worked a lot better in the low fantasy, heavy politics vibe. And once she started going to Heroes Quest high fantasy, I think she lost it. I'm still going to keep reading because I did like it overall. But the ending was fairly disappointing.
4 rounds for Fnatic. Much better performance here from Durka as well. Yep. After what has been a shaky first 2, this is good for him. Confidence sky high. For Vitality, though...
Oh, Dune is phenomenal. I don't really know whether Dune is fantasy or sci-fi, though. It kind of blends the worlds between.
I think someone needs to perform some...
Dune might be top 3 for me in terms of fantasy that I've read. Malazan Stormlight Dune? Maybe. Something like that.
Beast entirely.
Did he just hit us with a welcome to London?
Welcome to London. He was... he was saying it... Pansy getting an ooh from the audience there. They thought that joke was too far. Saying that London's famous for knife crime. That's just a classic joke. That's not even... That's not even a Pansy original. That's just a good reference.
And you're right. Can be a bit of an eco-cobra.
Yeah, I read the first lore stuff. Actually, Joe Abercrombie is fantastic. The first lore trilogy is amazing. I think, yeah, that's definitely top 5 as well.
On the Vandal. He's back to the glitch pop, which is critical here, Josh. Don't know if you noted that.
Well,
you know the US has more knife crime per capita than the UK.
I don't really hang on to every small, minute detail.
You guys just do it different out here, fucking killing people with knives as well as guns.
Gonna lose out after a 1-for-1 trade. Sight should be theirs. They're all kind of confirming that no one was really playing anything beyond that.
It's not capped, look it up.
Still with quite a bit of kit, still got that paranoia as well. Seas, prowlers, all sorts here. On the other side though, very well equipped for this retake. You've got kicks with everything. Yeah, he's lower HP, but can still send people into play, but they need something to be that first step forward here for them.
Paranoia from Boaster gets 3.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, Safe does get to kind of...
They don't hold back Safe though. Good trade. Safe going down, though, to Hero is pretty big. What is Sender up to? Trex with a 1v3? What's the chances? He knows where the Viper is. Oh, you're fucked. Oh, this series has been shit. I'm just gonna say it. This series has been shit. The first map was very fun. I enjoyed it. Map 2 and Map 3 have been snoozers, man. Snoozers. And even Map 1 was like sloppy fun. It was fun though, and it was great to see Althea like popping off.
They're swinging with the abilities as well, so it's not
But
just that they
good lord.
that they're using abilities. It's that
Map 3 isn't over? Even if it isn't, I don't give a shit. I've seen Fnatic on Lotus so many times. They play quite similarly. They change only small things, like small little tweaks to their game. And it looks like Vitality would be the interesting team to follow, but they're not even getting the flood defending working. And that's like what their comp wants to do the most of.
New coach as well, a lot on his shoulders, especially in a high pressure game like this. I think a lot of us coming in.
I think they'd be better off if they were running a breach with this though as well.
Start to lean a little better for Vitality later into the veto.
My favorite part of June is when Frank Herbert wrote about a woman literally orgasming from watching Duncan Idaho climb a cliff. Yeah, some of the stuff in Dune is off the walls bonkers. It does. No single person in Dune feels like a real human. And I don't think that's just the women. The men don't feel like real people either.
I'm gonna bring it back round 3 to give that up and then have the rest of the game kind of snowball from that.
Isn't that how women normally orgasm? Yes. When I get into the bedroom, we have a rock climbing wall, and my wife lies on the bed and I just climb up the wall next to her, and then we go our separate ways afterwards. Well, my job here is done. I'm just doing a V2 on the wall.
That you can't give up certain fights.
Yeah. I want to see some tangibles from it as well. A little bit of a switch.
Oh, fucking hell. Utiverse, thank you for the 100 bits. Have I read any of the Shadowrun novels? I'm not sure. Who wrote them? Who's the author?
I love it.
Of course you do.
Of course I do.
Of course you do.
Grashnin, thank you for the 40 months as well.
Alpha could be in trouble here. He is being closed down on. Does he win any of these fights? I don't know if he... Oh, as if he turns. He's been outdone, though. Sender this time is going to find...
Can you win this one, Vitality? You have a player advantage. You're set up, ready to go for the retake on A. You have Paranoia. You have Prowler. You don't have Prowler anymore. You have Paranoia, though. You didn't follow up on the Paranoia. Your Neon is still miles away. What the fuck are they doing, bro? This is pathetic. Oh, Boaster's done him. Boaster's done him.
He's got to speed up. Beautiful work, and I thought I was the bias per one here.
If Durka gets a kill, he has ult as well.
Runner succeeds, and now on 1v2, and throwing wingman.
He missed it.
Has to deal with him, and he does. Smart work.
Gets a nade on a kill.
Oh, and now he has ult.
He's got his ult.
Oh, he missed. He looked the other way. That's how Vitality win around.
He looked away.
That's how Vitality win around.
Thinking maybe he was splitting on the left, but it was the right side for Runner.
Robert N. Charette in 1990. No, I have not read any of the Shadowrun books then. No. Would I make noise? Yeah, it's difficult to tell. It's difficult to hear that kind of stuff on land perfectly, though. So. I think Duck is just thinking as well, if he was going to trade me, he would have swung already.
We need Safe to play great. He's on Neon. Yeah, we want to see him on attack side, and that's where really...
Hero's looking at him like, I heard it.
Just that start.
All good. I mean, Dirk is 10-2. They're 5-1 up. Should be fine.
They need to make it count.
Yeah, they do. Can they double down? Can they keep this
Can you repeat your favorite novels? I didn't say my favorite novels. I said my favorite fantasy series.
And the response from Fnatic is pace. Pick it up. Careful.
But yeah, my favorite fantasy series would be
Run up. Nearly had him. He's done a lot
Malazan, Stormlight Archives, Dune, First Law.
The Prowler's caught him though. Has to get out of there.
Maybe Mistborn as the next one after that.
They've got a lot to deal with,
something
a lot
like that.
to try and contend with. It's going to buy some time.
I've read some Discworld, but not a lot of Discworld. I should read more of it, actually.
If Hero is able to get one kill here, because this is a 5 versus 5 retake, and there's
okay.
basically no more abilities for the
Fnatic,
attackers.
You can see them getting back towards the site as well. At least one of them trying to
Oh,
get
Paranoia into door open. Here it comes. They threw the haunt, but they broke it. That's nice awareness to break that haunt as Sender's pressuring. Good work, though, from Vitality. Now, that was executed well. That was nice.
Diffuses there, Vitality stringing rounds now, 2 back-to-back.
That you would almost think was planned by Vitality. The way that everything came together for them, the Nightfall to force all the players off the site from Fnatic. They play by Mound. Guess what's
I don't
next?
read a shit ton of books, though. My wife reads huge amounts of books. I think she's read like 50 already this year. Something like that.
He is just blasting everybody. And that's the second round in a row for Vitality here.
So, if you have a lot of literary opinions, B will talk your ear off for hours. I don't read as much. I don't have as much time.
Yep. If I've never said it, you don't get to say it. Now, Fnatic.
What would your drink of choice be if you're a player on the stage?
The same thing. They've got a
Like,
now they're like, I've fallen for it once. I'm not doing it twice.
Mezcal?
They don't have the Nightfall now. They don't
Probably.
have everything else that they used before, so maybe Fnatic feeling they can still run this.
Oh, Trex is fucked. That was bullet tag as he jumped. Just killed his momentum. Good adjustment from Sender.
Really committing to that.
They still have Paranoia
I guess a bit of safety
and Thrash.
but still. And this is different. Chronicle committing. Do they expect
Can they thrash and get safe slide behind it?
Do they check him? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, nice. Oh, couldn't quite adjust onto Alpha yet, though. I think it is winnable here for Sender.
What's the game plan?
Oh, and Alpha's just better anyway.
Just about.
5 HP as well on Alpha there. I got so close.
Mistborn is good.
And I mean,
you kind of
have that, you know,
there are parts of Mistborn that feel like a YA, but there are also parts that are much more gritty and human. And also the magic system's really fucking good. So I would say persevere with Mistborn even if you find it a bit YA, because there's good stuff in there. But it definitely is more YA than Stormlight.
Oh, Trex. Dangerous game, man. He's down to 31 HP so quickly. Now keep in mind the
yeah, the Mistborn magic system is fantastic. I think it hard carries the book, to be honest, or the series.
Behind that door.
Have you seen Arcane? Yeah, definitely. It's amazing.
Fake the presence towards C.
The Riot animated series. Yeah.
And see and listen.
It's phenomenal.
The rotations.
You read Throne of Glass? No, isn't it smutty as all hell?
And he's been spotted now. Does he get out with his life? Yes, C's not going to catch him. So he gets to fall away. Oh, Kron just got spotted by that. That's actually pretty nice. And they're coming back.
Do any of these series have non-men characters who aren't just love interests? Yeah.
He is the lurker.
But they're
absolutely
still. Vitality is, they're not backing off of this. Now with the door opening, it's starting to feel like, oh, there's some bodies behind this, but it's going to be a pivot towards B. And the two players are still playing on the door side, so they actually have a chance of a crossfire. Chronicles just walked in, and Kicks let him cross. I love it. Now there is a layer to this that could undo everything, but they had no idea that Kicks could be here. That's beautifully done, and they handle it relatively quickly.
I mean, the main protagonist in Mistborn is,
solidify the safety on the site.
I mean, a young girl when you first meet her, but a woman.
Just skin of its teeth again.
Malazan has a full, like, huge amounts of named characters in general, but huge amounts of women. Some love interests, some of the men are purely love interests, some of the women are incredibly powerful gods. I mean, yeah, it's got everything.
Okay, cool. We're gonna use C's on top of that. They only
show. Remember none of the women's names? I do remember the women's names. Shut the fuck up. I'm not getting tested on this again.
Shot multiple weapons at the same time. So in Vitality's mind, they're probably
they made fantasy woke.
True. It's still gonna be A, just stay in those positions. So that's how things could have gone a little bit sketchier. Kicks definitely a little bit overextension there. He could have taken.
Name 10 women in Malazan.
And then backed off and waited for his team.
Well, there's three gods called Envy, Malice, and Spite, but that doesn't seem like a good way to begin. So I'm gonna stop there.
Would have loved to have strung a couple together, but the suffering here
doesn't count. Yes, it does. That's the names.
Majority going their way. And Durka's gone pretty deep on this safe, stunning shot though.
Sounds like Greek mythology ripoffs. Yeah, I mean, it's not rip-offs, but yeah, of course. A lot of fantasy draws heavily from inspiration from Greek and Roman myth. Of course it does. They're incredibly culturally relevant.
They are continuing on their trajectory, at least for now, towards A.
Getting a little bit exploratory here. Runner moving up the guts in the middle. He's going to catch this rotation unless these guys are more... the pings, yeah, they know.
Alpha must have seen something. He was the one calling it. You saw it on the cam.
Runner's getting hard cleared.
Get anything, it would be a miracle. No, and you're just baffled.
Brutal.
You're baffled. How do they know?
And now Alfier's got his way into C. They're really good at this map.
So when they go back for this, they have at least the
if the meta leans very heavily away from this comp, maybe Fnatic will start losing a lot on Lotus, but they're just so solid on this map. Oh, what? What? Trex got through and fucking spray transferred them?
I don't know. Maybe that Viper's Pit accidentally.
If they kill Trex, they get the plant, and they're pretty good in the post.
Because that should be
Trex just kind of walked his way in, found the timing, won a duel, and then spray transferred the trade. That's ridiculous.
The spike planter. They get spammed through the wall. The Viper's Pit creates an opportunity for this flank to come in.
No, I don't think if Vitality started on attack, it would be that different. Between these two teams, I don't. Generally, yeah, this is attack-sided, but Fnatic are normally quite good on their defense side as well on this map. And it doesn't look like Vitality have
close out strong.
A great idea of what they're up to. I mean, their coordination has not been very good. It's all individual.
Got his, but Trex as the Nightfall as well.
Have you ever tried writing your own novel? No. Any tips? No. But Brandon Sanderson does have a free lecture series on YouTube of hours and hours and hours of him giving lectures about writing novels. So if you're genuinely serious about that, just go and watch those. It'll at least tell you some stuff. I've listened to hours of them just because they're interesting. I have no intentions of writing a book. Oh, that ult is nasty. A double kill against the Razor.
I thought all of them could have slipped a little bit further to safety, but a double for Durka should confirm it. Boast has been great in this position as well. And Runner and Sender, they're so behind the wire, it's going to be so difficult to find value at this point.
They don't have money.
Do I have a favorite non-fiction book? I don't know about favorite. I mean, I'm reading one at the moment, but I don't know if I would call it my favorite.
Absolutely, and you don't need to give Fnatic too many chances at that because they'll absolutely run with it. And yeah, you're right. Backing away.
You can see
try and keep those weapons.
You can see the thought process though.
I'm reading a book at the moment called Super Imperialism by Michael Hudson.
And the rotation comes towards A. They're in spawn. They're in heaven. They realize.
I mean, it's a pretty good book.
There's Nightfall. We have to play back.
It's not amazing, but it's pretty good.
Passive. Let them use these abilities. They're gonna run out. Then we go in for the retake. But they get caught a second time in one map. And they're just being hunted down.
Margaret Thatcher, the biography. No, that ain't mine.
Keeps his, but
that's still 4 showstopper kills off of 2 showstoppers in one half. It's like the opposite of a Rosa.
I don't read a huge amount of non-fiction though. B reads a lot, but I don't really.
Yeah, watching this back, that's such a gut punch. Not only losing 1, but 2.
But like, imagine running through a one-way smoke like that when you know that they're coming in.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yeah, the decision-making, rough there. So what does Vitality do now? Take a challenge, take a chance, and lose out. A 1-for-1 trade. Trex gonna take down Durka, but it's safe to double down. Oh.
They're doing a good job here, Vitality, to be honest. Both teams fighting super hard over it, getting their players into good spots and trading.
Alpha in the meantime
You see the Haunts getting value, the Blast Pack to punish the Omen, swing around the back, good position from Chronicle up towards Root. It's quite nice from both teams, but Vitality won.
Okay, Trex so ready.
A 1v3 hero, or are we getting an 8-4 half?
Every ult you'd hate to play against.
I didn't do a postal vote. I'm going to be there in person. So I'm going to vote at the... it'll actually be my first time voting in person, rather than a postal vote.
See, now it looks like a night out in London, you know what I mean? There we go. Vitality
Yeah, I read Wheel of Time.
The surround swarm.
Yes.
And then they have to 3, 2, 1 counter.
It's foundational.
Well, I mean, they had the time,
but
and that would be a testament to their teamwork and communication and all that stuff.
It wasn't my favorite. It was. It had some great parts to it, but it was fairly grueling. I wouldn't recommend it to other people because I think the time investment is not worth the benefit.
Yeah, the man on the screen now still in.
Have you ever read 1984? Yeah. Yeah.
Where he's currently sat.
Is the translation into Russian struggling with like the doublespeak stuff?
The Reina didn't really work for me. The Yoru didn't look.
I imagine that some of that might be really weird when it gets translated.
Now, obviously, trying to play that on the defending side is going to leave a lot to be desired. But now, an opportunity for safe. We need.
All right, let's see if Vitality win pistol and can start to get a bit of a. The thing is, what do you snowball with? You don't even have any ults to snowball upon. Like Thrash and Nightfall, that's it. This Vitality comp just seems really bad at ult cycling too. Oh, they've played this perfectly. Beautiful by the rest of Fnatic playing in Durka there. Oh, they're over pushing. They're over pushing.
I mean, that's a little too far for me.
Bit of a throw from Fnatic there, actually. They had a great setup. Oh, you're reading it in English. I see. I see.
You won the round for your team, and then you lost the round for the team in a fraction of a second right after that. Those are the types of situations.
Any good, really good mystery novels? I went on a binge last year. I've been trying to read as many classics as I can, just because they're useful to. A lot of the time, classics are used as like a cornerstone of things that people have shared awareness of, so like references and cultural things that are built on top of classic novels. So I read a shit ton of Agatha Christie because there's really no better place to begin with whodunits than that. So I read like 20 Agatha Christie novels, and some of those are really good, but it's not my favorite genre. Let's put it like that. It tends towards quite formulaic. That's one of the reasons why a lot of authors enjoy writing them, is because they're quite simple to write.
Play it somewhat safe, just take the space in.
But yeah, I mean, if you want to read them, Agatha Christie's pretty excellent.
Very similar to what we saw them attempt, but this time it is only classic, so you're not going to hold Boaster to an impossible standard.
He's basically spotting for info, though. Sender, I think, in the round that I was pointing out, he was trying to hold that one versus however many people.
Which one was your favorite? Well, my favorite, I'm not going to say, because the reason it's my favorite is because it has a very large twist in it. That it's better if you just stumble upon it.
Still, you have double initiative. You need info.
So
you don't walk through an orb.
Just go and read the most famous ones of Agatha Christie, and you'll stumble across it at some point.
Probably get a free plant, but Fnatic is already shifted most of the way over. This could be a fast flood. When fast flood comes, anything can happen. Paranoia is ready as well, and might go in the back lines here. Here it comes.
Timing is everything, and it's gorgeous for Durka. And Boaster, wait! It was Alpha as well. I thought maybe it'd take a little bit longer, a couple more steps.
It's over. It's GG. It's GG.
There, so prepared for it, so ready. And Vitality just get crushed under the heel. That's where you throw the pen.
Yeah.
It wasn't the pen.
And then There Were None is a good book as well, but it's definitely. I mean, Agatha Christie's writing and their characters are certainly a product of their time, where racism was not seen as clearly.
That initiated it. The swarm came in. Durka was on the flank the whole time, basically. The whole thing's muted.
How do they look so much fundamentally worse from map to map? I don't think they do. I think they looked like this on Haven as well.
10 out of 10. 5 to 9. What do they have now for Vitality?
I've read some Lovecraft, but not much.
That's all they have, I think.
Kinda.
Cage trigger.
Another 13-6? Yeah, I could see that.
Some real chances.
I think this is me giving up on Vitality.
But as it stands, they've got to go through this. Like
I don't think I'm going to be tuning in, waking up early to watch Vitality games anymore. They're just so disappointing. I haven't read The Lies of Locke Lamora. I have, shit, that's my next book to read, actually. I forgot I had that. I've got a paperback copy. Normally I read on Kindle, but I've got a paperback copy and I need to read it.
Okay. That's what you get for picking up an Odin. Oh, you know Boast was panicked. You know in that first shot here, there was that little bit of, you know... The whiplash.
Who are the biggest frauds? Na'Vi, Fnatic, or Vitality? It's fine. Vitality aren't frauds, though. They were never... They look like they had potential to be good, but they haven't ever been good and then, like, dropped off or something. People have never said that Vitality were good. People said Vitality could be good or should be good. But to me, that doesn't make them fraudulent. It just means they never got there.
Laborious attempt here.
I've not read any of the Game of Thrones books, and I refuse to because they're not going to be finished. Also, not reading Name in the Wind, not going to be finished.
Just, you know, the trace is coming through, but...
I said, open a dream, open a prayer, yeah.
Almost was answered. I want to see it from his perspective. Maybe EVS is on his side.
I completely agree. With the talent they have on Vitality, I expect a lot more from this team. A lot more.
See? That was the start.
You're missing out on Name of the Wind? I know. I've been told that. I'm not doing it to myself. I refuse. There are enough good books out there to not have to deal with Patrick Rothfuss not writing things ever again.
I'm always on your side. What's been going on?
Did you just say someone knock on my door?
Back to business. 5 to 10.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The implications of this game will be pretty clarified by the desk, but there is so much value to them.
Oh yeah, someone is knocking on my door.
So much on the line for these two teams who want to be vying for that chance of champions.
The fake noise, pulling out the neon sprint, making a few steps, moving away. They're going to fake with the reclear A, but they're keeping the players postured towards C. Vitality trying to make no mistakes on this round. For this Odin spam.
Oh man, it's just horrific to watch. There's
Dirk Gently, I read one of the Dirk Gently books and I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't try any more. But I might have just, they just seemed really,
Did they get spotted
like,
at C there on a jump spot? That's why they activated the orb.
YA shallow writing. I struggled to get into it or feel like any of the characters or the world was real.
Durka one off of a showstopper again if he gets an opening kill and gets another.
But maybe I just had a bad experience with the first book and maybe I should try again. I'm not sure.
20 seconds.
Aren't you a young adult? Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't have it both ways. You can't call me a young adult and then also flame me for looking like a 50-year-old.
Yep, and Durka has
Oh god, it's just so over. It's so fucking over.
Thankfully we were deafened during that. So now it's on Trex and it's not gonna happen. 11 for Fnatic. This is looking teed up for a win for them.
I contain multitudes, or I won't win them. Sit down.
Vitality going to be kicking themselves over some of these mistakes. Yeah. They're not safe with their playoff contention, and if they lose this...
You're a young adult that looks 57. That is the worst of both worlds. 57-year-old Zoomer.
Watching this one back, whoa. Precise gunplay.
Was their best.
Nice! 5 to 11.
Me and my friends made an overrated to underrated tier list 4 months ago. We had Genji and Karmine Corps as the good ones. So like Karmine Corps was rated correctly, you mean, or Genji? Genji, I definitely underrated Genji. But also, I think I would do it again. Like, I'm still surprised that Lakia and Munchkin had such a revival and Karen was such a good pickup. I feel like that really came out of nowhere. I don't think I would believe in them if you like put me in a time machine and took me back, even though obviously it was good. Karmine Corps as the good ones. We didn't rate Karmine Corps super highly at the start of the year though, did we? We rated them like 4th, I think, in EMEA. And they have been around that level. I mean, they've been higher and they've been lower, but I think that's pretty reasonable. The bad Preds were Giants, Vitality, and JDG. I mean, JDG were cooked as soon as they lost their IGL, though. JDG would have been good if they kept Yeoman, I think. Vitality definitely overrated them. Giants? I did not rate Giants.
No, just one. But he's still got the rifle out.
Maybe the community did, but that Giants roster with Redgar, I was on the fucking Redgar hate train.
Your words, not mine.
Bala called Heretics a tier 2 team. I underrated Heretics. I definitely underrated Heretics. I did not think that Miniboo was going to be able to hang at a tier 1 level. Because when I was watching Miniboo in tier 2, he had such an enormous amount of first deaths that ended up losing his team rounds. And the team coordination from Heretics this year and him playing more smartly has just completely erased that problem.
It's fine. It's all good. 12 now, Josh. This is looking kind of done here. I think they've got one more bye, really, to try and stick this one. I mean, any further?
Our only fully overrated team was NRG.
Want, right? Yeah, maybe not the Nightfall, but
yeah, NRG, I mean, they were definitely overrated in hindsight, but do I think it was a bad attempt to go for that? I feel like there might have been a world where it worked. It obviously didn't, but I'm surprised at how bad Ethan's IGLing was.
Fake control towards A. They're getting the rotation, but already in the sight is Sender.
I thought it would look better than it did.
Yeah, but it's Alpha. Don't forget what this guy can do. A stark reminder on map 1.
Chronicle has the Odin for great spam potential here.
Demon 1's fall-off has been oversold. Most of it was really, really bad team play and calling.
Everywhere. Safe gonna take over by Waterfall, keep it controlled, and Runner goes down. Okay,
they just didn't use him well at all compared to how he was used on EG.
As well. Because Fnatic are flooding in. Dirk already tries to just close the gap, and he gets dealt with. Kick's gonna catch him. Safe now. Trying to find the timing just right, and he does in unison with Trex.
Here it is, 13-6. Who called it in the chat? 13-6 every map.
Late utility making it near.
I really should gloat more about being the OG NRG hater. You really should. There is so much free clout on the table, and you're just leaving it. But you were totally correct. The only thing that you didn't really get correct is that I'm not sure that their mental was boomed. I actually think it shows that they had a fairly good mental, that they even went back to summon finesse rather than just. I know they made changes, and you might think like, oh, they imploded, they collapsed, but they clearly are still pretty good with each other. But I think there might have been other problems with them being too friendly, to be honest.
Because they had to dump everything, as you said.
It was 3 ults.
It was it was 3 ults.
There's pros and cons to being super friendly with people that
to be able to replicate that, it's not going to happen. If they try to do another fast play without the ults, they're not going to.
Sometimes you don't have enough different opinions.
Now we're going to see Alpha with his ult. Most has got his, but it looks similar, right? It seems like it's got that similar pace to it, and Alpha's waiting.
Oh, Demon 1 absolutely didn't want to be benched, for sure. But the whole team atmosphere, I don't think was terrible. Maybe it was.
He was so expecting someone to lean through from Waterfall, but now the problem is they're down at Trex.
Following the Prowler. It barely latched onto Chronicle, and he'd already got the kill.
They've got a 4v4.
Runner's coming into the site. It looks like he wants to get the hat off, get the information, gonna see everyone, but they can't really go anywhere else.
You guys also ranked G2 at 7th.
A little bit of pressure towards B, but that's about it.
I guess it's on how much can one man do.
At the beginning of the year, was that?
Maybe that late position
yeah.
Be so valuable. Any deny on the plant? No, plant's in. Okay, lockdown. There as well.
I don't think that's.
Has to be everything.
It's underrating them a bit, but it's not underrating them super heavy, I think. I know they're good right now, but I think compared to what you would expect, I think we should have expected them to be more middle of the pack. And they did need a roster change as well to get to that point.
Vitality, maybe digging deep enough. Okay. Okay. And yeah,
but yeah, a little underrated.
Unlucky. Half an hour later, we're back underway, but the time's gone. Yeah, done for. Vitality. We wanted to see repetition.
Is Vitality's season over after this loss? No, I don't think it is.
They've held off Fnatic.
They've actually still got a pretty good chance of making
playoffs.
playoffs.
The money yet. Fnatic can still get a decent purchase here. Might be starting to struggle a little bit. I don't think it's time for a timeout.
Are you going to make an analysis video like the Tens video about our team soon, possibly after Champions? I've got so many YouTube video ideas. But the problem is my workflow is really inefficient, and VOD review takes up so much of my week.
And they're making that adjustment as well. They've been exposed to C a couple times. They take that C space.
So I'm trying, but it's tough.
Watching this as well. If anyone tries to creep a little closer,
being bald sucks. Nothing to do with that.
Couple of back and forth moves. There's the ult coming in. Safe to find
Hero dies. They could pivot over towards B if they get stuck here.
Not great for Chronicle, but somehow he's got to keep his life. I don't know how he's still
Hello? Okay, they do eventually die, but Alfie has killed 2. Can they kill him in pit? Do they have any util for it? No.
Off to do his job.
They one-wayed it and then left, and Alfie just found a timing. He's out behind them. No way, man. It's so over.
Close the account. And what a way to do it. Vitality will be devastated. That was so close to maybe getting back in this game, and it just falls away from them.
That is just not the way that you want to go out. Not when you just started.
For Vitality, I've actually still got a pretty good chance of making playoffs. But they have to avoid getting overtaken by Liquid. Yeah. I think it's... With the way that Vitality just played and the opponents they have to go up against, there is a pretty good chance that Vitality don't make playoffs. But they could still. They could. Who wins map 3? 77% of you were correct by predicting Fnatic. Okay, Common Core Fnatic should be a good game, though. It looks like picking Icebox against Fnatic is fantastic. And what did Fnatic ban? Boaster's a funny guy. Alright, I think I'm going to end my stream here, and if Bren wants to play Ranked, I might go to a LAN cafe and go and play Ranked. I can't stream, though, from the LAN cafe, but I guess Bren would stream. Yeah, LA has some LAN cafes, yeah. If you want to stream, Bren, I'll give you a little raid, and then we can... If you play one, it'll take me like half an hour to get there. I'm booted up, but I'm doing a Barrows run. Fucking hell.
Change of scenery, Mitch. Of course, we're in the fan zone. A lot of fans turned up today. We had, I think, some of the Golden Hornets came for Vitality as well. I mean, I don't blame them because that was a huge game. This could really determine who makes playoffs and who doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And they got to witness something monumental.
It could.
As well, like you said.
It could.
Earlier on in the desk, Vitality finally taking a map as well. I'm sure not the success they were.
Gino, thank you for the 14 months.
Run, but still good.
What's Bren's Twitch? It's twitch.tv/ and you're not going to believe this.
They're cheering,
Bren.
I can hear them getting really, really excited. We're not going to get an opportunity to do this very often. So before Alpha and Hero gets here, Mitch, let's talk about that Odin. Because obviously some teams, they love using it on Lotus. I think Ascent, everybody uses it. But on Lotus, some teams don't really pick it up. They don't really lean into it.
It's definitely busted on Lotus.
In your expert, non-biased opinion, what do you think is an issue?
Would the format be better if the top 3 champs points made it to champs and then there was playoffs for the 4th slot?
I mean, you got to take every advantage you can get, but and I'm sure Pansy's going to disagree with me on this one. I'll give her the dirty eye when she comes by. But the reality is, you know, when you look at a player like
no, I don't think so, because then you would know the teams that made it to champs way earlier. Because you just don't accrue champs points at a fast enough basis at the end of the season. Like there would be more games that were useless at the end.
If you're going to do that as a team like Fnatic, in my opinion, doesn't really matter. You know, one of the best teams in the world's already telling you that that's what you should be doing. I think everyone else should be taking notes.
I feel like you.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to turn stage 2 playoffs into LCQ.
Unfortunately, we do have Alpha and Hero
here. EDG already qualified? Yeah, I mean, you're going to get stuff like that where people are, you know, ridiculously far ahead of the pack, but it hasn't happened in the other regions.
But we will talk about this match in just a moment. Are you surprised at the result?
It's kind of wild that EDG have, actually. I didn't realize that.
Fnatic winning, I think nobody can really be surprised about coming into this.
Because nobody can overtake them in terms of champs points? Or at least 4 teams can't overtake. No. Yeah, no one can overtake them in terms of champs points. That's surprising.
Thank you for joining us. Congratulations.
Yeah, they won their region twice, and they've been winning a lot in the regular season. That makes sense.
I think maybe 20 of them, like if we had a count. Why hello?
I mean, I don't know.
What does it mean?
I don't know. I just want to say hello, and I say it. And I said in the game, better ISO in. I diffed him so hard.
Oh.
Unlucky, bro.
Did you say that?
He did diff safe.
No, I didn't say all chat, but
he did.
I said better ISO in, guys, because I get him in ulti. He had shield, and I had shield as well, but I win it.
We all saw that, Alpha, yeah. We saw that.
Hero, are you waving at all?
It was fucking sick.
No, I just let him do it.
You let him do it?
Yeah.
What was the thing that Leo always said? I think it was also like hello. Something along the lines of that.
Hello.
Hello, yeah, hello.
I think it's Swedish hello. It's hello.
Yeah, it's the hello in Swedish.
Swedish hello. It's hello. Fucking hell. What a long conversation about nothing. Alfia's energy is infectious, though.
I was pretty sure. I was 80% sure I'm gonna shoot it, and are we gonna win it?
Yeah, I mean, you say you played a lot of practice. That was one of the other things.
Is this just going to be all of his ISO ults? I would love to see a compilation of just ISO ults.
ISO in there for a little while. Are we going to see more?
Who knows?
That's the duel against Safe where he cooked him. He absolutely cooked him.
Because we didn't see on ISO.
All right, I'm going to send you guys to Bren. And then I'm going to take an Uber and go over to a LAN cafe. And we'll duo. Actually, fuck, can we duo even? Bren might need to play on an alt account, because I'm still in Plat 2.
We keep making that pun,
Fucking hell.
But
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, we're unranked because it's a new act or a new episode or whatever it's called, right? Is it Act 9 already? Or Episode 9 or whatever?
Lineups. You need to learn setups. You have no choice. Alpha can just go in and kill.
Yeah. Okay.
So, how are you finding time to learn Cypher setups?
Okay.
Lineups,
all right. See you guys later. Bye bye.
All these things. And Gecko, when are you finding time to do this?
I mean, I looked at it a little bit myself, but the team helps me a lot as well with like lineups.